Now we're going to talk about everything we talked about.
Yeah, and then we got to be actors now. Maybe we're hearing it for the first time.
Well, let's talk about different stuff.
Penn Jillette just gave us 10 great minutes.
I know.
I do want to talk about the last story we were talking about from your book.
Sure, yeah.
The Hasidic Jew guy.
Yeah.
Who decided, I can't do this anymore, and he chose you to show him the light.
Yeah, he's Orthodox Jew, and he had been following that his whole life, and a very serious, a scholar and stuff, had studied that, and then listening to my radio show, and now Penn Sunday School, he began questioning more and more things, and became a full-out atheist. And in that kind of strong community, that changes your whole life. It did lead to divorce. It's arguments over where his children go to school. They go to Hebrew school and so on. And he came out. It's so humbling. After the show, there's. We always hang out and talk to everybody after the show. So there's big crowds around us. And then after the show, there's a few people that wait behind because they want to talk a little longer. And if you're lucky, those are good-looking women that say, I want you to sign my breasts. And you go, okay, but I'm going to use my middle name too, and you need to have my social security number, and maybe I'll draw a little picture of my children when I get to the underneath part where it has the good heft.
Yeah, and I'm not going to use a pen.
And it should be done in saliva. It'll be very, very nice. And the perfect breast is, a lot of people don't know this, but it's 55% below the nipple and 45% above. And that's the problem with implants. A lot of times they put too much above. You want that 45 underneath, right where it says Gillette.
The famous teardrop.
Teardrop,
exactly.
Yes, you're right.
Of course.
What's an example of a perfect breast? Who's got a perfect... I've got two of them, but mine are B cups. They're not really big enough.
They're good.
Who's got a big perfect tit?
Oh, God.
Seika did. The Seika.
Seika
had perfect teardrop tits.
She just sent me her autobiography.
Yeah, I've read it. It's great.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's really
She
good.
follows us on Twitter, too.
Yeah,
I love
She seems to be a fan of the show. I don't know.
And I liked it because no matter what she was doing in porno and how nude she was, she always had a little scarf on.
Yeah.
There was always that little accent.
A little
she was
class.
Like,
a little bit.
She was like Batman. She believed the accessories really mattered. She had her little, fuck scarf. And he had his utility belt. Where, I don't know how he knows what he's going to need. I'm going to need this thing that shoots exactly 75 yards and just has this exact hook that fits right into there. I'm going to bring that with me tonight.
Yeah, I need that.
Thank you, Alfred.
So the guy comes to you in Vegas.
So he comes to me, and he's one of the ones waiting afterwards.
Yeah.
And he says, it's great because he says, I was an Orthodox Jew and I listened to your show and I've become an atheist and it's a really big deal for me. And when someone says that, it's so intense. You kind of go, thank you, and you kind of try to run away. It's hard. It's very hard to give the appropriate response back because it means everything to me. I understand the power of it, but you don't know what to say. So you kind of do that eye contact thing, and he goes, there was bacon on the airplane, but I wanted to have my first trafe meal with you. And I go, come on backstage. So we go backstage.
But did you have any doubt there? Or, that's a big responsibility, don't you think?
I guess so, except that I don't believe in God.
So you were overly excited, like, let's do this.
Yeah. So I went back and I go, sure, eat anything you want. And he goes, well, it's turkey and it's fruit. And I guess it's not actually been blessed, but it's not very exciting. I was kind of hoping when I went backstage, you'd have like big bacon cheeseburgers and stuff. And I go, well, we don't have it all the time. It's not like the non-Jews, all we do is eat bacon, which is a mistake. We should. So we call, we find out if the place is open, and then all of us, the piano player and our crew and everybody, just go out for this perverse communion, Last Supper, First Supper thing. And we put him in the middle, like, he's like Jesus in the Da Vinci painting. We're on each side, and we just say, we want. And the waitress comes over, and says, "What would you guys like?" We go, "We're ordering for everybody." And Tella goes, "We'll have clam chowder, clams on the half shell, oysters. We'll have the pork ribs. We'll have the pork roast. We'll have a bacon cheeseburger, a side of bacon, and shrimp." Wow. And she goes, "Who's that for?" And Tella goes, "For him."
Wow.
So then he's sitting there, and all of a sudden, all this food comes. Now, this is food. This guy's knocking on 40. He's in his 30s,
Wow.
This is food that for his entire life, he has been told is pure evil.
Yeah.
Okay? He has spent his life avoiding this, and now the whole table is full of it. And one of our crew guys, who's kind of a punk, just goes, man, I was going to go home and like watch TV, and if you don't actually eat this shit, I'm going to fucking ram it down your Jew throat. So just another point of view. Just Teller and I are being very respectful at this moment, and Zeke, Zeke, who is the fan of you guys, he wants to get it to happen.
Good old Zeke.
What a shock that the guy who's our fan. I'll shovel it into your Jew mouth.
He just thinks that the heavy moment has to include the threat of physical violence. Otherwise, why are we here? So just kind of as a joke, as the food's sitting there and there's this whole moment we're taking, Teller just picks up a shrimp and rams it in his mouth. And he kind of goes, and then Jonesy, who is Welsh and plays piano, all of a sudden becomes a Talmudic scholar, and he goes, it doesn't really count because he didn't do it on his own volition. Teller pushed that. That wasn't actually the first mouthful. And then he picks up this big, greasy bacon cheeseburger. I mean, the symbol of atheist America. I mean, that really should be on the atheist American flag. This big dripping, the way you really want a bacon cheeseburger to be, and then after you've eaten it, the way you wish it wasn't. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I know that feeling.
And he just picks it up, and the cheese and the bacon are all in his hands, and he just takes this bite, and he goes, wow, that's really good. And all of a sudden, all the kind of religious stuff just goes away, and he's just digging the cheeseburger, and we just eat, and it's this huge life-changing moment. And I mean, we were all crying. I mean, it was just this big, it was really like the closest you could get to some sort of huge atheist baptism.
Was he visibly shaken while he was doing it? Was it like a bit, you could tell he was doing something
all the
big?
things you could guess.
Yeah.
All the things you could guess.
Did you film it?
Really excited. No. And then, I wrote about it in my book and used a different name for him. And then over the past, this is 3 years ago, right. Over the past 3 years, he's come out more and more to his family.
Well, that's why I wanted you to tell the story again today, because I wanted an update. So where's he at now, 3 years later?
I had supper with him last night, and it was great. He sat down and said, "I have crab," and the
oh, he's ordering for himself now.
Yeah, that's good. But I mean, I don't think a day goes by he doesn't have bacon.
And he always requests a German waiter now.
I felt like I was listening to a celebrity, because I listened to your podcast from time to time, and all of a sudden he's talking. He's doing some.
It was the Reason Rally from DC.
Yeah, the atheist rally, right? And he's talking, blah, 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 and finally comes up, and you're like, should I tell him who you are? And he goes, I don't give a fuck. And it was that guy, and I'm like, holy fuck, that's the guy that I read about in Penn's book.
He's actually been, he's become a bit of a celebrity. There's a real movement. There's a book that just came out, and I wish I had the name of it off the top of my head, but it's a woman which is, you take whatever it is for a man to leave that community, and you bump it up 1,000 times for a woman, and she just left the hardcore Hasidic community.
In Brooklyn? Was it in New York that she did that?
Yeah.
I think I know who you mean. There's a whole big thing about her leaving, and she's kind of young, right? She's not that old. She's like 26 or something like that.
That's exactly,
There was one more thing about that. Oh, what does his family think at this point?
His family, and I always love this. His family is, and this is true there's a few exceptions that are terrible, but this is true for most people I know that have come out as atheists from some sort of fundamentalist family. The family understands that they still love him. And it's a theological difference, and he was really kind of shocked and happily shocked that like his brother and his mother and his father, there's a few, in-laws and stuff that are really pissed at him. But overall, they're really supportive. And, people tweet me all the time and say, I'm about to come out and say I'm an atheist to my parents. What's your advice? And I just go, love them. Remember that the love has to transcend that. Sure, because if the love can't transcend religion, then you're a shitty atheist. Because that's all we got. Yeah. All we got is each other. All we got is humanity. All we got is our life here. And all we got is love. So if you're going to sell that out for atheism, you're doing something besides what I call atheism. That has to be more important,
Well, I just saw a documentary where a kid was going into the Hasidic community. He was raised Catholic, but then somehow his mother was Jewish, and he embraced it and moved to Brooklyn and grew the pass.
Well,
the whole
it's
thing
an amazing, the Brooklyn community of Hasids is this wonderful thing. I mean, the community is just beautiful and how tight knit it is, and you can just, the way they help each other in business and all of this. I mean, there's so much to learn about the community, and then you get all excited about the community. Then, of course, the way women are treated, and it's horrible.
All you have to do is go to B&H.
I was just going to say B&H.
Every business should be run like B&H. It's an amazing place.
Amazing.
I never get pissed off in there. They're always ready to help.
They know stuff.
You feel like you learned something, and there's no hassle.
It's so great.
And I went with
it's all in steps. Okay, you picked out your thing. Now you go over here. Now when you go over here, now you go to this. Everything is
They're
nice.
all informed.
It's unbelievable.
And they're wearing funny hats, which is really important. You know how much more I love doing this show more than any other show in New York. If you guys wore funny hats, it would just boom. It would just go up. If I walked in and Norton's got a big black hat, like a sombrero, and he's chewing his gum with a sombrero, I would be just going, wow, I didn't think it could get better.
I finally have an answer to a question. People come to New York and they go, what should I do? Where should I go? One of the stop. Go to B&H for an hour.
34th Street and 9th.
It's something you just don't see anywhere else.
All the products moving on the conveyor belt
above your head, because they understand. Oh, whoa! If people are stealing our shit, we're gonna have to raise the prices. So they figure that out with conveyor belts above your head.
Amazing.
You're watching the product moving around.
Thievery-proof, almost thievery-proof, unless it's a manager doing it from the back, and even then, I'm sure they have assistant in place.
And you just
to
know
stop
you're
it.
being taken care of.
It's great.
You don't question anything.
Yeah.
I went to with a bunch of Hasids that were in various stages of leaving the community. I went to a restaurant that's called Trafe, that's in Brooklyn, and we went there and we were all talking and having a good time. And we finish, and the check comes. And I reach for the check, and two of the people in the full hats and the payas and the whole thing say, "No, Penn, we're paying." And BJ, the guy you were talking about, who kind of invited me, he said to me, "This is the first time that this has ever happened in Brooklyn. That two Hasids are fighting
over a check,
pulling the check away from a goyim from Western Massachusetts. I mean, the worst kind. I mean, you can be a non-Jew, but a non-Jew from Western Massachusetts. I mean, remember in Do the Right Thing, Spike Lee, when he's walking down the street, Spike Lee says to the guy, "Go back to Massachusetts." That is the most, Western Massachusetts is the most non-city, because you're not south, but you're still not really northeast. You're wearing a flannel shirt, you got a beard, you're kind of a half hippie. It's a bad place to be from. So, a Massachusetts guy there.
So these guys are searching you out now? Mm-hmm. I thought this was one and done, but now you're having dinners all over the place.
Well, once in a while, and one guy came to me, got in touch with us through a website, and said he wanted me to be the one to cut his payas.
Wow,
really? He wanted me to cut his payas off.
Oh,
so
man.
I'll tell you, if there is a hell, I've just gone past Hitler. I'm way past Hitler.
Yeah,
and we finally have a radio bit. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Cut your pass?
Well, they would have to agree to it, obviously.
They're going to hold them down.
Could be. Although the old Opie Anthony would say, "Fuck that agreeing shit. They're doing this today."
Go get one.
You've mellowed.
We've mellowed out, man.
We now get at least a little bit of permission. Like, maybe I consider doing. That's enough. Hold them down.
Fuck. You're here for Celebrity Apprentice, obviously.
Yeah. That's what I'm. But I got to tell you, because this is. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff about this. But I got pretend fired on a pretend game about pretend business on pretend TV by pretend Trump. And so he fires me. And then I work. He can't fire me. I don't work for him. I work for the Rio in Las Vegas, and I work for Caesars. And Caesars owns Harrah's and everything in Vegas. Everything in Vegas is owned by like 3 companies. One of the companies is Caesars. They're the biggest. They're the best. I worked for them for 11 years. The best bosses I've ever had. Because, the best boss you can have is one that ignores you.
Wow.
Right.
Bravo.
Caesars.
If that was true, we'd have the greatest bosses in history.
I know. It doesn't work out for us in that way. They ignore us because I don't think they even know we're here.
But once a year, one of our bosses comes by the show with like a niece and goes, "Hey, it's good. That's the entire input. There's not meetings every week about the direction of the show. And they'll say stuff like, yeah, one of our secretaries said that you put a new bid in. Is it going well? That's the amount of hands-on.
He's describing Nirvana right now for us.
They just trust us completely.
Yeah,
and I'm sure if the sales went way down, we'd get a phone call.
Sure.
But if the sales are okay, seasonally up and down,
they know you're doing it.
So Caesars gets in touch with us. We've been talking about this for months, but they get in touch with us, and they know I know when I'm going to be fired, and they say, "Boy, that Opportunity Village, the for people with mental disabilities, intellectual disabilities, you really like that charity." And I go, "Yeah, I really like them a lot." And they say, "So you did great at Celebrity Apprentice. You were great." And I go, "Thanks." And they go, "Yeah, we loved you on there, man. You were wonderful. You're really great." Because they had to give me time off to do it, so it cost them a lot of coin for me to do it. They spend a lot of coin and hope they'll get it back in publicity and so on, but they still spend coin. It's out of pocket. And they go, "Yeah, you did great on there." And they go, they just say, like out of the blue, I love this, "What's the prize that Trump gives if you win the whole thing?" And we say, it's $250,000 for your charity if you win the whole thing. And they said, "Okay." What do you mean, okay? We'll write a check for the $250,000 to Opportunity Village. Let's just consider that you won.
Nice.
I love the attitude of, we don't got to do no 13-week NBC show.
You don't have
we
to
have
pretend
a casino.
to fight with Lisa Lampanelli.
You don't have to yell at Lou Ferrigno. This is a good charity. You're a good guy. We like you. We'll write a check.
Right.
Well, that's the way it's done.
Yeah.
So Opportunity Village finds out, Sunday night that I'm fired. Then they find out Monday morning they got all the money as if I won. And weeks earlier. Because, I'm sure the NBC check, it's going to be announced whatever in May, and then the NBC check takes a while to cut. That'll be like, you have to go through people, and they probably step on it, and there's a taste here and there. It just goes, probably has baby laxative in it by the time you get it. And, this is a check from, like, Caesars. That's like $250,000. Yeah, we threw in another $10,000 for your trouble. Here you go.
Wow.
And so they're getting new vans, and they're doing all this stuff.
That's awesome.
That's a hit boss.
Sure.
That's a hit boss that you go out and do that. They just kind of go, it's okay. And you notice also I'm saying Caesar's, not even the guy's name.
Right.
Because I said, should I talk about it? Fuck it. No. Just
How far in advance did you know when you were getting fired?
Well, when I got fired, because it was shot in November. So
this show is long over.
Yeah, way over. Way over. And it's weird because you wait to see. I don't watch it, so you wait to see what people say about how they edited it.
Yeah.
Because then they get to do. They know it. They shoot everything before they edit it. So if Trump does something nutty and fires you because he has a wild hair up his ass, and incidentally, did you know that the phrase "wild hair up your ass" it's spelled Hare? It means crazy rabbit up your ass, and not just like an errant ass hair that happens to. Because you're going big deal. I always have errant ass hairs.
That's easy.
They're going but a crazy rabbit.
And an Hare up your ass. That's not as easy.
Something. So if he happens to get a wild Hare up his ass, if he's sitting on a crazy bunny, as we say in the modern world, and fires somebody, then they have to go back and edit it so that there's like a reason for so that they had to go back and find stuff of me like eating. That's what they found. They used footage of me eating to look like I'm doing nothing. Oh, see, he had a piece of fruit. No wonder.
Funny.
See, Trump knew that. So they put that whole thing. You do the whole thing, and it's it's about 16 hours a day. It's 6 days a week. And it just doesn't stop. And they keep you have cameras on you that whole time. And then you have, people like yourself, people like me, 2-bit, narcissistic, mentally deficient stars who are clawing with the other people of the same kind. And then they yell at you. You have people you've seen on TV yelling at you. And I didn't yell back, but
you
still.
kept it calm.
Why would you if it's Lou Ferrigno? I mean, that would really be a fucking waste. Yell at Lou Ferrigno.
I don't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, well, he gets very angry, and of course, there's all the jokes about the Hulk. You won't like me when I'm angry. Well, I don't.
Are they putting it on, or are they genuinely angry?
No. There's no way to tell.
Right.
There's no way to tell.
Right.
That's the question I get asked most. There's people that I've known. I mean, you guys know Lisa Lampanelli.
Yeah.
You must know her really well. And I was, she's crying and ripping herself to pieces. And she doesn't know if she's doing it for the cameras or she's really feeling it.
Right.
You know, you're kind of into that whole thing, and it's just so weird. And the way I was brought up, no one raised their voices, you know.
Right.
My mom and dad never yelled at each other. They never yelled at me. So when someone's yelling, I always assume they're kidding, which is one of the problems that I used to have with old girlfriends, you know. I hate you, you dick! Because, you know, my dad, he would never raise his voice unless, you know, if he yelled shut up, it meant he was joking.
Right.
You know, if my dad was mad at me, he did that I'm disappointed, so I'm pouting thing. You know, that heartbreak thing. That's the way we deal with it. So it was just crazy to be in this world. And, you know, I would talk to them because you've got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
I mean, believe me, if there had been anyone else in the room, I would have talked to those people. But I'm talking to them, and they talk about, you know, I guess regular people. Did your family yell?
Complete opposite.
See, that's what I would get from them.
Over the dumbest things, my mom would be in our face yelling.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. Sneakers just laying in the middle of my room would cause a yelling fit. Ridiculous.
So
stuff.
if you were on Celebrity Apprentice, would you be screaming?
No, I had to turn the corner and stop yelling. I realized it was just hurting me. No one was listening to me. I used to have really good points about shit, but I would yell them. So now people are like, you're just a fucking lunatic. I'm like, no, but listen to the yelling. There's some fucking sense in there. And I finally realized it's just stupid. No one's going to take you seriously if you just scream all the time.
When I get really angry, I go to, okay.
Yeah.
In the restroom. Really cool. Really quiet. And John,
it's still good to yell. I like having that in my back pocket, but I realize.
But you know, John.
I can't pull that out too often.
You know John Cleese from Monty Python. Yeah.
Sure.
So the first time I met Cleese, we're working together in this show over in London, and there's, you know, as always, it's a TV show, and there's always something fucks up, and you've got 15 minutes to do nothing. And Cleese says to me, "When you get mad, do you yell?" I said, "Never." He goes, "Your family, did they yell? Did your mom and dad yell?" I go, "No, never." He goes, "Your friends, you get pissed at each other, you yell back and forth?" I said, "No." He said, "Me neither. Never raised my voice." But both of us have discovered there's nothing funnier than a big guy yelling. He said, whenever I'm on camera, I want to be yelling because it's fun. And you look at Faulty Towers, you look at bullshit. There's nothing but a big guy yelling. You're an asshole.
Yeah.
You know,
That's right. Yeah, you do yell a lot for someone that doesn't yell.
Yeah, it makes me laugh so much. And that's one of the reasons on that show. I think everybody, like NBC and the other people, expected me to come on going, then there's this asshole, and fuck, you need to shut the fuck up. You know, they expected that, and they got instead, sorry.
No,
I don't do that anymore.
You really didn't care. I loved it. Did you like any of the guys on Celebrity Apprentice?
Oh, you know, all the people I liked before.
But I mean, did you really like someone, or is it more just a casual, or we're all celebrities?
You know, we all like Adam Carolla.
Yeah,
you love Adam.
I had a
Carolla.
misunderstanding with Adam that I got to work out, but yeah.
Well, whatever it is, work it out.
It was a dumb
good guy.
thing. It was a dumb thing.
And you know, Arsenio, I know for years.
Is he a cool guy?
It's hard to tell.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've never met Arsenio. I've heard
What's his vibe?
He's a nice dude.
His vibe is very, very nice and very reserved, and then he can flip. He can flip on you and get really weird. I met Paul, Paul Sr. from Orange County Choppers,
We've had him
who I just loved.
Yeah, he's
he was
cool
just he was just great and cool. Michael Andretti, who you know how he ended up on Celebrity Apprentice. Do you know this? Oh, it's the creepiest, most horrible thing. So Marco Andretti is this guy in his 20s, piece of ass, good looking, rich. They put him on there. He was the youngest guy who was going to be on the men's team. They expect him to be banging one of the women and have all this intrigue, and they have it all written out. And NBC knows who's going to do. Penn's going to go ape shit, and this. He'll be doing this, and Adam will say this smart ass thing, and then this woman will bang anybody, so we'll put her on. It's great. Right. And so they have Marco Andretti, which was a dream. He's perfect. Right. Looks good, all cast. He's like their ace in the hole. He comes out and does all the press, and it's great because he's already flirting with Miss America and Miss Universe. Yeah, that's perfect. And then he goes to Vegas to do a race, one of his indie races, and his best friend is killed right in front of him in the crash. Remember that crash?
Yeah. Brutal.
And he all of a sudden gets this big dose of perspective. My friend was killed in front of me, and now I'm going to fly to New York and do a dipshit television show?
Oh, wow.
So he says, I can't do that. I'm just too... So his father, Michael Andretti, says, yeah, I'll do it. So Michael Andretti shows up, who isn't any of the things NBC wanted. He's not volatile. He's not young. He's just a really, really good guy. So in the middle of all these self-absorbed, narcissistic, redundant celebrities, you have one guy who's just like a guy. You know? So all these people are like yelling and carrying on and backstabbing, and Andretti's going, "We supposed to do this task?" Or, so they're getting nothing out of him. So because
we had him on the show.
He's great. You didn't like him?
We didn't get anything out of him. He's a nice guy, though.
He's a great guy.
I just want to tag what you just said. Real nice guy.
He's a wonderful guy.
He's a wonderful
guy. There was no showbiz going on.
Real guy.
Because so I spent most of my time talking to Andretti because Andretti has a lot of information I don't have, like how to drive a car. Right. And he told me the greatest thing. He said, no matter how much knowledge I have of automobiles, I cannot explain to my wife that she can trust the thermostat in our car. I tell her, it's at 72, it's fine, the car will get there. And she turns it down to 63. And then she turns it back up. She does not trust the thermostat. So that's his whole thing. So I said to my wife, Michael Andretti's wife doesn't trust the thermostat either. And he's an expert in automobiles. So why don't you just keep it at 72? It'll all be fine. Do you keep your thermostat right?
Yeah, I don't even think about it.
Never think about it, right?
To be honest, I don't think about it.
You don't ride your thermostat? No. So that's Michael Andretti's pet peeve.
That's hilarious.
He drives cars at 240 miles an hour. Just don't fuck with his thermostat.
Would you do it again? Would you do Celebrity Apprentice again? Was it good for you?
Yeah, all the celebrities talk about this was the hardest thing I've ever done.
Oh, really?
And I just go, have you ever had a job?
Right.
Because I believe that the hardest job in show business, who do you consider that to be? David Letterman, or who works the hardest?
Yeah. Letterman's a good one.
Man.
Yeah, Letterman. That's the hardest job in show business.
Yeah.
Now compare that to a 12-hour shift in an emergency room. Springsteen does a 3-hour show, and then there's some assistant who's sitting at a desk answering phones for 8 hours. Who's working harder?
Right.
The guy who's got 40,000 people screaming for him, or the person. So I believe that so they do these interviews and they go, we want to get an interview of you saying this is the hardest thing in the world. And I go, what if a coal miner comes home from work, sits down on the couch, and I come off and go, I'm in Trump Tower. If I want something for lunch, I say, I'd like some Egyptian hummus and maybe bring some of those little mandarin oranges. Could I have that in 10 minutes? And it's 12 minutes. And this guy's been working the coal mine all day. He's going to sit down on the couch to relax. And I'm there telling him how hard I'm fucking working. I will not do that. So it is 16 hours a day, 6 days a week is a long schedule for show business.
Right.
If you work at USAMRIID and you're flying around the world to infectious disease centers and hot zones and fighting Ebola and watching children die and hoping you don't end up puking shit out of your mouth and dying in front of your family, that's a harder job.
Right.
It's just a harder job.
Do they really feed you stuff to say like that? Like, hey, could you make it like this point of view?
The whole damn show.
How old is he?
I thought that they just let the cameras roll and whatever would happen would happen.
They do that too, but they also go, you sit in the room.
Wow. I think they got lazy with reality shows.
I didn't think they'd be that fucking audacious.
No, it's not really audacious. You have to understand, it's not really a thing. I'm the producer. I got a cameraman and a sound man, okay? And you go in and you got to do your confessional, okay? So you're on the show. It's time for your confessional. We have got to sit there for like an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and a half, and you have to tell me everything you're feeling. So I go, okay, Jim, Clay Aiken yelled at you a little bit today. How'd you feel about that?
I really wanted to punch him right in his throat, but I felt it would be a bad move and I'd be thrown off the show, so I just kind of had to take it. It was irritating.
They would love that.
Really?
Oh, they would love that. All right. And then you go,
fuck, Jim, you're made for this.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then you get to the point and they go, so is this hard? And if you go, no, They go, well, you've been here a long time, and you go on
it's
like
more frustrating than hard. I don't know if I'd consider it hard, but it is very frustrating to have to deal with a guy whose bare chest I did enjoy in those screen caps, and then to have him screaming at me like that. Yeah, and I know what you're saying. That they can just continue questioning you.
But they're not. They're not.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, right.
They're not saying.
But they're going to question you until they hear what they're kind of looking for.
Unless
gotcha.
You're enough of a nut. And you'll notice when you watch Celebrity Apprentice, there's none of the confessionals with me because I talk about the Cold War. And I talk about Watson and Crick and DNA.
And you're gonna out-talk anyone in the end too. So they're gonna just give up.
So I go on any subject they want, and they think I'm going to get to the point. Right. I talk about the recording session with Sinatra at Columbia in '58.
That brings me back to your podcast because I said it before the show, but. You got stopped by an officer out there. Where do you live? L.A. area?
Well, Vegas.
Oh, Vegas. Excuse me. You're out there full time. I know that.
Material.
I'm sorry. But,
Las Vegas.
And you were texting. But your car was completely stopped.
Completely stopped. And this new law just went in that you're not allowed to look at your screen ever. And that law just went in. And, the day the law went in, I guess, I stopped at a stoplight and I checked. I'm about 3 blocks from my house. I check my email and the light turns and the guy cherry tops. And as I explained many times, every artist.
And he had to get off his phone so he could pull you over.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I was in Central Park the other day and I got video of it, but I just can't go down that road. A cop driving and texting. Yeah. I'm like, we're all doing it. Who are we kidding here? And I do have the video, but I feel like that would be just a completely dick move because I do support the cops and stuff in general. But anyway, so he stops you for texting at a red light, right?
But every artist has his venue where he is his best. And I believe I am at my best when pulled over by police officers. And the reason is that I don't do drugs. And I don't drink. So I always have this feeling of innocence that other people don't have. Any of my friends, they're pulled over. They're afraid there's a little dope in the car somewhere. Right. Or maybe there's a little tiny bit of alcohol in their blood. Right. Or they're just going to be a little careful. I don't care. Yeah. I know there's nothing in my car. Right. It's a brand new car. So he comes over and I go, hey, do you keep a diary? What? Do you keep a diary? Do you know how? No. How do you keep a diary? I don't, because this is a special day for you. You've just pulled over the first all-electric car that's in Nevada. And you know something? This is the first one. This is a Nissan Leaf. They come out in July, and I've got the first one, and you pulled it over. Do you know what that means? Do you know why? Do you know what that means? Because I'll tell you what that means. That means when we're pulled over, stopped here, if we were in a regular combustion car, the engine would be idling, which means those cute little polar bears, they'd be kind of fucked. But with the way we are now, with an electric car just sitting here and you standing there, we could stand here talking forever. We're not hurting the environment. We could stand here until some drunk driver comes along, boom, runs you over and you're dead. We'll be fine. He goes, well, I hope that doesn't happen. And I go, that's exactly my point. Our hopes and dreams are different. And he says, I need to see your paperwork. I go, what is that? He goes, your license. I go, yeah, and what else? And he says, your registration and insurance. I go, let me tell you something cool. If the registration and insurance is not someplace in this car that I can find it, an assistant gets fired. There's going to be somebody, college student working hard who's getting her ass fired because of you. That's going to be on your head, And I say, now I've got to use my phone to use it as a light to look in the glove compartment. He said, you can't have a handheld device in your hand when you're in control of the vehicle. I said, but I believe you're in control of the vehicle because you pulled me over, and if I wanted to drive away now, you'd stop me. So you're in control of the vehicle. So I'm going. He said, well, no, turn your overhead light on. I said, I don't know how to. It's a brand new car. Did I mention that? Yeah. So I pull out the book on the Leaf, and I start thumbing through it. And he goes, your license and registration is not going to be in there. And I go, no, I haven't really read the book, and I thought we could go through it together. And I go, you standing there in Vegas with all these drunk drivers, you're in a really dangerous position. You want to get in the car with me? So I finally, he kind of reaches in and goes, here's your license and registration. Here they all are, and they're all fine. He's not helping me. He's getting mad. And we go, no, he's not mad at all. He's just kind of laughing and exasperated and just kind of going up and going, you're going to write about this? He goes, I am. I go, I'm on my way home. We're having movies there. You want to come by? So we just have a fabulous time with him. And it goes, and we're probably pulled over for like 15 minutes, you know? And he finally says, well, I'm just going to let you off with a warning this time. I go, do you think that makes any difference to me at all? Do you think this is going to change my behavior in any way whatsoever? He says, no.
It's all just a waste of time.
Yeah, but it was wonderful. I love it. And you know, when you
enjoyed the conversation.
I love getting pulled over by police because most people, when I'm talking, walk away from me. But he can't because he could have a criminal there. You know what I mean? He doesn't know.
Take it.
You know, and I guess I kind of crossed a line saying that I hoped he got hit by a drunk driver. But he knew in my heart I didn't mean it.
Right.
He knew it was just a joke. And also, that's wicked dangerous. I don't like that cops do that because in Vegas, at any given time, 40% of the people on the road are shit-faced.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's driving drunk
something.
there. I mean, the two things we're good at in Vegas is driving drunk and suicide.
Suicide. Oh, of
A lot
course.
of
They
shit.
kind of bury that, don't they? That's not in the papers all the time. Is
That's
it?
actually that's the new slogan. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Come here to kill yourself.
That's what they mean by that. People are fucking killing
Welcome to
themselves.
Las
And that's
Vegas.
why they're staying in Vegas.
I'll tell you something creepy. You know, we were working on, we do the bullet catch in our show. So we do a lot of handgun stuff. We had a lot of training. And so we were at one of these shooting ranges, you know?
Yeah.
And the guy says, oh, man, this creeps me out so much. The guy says, you know, the horrible thing about working here is when the shooting stops. And I go, what? And he goes, sometimes, you know, we're sitting at the desk. It's a 24-hour shooting place. Guy comes in and asks if he can rent a gun and some ammo. And he goes into the range. And we're sitting here doing paperwork. And we hear bang, bang,
Oh, my
bang.
God.
He said, then nothing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then we know we got to call the police and clean up.
Oh, how often?
I mean, I didn't ask him, but
Enough where it bothers him.
You just asked often. I'm saying if that happens to me
One
once
time.
in 100 years, I'm pretty freaked out. And you know, you're sitting there, you're on the night shift at a gun range in Vegas. How much you get paid for that?
Yeah.
And you're sitting there, and all you're hearing all night is bang, 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 bang. You got the TV on over there, checking your texts, doing a little bit of paperwork. Bang, 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 bang.
Boy.
Wow. I learned something today.
Well, you'd think that when you came in, they would say, hey, how'd you do at the tables?
Yeah, exactly.
That should be the first question before they give you the fucking pistol.
Yeah, right.
How you feeling today? How you feeling it? You know, the guy hands you, you know, this is, put it on my credit card, put a little something for yourself there. You know, there must be some sides.
You know what I love about Vegas is going 2 blocks off the strip and you see the real fucking Vegas.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
How
yeah.
scummy and dirty it is. It's
It can
that
be.
close to the main road, too.
Yeah, yeah. You know, the people think that whole, and of course, now that, you know, Obama, for some reason, has this hard-on for Vegas saying, don't go there.
Yeah, repeatedly.
Why is he saying that?
Remember
Maybe
he
he's
said,
trying to balance
Well,
what just happened with that GSA fucking
oh,
scandal.
yeah,
He's
which
playing
is not,
embarrassed.
which is also, why are you buying commemorative coins when we have hookers in Vegas? What the hell? I mean, that is, I'm outraged by that, but just the way they spent their money. A mind reader, a clown, and commemorative coins?
Yeah.
And that's what's representing Vegas?
Right.
We have better stuff than that. Go see the Blue Man Group. Have yourself a good time. Hookers.
Yeah, there's a girl with a dick who needs to go through college.
Yes.
I hated the Blue Man
Oh,
Group.
did you?
Do you know those guys?
I love them. I love them. So I'm just gonna stick up for them. I just adore them.
By the way, I have to clear something up with Penn.
Yeah, Penn.
Which I forgot
You
about.
made it-
What?
You went after Jim Norton?
No, he didn't go. I wouldn't say he went after him. No, he didn't go after
Yeah,
him.
he went. You went after him.
When? How?
Yeah, it's
No,
bad.
he just misunderstood something
bad.
I did. I keep forgetting.
What happened? Tell me.
When you did your video podcast, you thought that I attacked people at Comic-Con. You didn't throw me into that. You thought that you said that you loved me.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, but then he makes fun of, you talk about people mocking Comic-Con people, and you thought I mocked Comic-Con
Did
people.
you? Yeah, I did say that.
You know,
I did believe that.
I
You
did a
didn't-
Leto piece, but wasn't mocking them.
It wasn't, okay.
And the bit I did is Chip Chipperson,
Yeah.
where I sound like I'm being mean to them. The joke is really that Chip stinks and my jokes are awful. So it really wasn't a mockery of
So
them.
I kind of fell for an Andy Kaufman thing.
Well,
Yes.
it's not really it's not even as deep as what Kaufman would do, because it is kind of punchline driven for people who know that just Chip stinks.
Uh-huh.
But the joke is that the Chip's jokes are terrible. But you thought I threw the Comic-Con people under the bus, but I really didn't.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
No, because
I'm
you
very-
didn't throw me under the bus.
Yeah, but I certainly
That clip.
Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, I see. Okay.
Chippa TV.
Yeah.
He's playing his character.
Yeah, I
which
was
is
just
really
doing that
good.
really just being an unfunny fucking mokes.
Well, then I misunderstood.
Yeah.
But I hope I said in there that I
You
love
did?
you.
Oh, no, you
Yeah.
did. Penn, you were very nice.
This would have been so much better if you guys grew up in families that yelled.
I did. I got yelled at, in soap in the mouth and all that stuff. And,
Soap in the mouth?
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. It's,
really?
yeah. Teeth scraped with soap.
Wow, we didn't have the soap
Yeah.
in the mouth.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you.
Helped.
I have my daughter is 6, and my son is 5. My daughter is Moxie, and my son is Z, and they're playing in the sandbox, and I'm reading next to them, and all of a sudden, Z, my son who's 5, sees a bug. And he sees a bug and goes, "What the fuck?" Because it's a bug. You're in a sandbox, you see a bug. What do you say?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why not?
And Moxie, who's my daughter, who's teacher's pet and just goody and kind of a little sickening. And she says, Daddy, Z said a bad word. And Daddy says, "Shut up, Moxie."
There you go.
Because if you see a bug, you've got to say, "What the fuck?"
Where do those names come from? Moxie and Z.
Moxie is I love it because it's an American word. It was invented for a soda. It's a soda in Maine called Moxie, and now means balls, chutzpah,
right.
guts, and that's her first name. And then Z's name is Zoltan, and that's my wife's maiden name. So his maiden name is that. And then my daughter's middle name, my son's middle name is Penn, which makes me real happy. And then my daughter's middle name is Crime Fighter, which I get a lot of shit for. All the stuff on the web talks about, asshole celebrities or their asshole children's names.
You made that list.
And it always says, Moxie, Crime Fighter, Jillette. And I get all the heat for it. It was entirely my wife, because my wife doesn't have a middle name. So when she was pregnant, we're talking about our daughter, what we're going to name her. We decided on Moxie. We love that name. It abbreviates to Mox. And I figure if she keeps the weight off and is good looking, she'll be Mox the Fox. And if she gets fat and ugly, she'll be Mox the Ox. It's her choice. It's her choice. She'll make that decision at 14 how many onion rings she wants. Up to you, Mox. I went, as you can see, Dad went with the onion rings. You can eschew the onion rings if you like, and you'll be Mox the Fox. Your choice. And then I said, "What's her middle name?" And Emily says, "I don't. Middle names are bullshit. Fuck that." And I go, "Well, she goes, I don't even know your middle name, and I'm married to you. No one knows your middle fucking name." And I go, "It's Fraser." And she goes, "Oh yeah, I did know that." And she goes, "But middle names don't mean anything." And I go, "Oh yeah, I just kind of thought, And then Jonesy, our piano player, the Penn and Teller show, had just read my novel Sock, and in it, one of the characters says, "From now on, call me Crime Fighter." And he says, "Why don't you call her Crime Fighter?" And Emily, my wife, says, "You want a middle name, asshole? Fine, it's Crime Fighter."
Nice.
And I go, I'm going to take the heat for this, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to say Penn Jillette crazy. She goes, "Good. You take the heat for that. It's Crime Fighter." And then I get excited because I figure when she's pulled over by the police, which is, of course, all I live for, she'll be able to pull out her driver's license and say, "Officer, we're on the same side. My middle name is Crime Fighter." And it's worked. My wife got pulled over for speeding. And she doesn't do the real performance art that I do. But she did say, "Do you know who this is in the back seat?" And he said, "No." And she goes, "That's Moxie Crime Fighter Jillette." And the police officer goes, "Yeah, I heard about that. That's really cool. That's the little crime fighter. Hi there, little crime fighter." No speeding ticket.
Nice.
Just walked away. So it's already been worth it.
It's awesome.
He lives an exciting life, doesn't he?
He does. He really does. Whenever I sit with him, and this is the second time I've been with you, I always walk out going, "I got to do more.
I got to do something with my
But
life.
it wouldn't work the same for you. You'd try it, and then the cop would go smart ass and fucking hit your teeth with a flashlight.
You'd be missing teeth. I just want to go for coffee with this guy.
Right.
Just getting coffee with Penn's got to be an adventure.
I try to make adventures out of things. Yes.
It's funny.
We've had dinner once in Vegas, and he was with my ex-girlfriend and myself and Penn. He was a fine dinner companion. Very enjoyable person to eat with.
I want to just go to Vegas to see the show.
It's phenomenal. It
I
really
haven't
is
been
phenomenal.
to Vegas in a while, but next time I go, that's where I'm going.
You got to come by.
Fuck that
And
Copperfield shit.
Make sure you let me know.
I will.
Because we can hang out. I had a great time with.
I will.
And he'll cut your payas off.
bacon cheeseburgers.
But I didn't know Penn honored requests like that. Like, I should have said, like, I haven't been blown ever. I didn't fucking hire a chick to blow me. I gotta milk this next time.
Everybody's crying.
I believe that we only exist to have good stories. And I think that me blowing Jim would be a really good story.
No, that's from you. I just want you to pay for it. I don't need to do it.
It's a better story if I do it. Much better stories.
And with a cheeseburger.
So who wins Celebrity Apprentice? You got enough money to tell us. I know you have enough money. I know you signed something, but fuck that. Who wins this thing? Let's make some news today.
Who do you think wins it?
Who's left? Lisa's there.
Lisa's there. Aubrey's there.
Aubrey, right?
Clay?
Clay's there,
I think
obviously. Yeah,
Clay's
yeah,
there.
yeah.
There's Di, Miss Universe.
Right.
Di and one more. What's that?
The housewife lady?
Teresa and Arsenio.
Teresa is a psycho, isn't she?
I didn't have interaction with her.
She's from New Jersey Housewives.
I get fired before. There's a few people I was never on the same team with. I wasn't really with Debbie Gibson at all. I didn't really overlap with certain people. I just spent most of my time with. They divide it, which is so kind of 50s to divide it men and women. That seems so. You kind of feel like you're on like some 50s show.
Do they figure that will get more controversy going? Are men more likely to fight with other men? Or is the dynamic of male and female not being together? It's harder for men to work shit out amicably than a man and a woman. Because with a man and a woman, maybe somebody will give because of that dynamic. Whereas with two women, they might just be catty twats. Right. Or two guys might yell
Actually,
at each
the
other.
original name of the show was Catty Twat.
But it was with a
Donald
double T at the end.
Trump's Gaddy. Well, double T so they could copyright it.
I just realized
You're fired.
You're fired. I just realized I don't care who wins. There's my answer, Penn.
Well, I think
there's my answer. Now that you're off, who gives a fuck?
I think the answer is that I won. Yeah. I got $250,000 for Opportunity Village.
That's awesome.
Cannot do better than that.
Yeah.
Your guy's telling us you got to go. You got other press.
Oh, yeah?
And we're ending anyway, so
okay.
I guess it works out. Sunday School, I'm a fan.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Go find that on iTunes, Penn Jillette's podcast, and Penn Jillette on Twitter. You don't have to promote that. It's like almost 2 million followers or whatever. Jesus.
And the show is honestly great. I mean, I really loved it. My ex and I went and saw it, and it was a great live show, man, at the Rio.
Who saw it recently? Was it Danny that came in here and said? Somebody just said they saw it recently and they were blown away.
Yeah, we're also putting a lot of new stuff in. We got no reason to.
Right.
We're just doing this stuff purely because we want to. Yeah. We just put in a bit called "I'm a Little Teapot." He's a little teapot, actually. It takes. I mean, this is what I always wanted to be when I was young. It takes about 2.5 minutes of stage time. We worked on it 2 years and 3 months, and almost $100,000.
Wow.
And it's like 2.5 minutes. It's gone, and I really want the audience. It's just a stupid trick, but it's impossible. It's the hardest magic you'll ever see, and we totally bury the lead. Don't let anybody know it's difficult. Don't underline it. Nothing. And we always, people after the show go, I don't think anybody noticed how hard that trick was. And I go, you did.
Right.
Yeah.
You're in the audience. You're not magic. You're not special.
Why 2 years?
Because nothing works. It's really hard.
Really?
So you rebuild it and you rebuild it.
And you can't fuck up
it.
once even, right? Although you told that great story on our show where you fucked up once.
Yeah, we can fuck up. But the thing is, magic is like if every time you wrote a song, you had to invent the instruments.
Right.
So we get this idea for a bit where, Teller's going to be a little teapot. He'll go in the audience. He'll take his jacket off. He'll show that his arms are clean. He'll walk up on stage. He'll stand in place, and I will start singing, "He's a little teapot, short and stout. Here is his handle. Here is his spout." He'll get into that position like a 5-year-old, and it'll just be like, boy, is this stupid. They've lost their minds. It's stupid. And when he says, "Tip me over and pour me out," I will lift him up. I will pour him, and water, hot tea, will flow out of his hands into a cup. And then I'll just put him down. And then I'll walk behind him to show there's no device behind him. And then I'll do the second verse of Teapot. He's a clever teapot. Yes, it's true. Let us show you what he can do. He can change his handle on his spout, tip him over, pour him out. And then with the whole audience ready for it, Teller will roll up his sleeves. I will pick him up, and I will pour water out of the other arm.
Nice.
And so that's wicked hard.
Yeah.
Because you're doing a complete levitation. I mean, it's the Copperfield flying. Copperfield does flying. It's a fabulous trick. It's 8 minutes. with a huge build-up.
Yeah.
He's flying all over the stage. This is exactly as hard as that because I can't pick him up and pour him out.
Right.
And we also have the production of water from bare hands with sleeves rolled up. So
I just want to say it's his fault, Roland. When Roland comes in, that means your people are panicking. And I just want your people to know it's his fault.
We
He's
haven't
telling
even
this
gotten to
story.
the steeping in this.
It really is Penn's fault.
But you understand.
You tell them.
So you sit down with the people and go, we want to do He's a Little Teapot, and you're building shit.
Right.
You got to levitate a full person on stage, and no one can see it. Then you got that fucking tea. And you wouldn't believe 1 year into it when we're saying to each other, how important is the water coming? I mean, isn't it like funny enough that we do a full levitation? Isn't that enough? Is that enough? And we go, yeah, that's enough. No, fuck it. We got to get and that's another year.
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
So,
Amazing.
So that's, we put that new shit in, and we got a new bit where we dress a cow as an elephant and vanish it surrounded by an audience, real cow. And we've been working with that fucking cow for, that's 3 years.
Wasn't there some story, some guy was out there trying to bust some of your stuff?
Oh, there's people that steal shit all the time.
Yeah.
But my feeling is we're doing it. People know that it's ours, so I don't worry much. Telly gets a little bit more tense about it, but not me. I gotta leave. I gotta go do
All right,
some other shit.
PennSundaySchool.com, Penn Jillette. We're leaving too. Hold on 1 second, Penn. Tom, where are you at?
I'm in Denver this weekend at the Comedy Works.
Be good, buddy.
All right, and Jimmy?
I will be with my boys shooting my special. We will be in Cleveland at the Hard Rock on Friday from 3 to 7 p.m.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great fucking crazy experience in Cleveland, I hope. And I'm looking forward to shooting the special finally. I'm dying.
When are you doing it?
Saturday at the Ohio Theater.
Oh, awesome.
Right on. All right. I want to thank Penn Jillette again. Do I have to do this now?
Yep.
Fuck. I just want to say, right, there goes Penn. All right, well.
Penn's a great guest, man.
We like talking to him after the mic's off.
He's a great guest.
Love him. Love Penn Jillette. What's up, Penn?
Hello, Penn, sir.
God damn, look at that nice suit you're wearing.
It is.
What's going on with you?
How can I get over?
That's nicer than usual there.
Baby, well, okay, good. I've stepped up in the world. I like that. I saw this guy out there.
Yes, hi,
Love of
buddy.
my life. How
Hi,
are you?
Penn.
Yes.
Good to see you, man.
Penn.
Here I am at home.
Yes.
The
Yes.
only place I truly belong on earth.
Exactly.
Right here, sitting right here.
We were watching you on the what they called the television earlier.
Oh, yeah, were you?
During,
Oh.
Televised
Looking
interview.
very fresh on TV. Look
Yeah.
at
Oh,
that
good,
shiny.
good, good. Was it that Fox thing?
It was
Yeah.
the Fox thing.
Yeah, it was great. What do you think about the political? I have no opinion of it, really.
None,
Is there a way
huh?
I can get a joke in here? But,
Hey, yeah.
the woman said, "You'll love this." You know, the woman. This is. There was a woman on there there's a women pundits have this kind of style thing they do.
Yeah.
And she sat down between us, and the host, making small talk as narcissistic celebrities do, said, "How many Twitter followers do you have?" He said, whatever her name was, Donna, I think.
Yeah.
And she said, "I have 56,000 Twitter followers." And the other two men went, "Huh," like with real disgust. 56,000. And she said, "But they're all really good. I really picked them carefully." And I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
You pick your Twitter followers carefully." She said, "No, I have an assistant that weeds out all the porno and all the
Quality
stalkers.
as opposed to
And I
quantity.
said, she said, "How many do you have?" And I said, "Hundreds. I have hundreds of followers, and I have slept with every one of them. My assistant makes sure that if my penis has not been in them, they are not my." How do you say you have a higher quality Twitter
Exactly.
followers?
Nice.
That is one of the most desperate claws.
It's like winning a sporting event, but then the losing team saying, "But the points I scored were so much better than yours." It's all about numbers.
Each sport nice and clean.
Right.
Nice and clean score.
You
Yes.
deal with a lot of haters just to keep your numbers up. Fucking assholes.
If you want to weed out the assholes from Twitter, you're down to maybe 4 followers. Let me see. I have Stephen Hawking, Richard Dawkins. They're following me.
Don't people understand that's what real friendships are for? Like the low number, high quality are the people you actually interact
That's real
with.
life.
Sure.
Right. Twitter is all about fucking numbers.
Yeah, and if 56,000 is not a good number either way,
yes.
if you have 56,000 quality relationships, you're fucked up.
Right.
If you have 56,000 Twitter followers, you're fucked up. It's the wrong number for everything.
For every type of relationship.
Well, almost, I think for everything.
For everything.
Name something that 56,000 is the best number for.
Yeah, it's not even good for
Blowjobs you've received.
this week.
There you go.
But
Jimmy
is that
answered
the
the
best
question.
number? Better than 57,000?
Good point.
I don't know the best number. I mean, the best number for sex, 3. You know, we already know those numbers, but the best number, 56,000 for anything?
No.
I know we're going to talk about your book, but I have to ask
We
you.
don't have to talk about my book. People know when I'm on here.
Beautiful.
I'm pimping something. I'm pimping the fucking book. It's called Every Day's an Atheist Holiday. Go out and buy it. We have a book signing. Now we can talk.
Okay. Nice. I want to talk about mediums. I think you've talked about it on a show before, but I'm obsessed with the Long Island broad because she's. And Jimmy says you can't like call them frauds.
No, you can't.
No, you
cannot
go
call
right
them
to
Why can't you call them
They'll sue
frauds?
you. They'll sue you.
They are. As a rule, there is a rule a litigious lot.
Yes.
Now, remember a television program called Penn and Teller Bullshit?
Sure.
Remember
Yes.
I
One of
called
my favorite shows.
a lot of people assholes,
Right.
a lot of people fuckwads.
Right.
I called a lot of people, which I like this one, we made it up, cunt pickle.
Yes.
We called this cunt pickle. You know, that
Right.
kind of, I didn't mean to gesture to you.
Yeah.
It's okay. I've been called worse.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Because we couldn't think of worse.
And it's completely accurate.
But you can't say fraud. Why?
What you want to do, and Al Goldstein taught me this.
Right.
Al Goldstein said, if you're on TV or in public and you're really pissed at someone,
Right.
make sure you use obscenity. Stupid motherfucker, you won't go to court. Liar, right to court.
Wow, yeah.
Because a guy can't really go into court and say, Your Honor, he called me a stupid motherfucker. I don't think I am a stupid motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know, dickwad, asshole, all really good. Liar, fraud, cheat, go right to prison. Take all the money you've ever made, give it right to the Long Island medium, just like that. Write a check
So
directly.
what can we
I
say
had a
about
debate
her?
about her recently, and somebody was talking about how she's real, and then she was
not
talking
real,
about how
in
she had
my
talked to
humble
mediums,
opinion.
and they. Well, it is an opinion, It's
Well,
like,
you got to end that.
No, not if you say liar or fraud.
oh no, but if he said she's not real, in my opinion, I mean that's a fair
In my
point to say. I
humble
don't think
opinion.
I don't think it's legit.
I'm so glad we have a lawyer here.
Yeah.
Because
Well-
otherwise I'd be really
Well,
nervous.
in my opinion, is the difference between there's a huge difference in litigation where if
Saying
you're
not
offering an
real.
opinion and a fact, a statement of fact is a dangerous thing, but an opinion you're allowed to have an
You're allowed to
opinion
have
if
an
you
opinion,
express
too.
it as an
Saying not
opinion.
real
But-
isn't calling someone a liar either.
But here's
better
my,
off,
yeah,
better off with
just-
asshole.
But
Yeah, you're right.
But you're the expert here, sir. And Jimmy was going to say, and I apologize for cutting Jimmy off, that a lot of people believe in this.
Yes.
I absolutely don't.
Yeah, there's nothing to it.
And okay.
There's nothing to it at all. And what's really sad about it?
So why can't he call these people out?
You can,
But in the way you
will,
said.
you will go to court, and it
crazy
will
to me.
be really, really stupid expensive.
Right.
When Uri Geller hit, the guy who bent the
Sure.
spoons with his mind, ostensibly.
Yeah.
Amazing Randy, my dear friend,
Love him.
said,
Get him on our show, please.
Said, we can,
Do
I
us
can
a
do
favor.
that.
We'd love to have him on.
We'll
We'd
make
love
that
to have
happen.
him on.
Amazing Randy in England said that he was something like, not the exact quote, but the idea was he was fooling scientists with tricks he learned from the back of cereal boxes. Apparently, scientists don't eat much cereal. That was the quote in England. Now, in England is really nutty because you can sue without being countersued if you do it in the USA if you're not an American citizen. Americans are fucked on this with people from other countries. So there was a court case that ended up costing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, man.
And Randy did fine. Randy didn't lose, but it was hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation because how could he prove absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt that Geller didn't have any powers? And when I would do one of your competitor radio show here in town, I used to get faxes before I'd go on Stern. And the faxes would say, Dear Penn, let you know I'm really listening to you on Stern. Sincerely, Uri Geller.
Wow.
Things like that would come in. And it's amazing. Those they're very, very, litigation is a really good way for them to get publicity, and they have a budget for that. So they would love nothing more than to have Opie in a little
lawsuit.
And doesn't Randy say, "I have found no evidence of it being true"?
No evidence.
Like that, but that's the way he phrases it, and it's like to call somebody a fraud is a very. I would never. I personally just don't buy it. I don't think that that's a possible thing.
You know why you won't say that? Because you're a fucking fraud. If you were real, you would say what you felt.
I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you, but it's for telling the truth loudly.
So how do they do this? In my opinion,
how can a person be read? Like to be,
in my opinion, tricked into believing that this person, and I'm not even talking about her anymore, just in general, is talking to someone
right a fucking way
from the afterlife. What's their technique?
Well, you can't ever pick one particular situation and then say this is how it's done, because there is an amalgam of all sorts of stuff that happens, and you're thinking on your feet, and you're also getting lucky. I'll give you an example of getting lucky that's beyond belief. We used to do a thing which was a seance, where we thought that a lot of people who were atheist and skeptic tended to think the people that believed this stuff were stupid. So way back in the early 80s, before we did Off-Broadway or anything, Teller and I would be hired for private parties of all skeptics. And we would say, we are fakes, we are frauds, total bullshit, but from here on, we're going to pretend we're not. And we're going to do a full-blown seance with table rattling and the whole thing. And people would think it was going to be this funny little lark, and we would scare the living shit out of people.
Wow, really?
We stopped doing it. In about 84, 85, we hit Off-Broadway. And in about 1990, Spielberg had heard about the seances, and that only, that fewer than 100 people had seen them, and that we had stopped doing them. And all he wanted from his friends...
Mitch Spielberg, right?
Yeah. For a bachelor party was for Penn and Teller to do the seance for 12 of his friends.
Cool
and it was like, Harrison Ford and Dustin Hoffman.
Holy shit.
So we flew out. We took a night off from our Broadway show and flew out to do this seance we hadn't done in 5 or 6 years. And one part of it that was just horrendous and just freaked people out. Now, we tell everybody it's fake, but once we start going, we said if anybody says anything about being fake, after we start, we just leave. It's just done. It's just over. So you pretend you believe for this amount of time, and don't bust us. And there's, perfume from there and holding hands and all of this. And we did this one section that was so creepy, where we had these pictures of atrocities and sexual perversions that we had gotten, that we'd hand out all around.
Or Jimmy's hard drive, as we call it.
Really creepy, unpleasant shit. We handed around about 20 pictures. And we asked each person to pick a picture that gave them the strongest reaction, which is also really uncomfortable in front of people to say, here, the picture of this guy's face being blown off, that's the one I'll take. And then we would gather those up, right? And we would shuffle them up, and we would pick one and put it down there, and then we would take some blood and put it in a petri dish, and run it over a slate, and this very mystical wording would appear, or writing. And then we would sit there for 10 minutes with these people wonder what that means. We had to pretend we didn't know what it meant. And they would all sit around figuring, and someone would finally figure out that it meant Deuteronomy and a chapter and verse. And they'd run and get a Bible. And there in that chapter and verse in the Bible was the exact description of the atrocity we were looking at. And it was just blood curdling. And this whole trick, this kind of magic, that intimate, close magic is very slow. You want a 2-minute act in a live show, but sitting around with 12 people, you can go 25 minutes on this creepy thing, and it comes out. Now, we rehearse this, and there is a move you do. You collect the 12 selected pictures of the many, and then we're shuffling them and going through them, and the hero one, the one we want, is marked, and then Teller's doing a move and I'm doing a move, and we end up forcing the picture we're going to do, right? Forcing. There's a trick. Serious tricks with that picture's chosen, then there's a way to get the thing on the slate. So we're prepared to do that, right? So we get there and we lay the pictures out, and Spielberg goes, I want this one. And you're not taking it out of my hand. I want this one. because he knows there's a trick coming.
Oh,
he
shit.
grabs one and says, I want this one. No way out. We are belly up, dead in the water, floating. Then he turns the picture, and he's holding the hero.
Nice. Oh, fuck.
He is now holding. We now have 6 minutes of work that we do not have to do.
Right.
Wow. He has just done it's just pure dumb luck. And he didn't even pick the one that grabbed him. He picked the one, that was
random
just to fuck with us. He didn't even look at it.
Man.
I want this one, and his hands gripped on it. I won't
Basically
let go
saying,
of it.
I'll show them.
I won't let go of it. He's holding it.
That's great.
And because I'm not as much of a professional as I should be, I made eye contact with Teller for a second, which I never should have done. And Teller just goes. So I say to Spielberg, no, look at all of them. Do you want to change your mind?
Oh, wow.
And he goes, no. And I'll go, really, look at all of them. Really, look at all of them. Do you want to change your mind? No. And he holds it. And I go, all right. Okay, let's get some blood and try this. I'm sorry, I don't know if this will work. You might have screwed us up. You might have screwed us up. Might have screwed us up. And we go through that, and the writing comes out, and they go to the Bible. It describes it exactly. And everyone at the table, actually gets like a little woozy.
Oh, wow.
And I say to them afterwards, which is so funny, I say, I want you all to remember exactly what happened here. And every single magician you meet, you tell them what happened and ask them how we did it. You just ask them. Now, if you're doing magic all the time, if you're doing tricks all the time, that's going to happen. That's going to happen. If you have an asshole that reaches into a deck and just pulls one out and you don't see it and you haven't picked it out, you haven't done anything, and says, tell me what this card is, and you say 7 of diamonds, more than once in 100 times, you're going to be right.
That's true.
And there's a lot of tricks. There's a lot of tricks that are one-on-one where you just plain do that. Take a shot that's 1 in 10, and if you hit, it's over. It's a miracle.
And it looks amazing.
All you need to do is have another trick that's really good you can go into.
Yeah.
It's a thing called Dave Vernon, who's the father of contemporary close-up magic. Did all these what's called tricks you can't possibly figure out. And they are all multiple outs, which means I start the trick. You think I know what trick I'm doing, and I don't. I have 20 tricks that I could be doing, depending on what you do.
Wow.
Right.
If he happens to hold it up so I see a reflection in his glasses, that's the trick I'll do. If he happens to tip it like this, that's the trick I'll do. If he reaches into the middle of the deck where I know I've got a little stack and a plug, that's the trick I'll do.
So there's an answer for any direction. It's almost like Mad Libs in a weird way. Any direction
it's
you're
even
going.
weirder than that. The guys that are really good, there was a cat named Eddie Fechter, who worked up in Buffalo, New York at a place called the Forks Motel. This guy learned his magic in the joint. He had jailhouse tats all over him. Big fat guy, Eddie Fechter. And the way he would practice magic, okay, this is how advanced he was. The way he would practice magic, he would take 2 decks of cards, shuffle them both, take the deck of cards in his hand, turn over the top card, okay? No way he could know what it was. No way he could have any idea what it was going to be. Then he would do a miracle with the deck he had in his hands. Just glimpse down, see if he saw it on the top, see if it was on the bottom, look at the top 3, top 4, cut it, try it again while he's talking, do the whole thing, and then find a way to make that interesting. Put a 12 down and spell it. 7 of clubs. Put a 15 down and spell it. Queen of diamonds. He knew how to spell every word, the age, everything. Wow. How many children do you have? Put it 4th from the top. If you can't quite glimpse it, say you'll find the suit and the number with 2 other cards. You have the 7 of diamonds. Oh, here's a 7. Here's a diamond. Put them together. And he would do that all day long. So no trick, just ad-libbing. Okay, but put that together. Once you have that kind of toolbox, that anything you do, I'm just comfortable, now take someone who's not like you, an asshole at a party that wants to see a card trick, but take someone that's grief-stricken, full of pain, desperately wanting to hold on to something.
believe, right? Yep.
Then you go in with that same fucking toolbox,
Yeah.
that incredible toolbox, and you are doing this. You are picking a fight with someone who is in the hospital. I mean, that's what you're doing. You're in full fighting form. You're ready to go. You're ready to do anything, and they've just come out of surgery.
Wow,
you don't need to have all those great moves. All that being said, the fact that never could anyone explain the trick we did for Spielberg, because it involves, if someone said to you, how did Penn and Teller do that? And the magician said, I think they got lucky. You go, oh, bullshit.
Get out of here.
They didn't go into Spielberg's house thinking they'd get lucky.
Yeah.
And you go, well, no, but they had another trick to do. They didn't do that trick. I did that once on a talk show. We were going out on Letterman, and Letterman just happened to pick the card that we were going to force in the next trick that was already loaded.
Wow.
And just went, oh, ta-da.
Now we go.
Right.
we go right to that.
Now it's
if
that
you have
trick,
that
yeah.
information in your head. So, but when you add to that, one of the things you'll hear people do, if you want to do a real psychic reading, the first thing is to get people to believe there's some way you're doing that. You cannot do it as a joke. Because belief is really part of it. Then, if you just say things and take them back, they're true for everybody. Let me show you what I'm going to do it. Anthony.
Yes, sir.
I see you as a child. I see you young. You're with all the other children. You're playing. You get along with them, but somehow you feel alone. Somehow you feel separate. You're working hard. You're working very hard. You're trying to get along with them and get all your studies done. But there's a part of you that's holding back. You feel you could be better. Oh my God. You're strong. You're very strong. You're very strong emotionally, but there's a weakness somewhere in your heart that you sometimes feel. In your career, you've been very, very ambitious. You've been very successful, but sometimes you worry you're not as successful as you could be. You're a very tall man who's also kind of short. You're fat, but you're also thin. You're smart, but you're also stupid. Everything you say, just take it back. Everybody, no one says everything I've done's been 100% successful. Every person. You've been in love a few times, sometimes successfully, sometimes not.
Wow.
The love of
This
your
is
life
spot on.
may have gotten away, but you still feel a tenderness that has been fulfilled.
Yes, I do. Oh my God. So they're basically fishing,
there.
and they watch what you grab
no,
for.
I haven't even done the fishing.
Oh,
yet.
you haven't?
All I've done is do it and take it back. Also, the other trick, which is horrible,
great.
is just say what you'd like to believe about yourself. Because the reason poetry works, the reason this show works, is because people have a lot of similarities. When Bob Dylan sings, I married Isis on the 5th day of May, but I could not hold on to her very long, so I got on my pony and I rode straight away. Nothing happened to you on those dates. You didn't get on a pony, but there's something emotional that means something to you and you hold on to it. It is a perversion of poetry.
Everyone has shortcomings that they know about, and if you talk about that, like, oh, you feel like you could do better. Everyone feels they could be in a better situation than
Always,
they're
no matter
in.
who you are.
Then there are other great tricks. There are 5 people in your family.
Oh.
There's 5 people in everyone's family because if it's just you're an only child, it's you, your mother, your father, your grandparents were pretty close to you.
Yeah.
If you have 4 brothers and sisters, there's 5 children in your family. If you have 3, if you have 2 brothers
if
and
you have
sisters,
7
and
siblings,
your mother and
though?
father,
How does that
7
work?
siblings, you're only close to about 5 of them. You're really, you can always alibi.
In your head, you're like, okay.
Always alibi. Then, if you hear these people, you always want to never ever trust what you remember, because as Randy's fond of saying, you don't say, "I woke up last night at 3 a.m. in a cold sweat, and nothing else happened, and I went back to bed." That's not a memory. You have to have something important to remember it. That's the way our mind focuses on stuff. So what these people will also do is they'll throw out a zillion things, and they'll just watch your face. Now, remember, nobody is trying to test them. They already believe it.
Right.
So when they're talking, people will go, and I've watched videotapes of people that say, they told me this stuff and I said nothing, and the people are going,
Yeah, they're nodding their head. Yeah.
Shaking their heads. Yes. So I see you have your wife is a blonde brunette, redhead. And they work their way down on that, and then they get lucky on a few things, and that's what the people. And they'll always tell the people, "I want you to remember this and be able to check it. So write this down." Then when they hit something, they say, "Write it down." What you want to hear is a tape recording of those actual things that's not edited, and then it is hysterical because they told you were married to people with 8 different names. They told you your grandparents were alive and dead. They told you your parents died young and died old. And they'll always say, when that someone comes to you, it's a time of crisis. That means someone died, it's a divorce, or it's financial.
Yeah.
You already know that, or they wouldn't fucking be there.
You don't just on a whim decide to go and get some type of reading.
This is all stuff that's just called cold. That's stuff if you just walk in and I know nothing.
Right.
There's another thing that's a little bit depressing, which is we don't really listen to each other. When you talk to somebody, you're always, especially for us, thinking about what you're going to say next, where you're going to go, where you're going to go. If you just sit with someone, next time you're on a plane with a stranger, try this experiment. Don't give any thought to what you're going to say or what you want to tell about yourself, but just say to yourself, I'm going to get all the information I can from this person as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And then you look at their hands, how much does the watch cost, what rings are they wearing, what kind of clothes are they wearing, where are they looking, what are their glasses, what kind of iPad do they have, what's on it, go through that whole thing, and then just say, how are you doing? And then say, what accent do they have, what music do you have on your iPod? And you'll find, if you don't think about yourself at all, you just think about the other person, they tell you everything.
You could get a pretty good line on who they are and what they do. Yeah.
All of this is for cold readings. That's just someone that walks in, you know nothing about them. Now we'll go to hot readings, which means someone tells you, my friend Anthony is really interested in talking to a psychic. He's going to come in next week. I gave him your number.
Wow.
Yeah. Then
Google,
well, you don't even need that.
Yeah.
If you know you have a whale, if that cat's got money, then you can afford a private investigator.
Oh, shit.
Now, if you move to another town, okay, so you've been going to one psychic, okay, and now you're going to move to Atlanta, and you tell your psychic, I can't go anymore to you because I'm moving to Atlanta. Do you know a psychic down there?
Oh, my God.
They say, sure I do. Here's the name of a couple of them. They get on the phone, and they send your file and your tapes. And if you've been going to that psychic for a year, they have reams of information on you. You go into Atlanta, you walk in, and then you tell all your friends, the psychic never met me before, never even knew my name. I walked in.
Wow. Wow.
And that's just, and then you do it on TV,
right?
And you can edit out, you can shoot
all the
3 hours,
right?
And then edit it down to nothing.
And why do they get a pass? Because their skill or whatever, their power is vague. They get these vague.
Yeah, I see a Julie or a John or a Jenny.
But why do they get a pass on that? If you have this skill, why would it be crystal clear what you're seeing?
Well, also, I know for
I mean,
a
we
fact,
know why, but why do they get a pass on that?
Well,
yeah, they do.
I heard this. If you want to hear a case of someone ad-libbing really badly, John Edward. I heard this story this is a secondhand story. I wasn't actually there. John Edward did one of his shows in Atlantic City. Now, Atlantic City. Remember that. And he is on stage in front of all these people. And he says, in Atlantic City, does Greece mean anything to anyone? Greece. I'm thinking Greece. Okay. Now, big Greek population in Jersey. Pretty safe when you've got an audience of 1,000 people. that someone has something to do with Greece and their ancestry. And a woman raises her hand and says, my mother just passed away, and she loved that movie.
Oh,
she loved that movie.
Oh,
and the guy is such a dipshit, he says, I'm at the country.
Why wouldn't he just go with it?
You would think.
Yeah,
you would think,
yeah.
Because they aren't even smart. I mean, if you guys turned into this, it would be just.
And I saw what you said there. You didn't say fraud. You said dipshit.
Yeah.
See, I learned, Penn Jillette.
Exactly.
I learned. We got to get Chris Tucker in here. You want to hang?
Yeah, hang with us.
I'd love
He's
to.
only here for 10 minutes because he has to be out by 9:40.
Yeah.
Oh, is that it?
No, stay,
No,
stay,
no,
stay.
this is fascinating.
Love it.
Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
How you doing, man? Good to see you, man.
How are you?
Oh, Penn.
You want to take my mic?
Hey there, Chris.
No,
How you doing, man?
just stay. Hey, Chris, what's up?
I'm going to move over one so he's more towards.
Oh, it's like the Carson show.
Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting.
Move down the couch.
We're overbooked today. I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
Penn is one of our pals and just amazing to listen to. My God.
I'll step over to the side here.
They're telling us you only have till 9:40.
Yeah, we didn't know that. We thought
Yeah.
you had a little longer than that.
You're very busy. Busy man.
We're talking about psychic stuff. Penn is really, really big on not necessarily believing that. I don't know how I feel about it. Are you a believer or not?
I went to a psychic and she wouldn't read me because she knew I wasn't going to pay her.
Oh, really?
She said, "You're not going to pay me. Get out of here." I said, "You must be real."
You're good. You are good.
Do you buy that stuff or no?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Good for
They
you.
tell me something I don't want to hear.
They're all,
You gonna get hit by a car? What? Where? I don't know. Just
Yeah, don't be vague when it comes to like hit by a car or meteor.
they're all dipshits.
There you go.
You know, I had a woman I was arguing with about it, and she said, because she was like, no, I talked to my father. They told me, and it's like, you can't, it's such an emotional thing for people. You don't want to say, no, your father didn't communicate with you from the dead. It's heartbreaking.
But you remember when someone dies that you loved, all you have of them is the memories. The most valuable thing I have in my life is my memories of my mom, my dad, and my sister, who are all dead. These people think they're giving comfort, but in reality, they're distorting the memories of the people I love the most. And that, I don't care about them stealing the money nearly as much as I care about them stealing and altering the memories in people's minds. Because, you know, your mother had this exact personality that you loved, and now she comes back from the dead and says, Houdini is the famous one. After Houdini's mother died, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who wrote the Sherlock Holmes thing, who was a big believer, brought him to a psychic who communicated with his mother. It was actually Arthur Conan Doyle's wife did automatic writing. She got a letter from beyond, from Houdini's mother, which said, "Dear Harry." Now, his mother never called him Harry because it wasn't his name. It was Eric. His mother didn't speak English. His mother was he was born in Budapest.
Yeah, they got
And
Rosetta Stone up there.
there was a
It's amazing.
cross on the top, and his father was a rabbi. So, in every one of those first few things, there's that distortion. So that's what troubles me.
So the name was wrong, the religion was wrong, and the language was wrong. 0 for 3.
Great.
0 for
Brilliant.
3. So we're sorry you kind of came into kind of a crazy
environment.
crazy show
oh,
today.
that's good.
Now, what do you got going on now? Your movie, right?
Yeah,
right?
I'm in this movie, A Silver Lining Playbook, with Bradley Cooper, Robert De Niro, Jennifer Lawrence, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Bradley Cooper's character is in this mental patient and dealing with bipolar. My character is the mental patient too. We meet in this institution and become friends, I guess. And then he gets out, try to rebuild his life. I get out and I just show up throughout the movie, man. And it's pretty fun character.
Did you stop doing films for a while or stand up? Because I've seen you at the Comedy Cellar a few times. And
Yeah.
it's like, are you doing sets again, or did you? Someone said that no, he got very religious and he just didn't want to perform anymore. Is that true, or is that not true?
You know, I took a break from time to time, but I've been doing stand up for the last 7 years. I went back to the comedy clubs, and I've been touring for the last 2 years across the country. And I just filmed my stand up comedy movie, like Eddie Murphy's Raw or Richard Pryor Live in Long Beach, coming out early next year. Filmed it in my hometown in Atlanta at the Fox Theaters.
What made you stop doing films? Because you were doing really well.
You know what? I'm real picky. And a lot of the stuff was the same stuff coming in. So I said, let me just take a break, and then something like this. A Silver Lining Playbook with a great director, David O. Russell, and a great cast. I like stuff like that. Even if I'm not the main star in the movie, I like to be a part of something good, and it's making good noise out there.
But it wasn't like you objected over the content or the language or any of that stuff.
No, it's I always had a plan about what I would do in my career and what direction I'd take. But no, it wasn't that. No, just wasn't interested at some stuff. So
Yeah, it goes. You were in quite a few movies that made a lot of money.
Yeah,
that Rush Hour stuff absolutely
Did all right,
probably
Did
put
all
It did all right.
a few roofs over your head.
Jackie Chan's a close friend of mine.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Any $100 million movie guy you want to stay close to.
That's right.
No reason to fuck that relationship
Yeah.
up.
Want him to stay healthy.
Was it
He did one more out of him.
was it that kind of stuff though that you were being approached to just continuously do that type of character? And
Sometimes some of it was, and I was looking for something different. But yeah, something action cop movie, and I was like, we did it so well in the Rush Hour. I'll leave it alone. Let's do something else.
So is this new movie more of a dramatic thing, or is it a comedy?
Yeah, it's dramatic. It's dramatic, and it's real interesting. Like I was saying, the timing of it is great. Because it's dealing with mental illness, and I think everybody got a little something. Because we all need balance in life, and so it's a great movie.
Yeah.
Great movie to explain that, and just about a family dealing with family issues. Bradley Cooper's character is bipolar. His dad has Robert De Niro, played by Robert De Niro, is OCD. He's his vices is gambling on games because he lost his job and lost his pension, and his mother is right there trying to hold the family together. And my character's shows up out of nowhere all the time, and then Jennifer Lawrence from the Hunger Games, a great new actress. Her character has a sexual addiction, because her husband died, and a whole story about that. So it's
Pretty good one.
Do you got any of that stuff? You have any of that stuff? I mean, comics are always messed up on some level.
I just want to say that OCD, those letters should be in alphabetical order. It should be CDO.
Yeah, very good observation there. Absolutely.
Do you have any of that stuff that I mean, as a comic, I'm addicted to sex. I'm addicted to everything I touch. I can't stop doing. And it's like we're all fucked up.
I know. Actually, you got to fight it. You got to fight it to be strong. So that's how you survive.
Oh, I did, but I lost. I mean, believe me, I fought hard, but I just seem to lose a lot.
Every comic I know, there's something just a little off about you guys.
You know who I can't figure out? Seinfeld. I don't know him that well, but I've never seen Seinfeld do anything particularly unhealthy.
Oh, it's got to be really strange.
There's got to be something.
There's got to be something.
Human sacrifice in his basement. Something so over the top bad.
He invites Jehovah's Witnesses in and decapitates them. He probably does.
That would be a public service.
Oh my God.
But it's like I can't find any chink in his armor. There's got to be like every comic has a problem or some type of an addiction.
What about Steve Martin? Steve Martin, smart, polite, kind.
But he's probably, from what I know about Steve Martin, he's a big art collector. Mm-hmm. So for him, it may be a bit of that, of some type of a hoarding or spending. I don't know him well.
Art collecting is some sort of mental illness?
No. But I'm saying if he does that to an extreme, because I hear he's like a real.
He knows art. Yeah.
Yeah. If you do that to an extreme, it could be like collecting baseball. I don't know.
Do you think that comics are different than guys that work at McDonald's, or is there that much?
I think that very few jobs have as many of one personality type in them.
Yeah.
Like you find a lot of type A personalities or fucking quarterbacks or whatever. Like that's what I'm saying. Like every comic I know. And most jobs aren't made because you're insecure. Comedians are comedians basically because we're insecure, fucked up disasters. That's what I found.
I also think like some guy just working a normal 9-to-5 job doesn't open himself up like a comic does. So a comic is more exposed to people going, "Wow, he's fucked up," as opposed to the guy just working at a store. You're willing to tell people how screwed you are for a few chuckles.
Yeah, but you also focus on your sickness.
Motherfuckers.
Well, yeah, but it's good fodder for jokes. I mean, what I mean?
It's not healthy to think about yourself all the time.
No, it's not good. I mean, or to think about everything everybody else is doing and analyze why they're doing it.
Are you content to like? And this goes to both of you guys. Are you content with your own thoughts? Does being alone thinking trouble you? Because I need the TV on constantly. I can't be left to my own
devices. Here's the question. Were any of you also molested, like Anthony probably was?
What is Anthony, what's the thought that troubles you? You've never really explained it.
I like relaxing, but like just abstract thoughts of...
But it actually bothers you? It freaks you out?
No, not freaks me out as much as it's just exhausting to go through.
Wow, you might have an OCD
just
thing.
the
CDO.
No, just thinking about like the universe and
wow.
Wow. It's just your mind's constantly.
That's
going.
exactly what Stephen Hawking would be like if he could move.
Exactly. Just having the honeymooners on in the background so he didn't have to think of his alcoholic father.
Yeah, but why is it troubling? That we all have that. Our
Because
brains
it's
are
like-
always doing something.
You know when you say you can't sleep at night,
Right.
and stuff. There's a reason you can't, right? Well, this is the reason I wouldn't be able to say. If I leave the TV on, it's nice. I got something going in the background.
I like that. Well, everybody just ignored the fact that when Opie had to describe what was going on in his head, he said stuff. But why does all that thought?
Just
Stuff.
We all I mean, but you didn't need any detail. Our brains are always working, is what I'm saying. And we're thinking
They're
of
always-
stuff.
Chris
He's
Tucker
always,
knows
what I'm saying.
He's always thinking stuff.
It's just constantly.
But it's troubling to him. That's the word I keep
It's not
picking
as
on.
troubling. I don't want to
So
get
they
this
may
misconception that it's
misrepresented
so
it.
troubling. It's just sometimes you just
I
don't
hate
want to think so much.
Yeah.
You just want to like when you think ignorance is bliss. It is kind of like you look and go, I bet that guy doesn't think about anything. I bet it's so nice and easy to just fall asleep in a quiet room.
And he glanced over at Opie. I bet that guy doesn't think about anything. He's just thinking stuff.
Stuff, things.
Well, yeah. Is anybody else like that? I can't watch TV. I have to be total pitch black
It's gotta
silence
be
when I sleep.
completely silent.
I like the whole world to be shut off when I'm laying down. No outside noise.
My wife comes in the door with just a key. It'll wake me up,
I
and she
sleep
knows
like
she's
a
got to be
rock.
quiet. It's brutal. I'm the lightest sleeper ever. I think.
I like the TV
Stinks.
sometimes.
Do ya?
Sometimes,
Yeah.
last
You sleep
night
with
fell
the TV
asleep
on.
with TV on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
And,
that.
Sometimes it take care of subconscious and
Oh, I like when it influences dreams
Oh, boy,
sometimes.
does it.
Kind of gets a little weird in there. Dreams are great.
I woke up one time,
It's like a pisser. You could be in all kinds of trouble. The police and this and that. And then you wake up and go, I'm out of trouble. This is great. That was easy. Piece of cake. Oh,
And then you wake
love
up and you
that.
realize you're in more trouble than you were in the dream. Like, wow, I didn't dream that I was file trading with Gary Glitter, but I guess that's reality. you ever fall asleep and wake up and one of your own films is on?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's Gary.
Oh,
Do
man.
you watch it if it's on? Like, I won't watch something. I've been in so few things, but I can't.
I won't watch
Yeah,
it.
the odds of it are so astronomical.
Well,
I watch Fifth Element all the time. I watch the first Rush Hour all the time.
What about the second? Why not the second one?
Oh, I watch the second one too. Second one. The third one I'll watch. So.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
He'd rather just view his bank account on his phone.
I don't watch anything with me in it and don't
Really?
read anything with my name in it ever.
Do you watch the
Never
bullshits though when you're
never
editing them or no?
Never seen one of them.
Come on. Why though?
I just I'm done with that. I have no interest. Anything I find I can't fix. I love the writing. I love the performing.
Are you part of the editing process? Or
Teller does that. If
Oh,
there's
okay.
if there's a real question for me and they have to bring me in, I will. But there's no memorabilia of Penn and Teller around my house. There's no my children they love the show we did on Discovery called Tell a Lie.
Right, yeah.
And they love that show. And if they're watching it, they know when Daddy comes in, they turn it off. Go watch something else. Watch porno or something.
Wow. And so you don't want to collect any of your stuff?
Oh no! There is a collection for
But it's just
archival purposes, but not for me to watch.
Right,
I'm
right.
always amazed. There's some musicians that I know that you go over their house and they're playing their records.
What?
Yeah, I know. I've met musicians who you go to visit them and they're just listening to one of their
Come
old
on, give
records.
us one name.
I'm not going to give
Come
you
on,
the
I
name.
mean,
No,
is it Clapton?
I will be beaten senseless.
Beaten senseless. Courtney Love. Wow, I can't do it
that's
either. I can't watch myself. I watch
people can't
myself
watch
to
it.
neither
edit.
can the general public.
That is true. Yeah, that's one thing I have in common with them. I find me repulsive and boring. But could you sit down with a group of people and watch your own stand-up or movies comfortably? Like, if you have to do it, you have to do it. But can you sit there and watch?
Yeah, if I'm working and something out and they want to see it, yeah, I'll love it because I can get to get some work in and then they're watching it and it makes it more easier
Wow.
than me by myself. So.
Imagine liking what you do.
I cannot. I literally can't comprehend. I can't comprehend it. Everything I do, I think, is an absolute hunk of shit. I pause for Anthony to insert
No,
something.
I will not say a word.
But I mean, I just can't watch it.
Because I think it's a dream of people, a fantasy, to have a movie, be in a movie, and then go to the theater, sit in the back of the theater just in an anonymous crowd,
And jack
watch.
off.
And jack
And boo loudly. What I do is I actually whenever I'm on screen, I'll wear like a funny hat and I'll just start an applause break every time I'm on it. So
It's gonna clap.
yeah, this guy's fucking good. They're telling us you have to rap. We only had a couple of minutes. We only had 15 minutes with Chris. But the movie is Silver Linings Playbook with you and Bradley Cooper and of course De Niro. And you've been in a million fucking big movies. So I mean, we're happy you came in. I'm sorry, it was
come
so
back.
short.
Yeah, come back when you have more time, man.
Thank you for sure. I think it comes out Friday in New York and November 21st all across the country. So
Okay.
I'll be seeing it.
All right, thank you.
Very
Oh,
cool,
and also
man.
I got
Thanks so
a
much.
stand-up comedy movie. I talked about it.
What's it called?
It's good. I think we're going to name it Return or something like that. First of the year, it'll be coming out. Stand-up comedy movie.
cool.
All right, thank you guys.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thanks so
All right,
much,
Chris.
man.
Hey, Penn, you sticking around?
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, more with Penn Jillette. Stay there.
You don't want to do this, Opie? All right. If you ask any girl, Opie,
I don't believe in fucking engagement rings.
it's the greatest gift a woman could ever get.
Oh.
You get credit for it all the time. Anthony, you know about engagement rings, don't you?
Tell me about it.
Wow.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Aunt doesn't believe in fucking engagement rings
No,
either.
you guys. You have to know. Penn, you know about engagement rings. Penn Jillette.
If you ask any girl, any woman, I prefer to say woman, what's the best gift she ever got, without hesitation, I've been thinking about it, she'll say her engagement ring. It's so important. It's not just a ring, not just a sign of affection, it's everything to her. Every time she looks down at her finger, every time she washes her hands, every time someone at the store hands her change, you get credit. Every time she shows her friends, you get credit. You get credit for that ring every day. So it's got to be perfect. And Steven Singer gets that. At Steven Singer Jewelers, they have the perfect system to make you get the perfect ring. Steven Singer knows how important it is, and it's painless. So many of us guys have made the trip to Steven Singer. What are you waiting for? Just go online to IHateStevenSinger.com or head to a store or at the corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly. With Steven's 100% money-back guarantee, you'll get the best service, best value, and best experience. This is a guy you can trust with the most important gift you'll ever give. Steven Singer Jewelers, the other corner of 8th and Walnut. On the phone at 1-888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER or online at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Told you guys.
Oh, wonderful.
Sirius XM. Yeah. This is the Opie Anthony Show.
We just got word that Susan Boyle's walking by the studio. We've been nice to her over the years, right?
Yeah.
Very excited.
Susan Boyle and Jimmy's out there with the camera, and Roland said she won't take any pictures.
Well, if you look like her, would you?
Oh, Jesus. Wow, Ope. You are really,
Honest? The fuck? What's wrong with honesty, Pent? Tell him.
Right.
He betrays his wife? Of course he cheated.
Yeah, that's...
Holy fuck.
That situation.
Stop asking why would he?
You're not. You said earlier you're not very political. You don't really delve into the political forum.
Oh, I'm very, I'm a libertarian. I'm as far right as you can go on money and as far left as you can go on sex. I want as much. want as much freedom as possible, and I want people to have as much responsibility as possible.
That is fantastic. That's exactly where I fit in. Everybody pigeonholes me as a right-wing Republican kind of thing, but no, my things like sex, gay marriage, abortion issues. I fucking do whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Fine
Just
with
don't
it.
make me pay for it.
Right. Right. I don't like being a partner 50-50 with the government.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
No,
Why aren't there more libertarians out there?
Well, I think if you run
Too logical?
if you run a test, if you ask people questions, they a huge majority comes out to be libertarians.
Yeah.
But then they don't have the hype. It's amazing. I mean, what makes me crazy, and I've carried on about this before, and I won't do a whole thing about this, but our president is Obama. Obama was a pothead and even played around a little with some blow. And he is now saying that states that have voted to make marijuana legal, the federal government will come in and override them and put people in prison.
Yeah.
Does he honestly believe that if he had gone to prison for pot, he would have had a better life and done more for our country? I don't think so. And he goes on Jimmy Fallon and he jokes about dope. It's like a little joke. There's probably a pothead calling in. People are doing years in prison for marijuana. Now, I've never smoked marijuana in my life, never had a sip of alcohol, but
I never had a sip.
Steve Jobs smoked dope. Do we really think our country would be better off if Steve Jobs had been in prison?
Yeah.
I mean, do we really think that everybody that smokes... Because if you have something illegal in your country, it means by definition you think everyone who does that should be punished. Everyone.
Right.
Do we honestly believe that everyone that smokes dope should be in prison? Who would do anything? We would have no one left in the country except me and Donald Trump. That's who you would have. Everybody else in prison.
So why is the sentence so harsh?
Well, the sentence changes everywhere. I mean, some places it's very, very mild.
right,
you know?
yeah,
But
yeah.
No, in a lot of places it's pretty harsh.
really harsh. And it also costs us a lot of fucking money.
course. Yep.
Why do you want to pay $75,000 a fucking year to keep a pothead in prison?
Screw it.
I could use that money for other stuff.
Absolutely.
Stuff.
What happened, Jimmy? You're
I'm just-
smiling
wait,
way
she's,
too.
no, she's coming down to the green room. I'm just disgusted at myself.
Why?
Because I'm standing. I'm waiting for a photo with a monster.
See? Jimmy said it too.
You're terrible.
I'm a fucking creep.
That poor nice woman is.
What does she
you
look
know.
like in person?
I don't know. I'll let you know, but I don't
Do
have my
people look
hopes up.
better in person than on the TV?
Well, when you can't look worse.
Put it this way. That's not Roland.
Hey, Penn, what about the book? Seriously.
What about the book?
Yes.
Well, I don't even know what it's about.
Where are you going with
it
this?
says every day is an atheist holiday. Does it focus completely on your belief?
Did you read my other book? Did you read the other book?
Yes, I did.
God,
I liked
no.
it.
Very similar to that. Just a collection of essays.
Oh, right
Just
on.
tied together about this, mostly about holidays and so on.
So it's a continuation.
Yeah, pretty much. If you liked the other book,
I really
you
did
will
like
like
it.
this. If you didn't like the other book, the chance of you liking this very slim. There's
read,
no major change up.
I read your stuff, Penn.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, but I really do.
Well,
I actually.
is the title going to throw people off though?
No,
Because I thought you were doing a book on atheism for real.
Well, God Knows was kind of a book on atheism, but
Not
also
really,
a lot of
'cause
other
it's
stuff.
all your other stuff in
Same
there.
thing with this. Same
Okay.
thing with this.
All right, I
And,
just want to make sure that people know that.
You know, it kind of started. It started when I wanted to talk about it when I was on Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan started the show. He hadn't read my book, but he started the show by saying, "I don't like you and I don't like your book."
Wow.
And then was trashing atheism. And then at one point he said, which I thought was hitting a little bit below the belt, he said, "You know, your mother's dead. Are you happy with the fact that you'll never see her again?"
Wow.
And then he also said,
How close did you get to punching her?
aren't you afraid of being dead in the future? And I said, 1909. How scary is 1909 to you? He said, what do you mean? I said, you weren't here. 1909. Does that frighten you? Are you filled with chills at 1909? 2109? Going to be the same for you. You won't be here. And I said, 1909 happens to be the year my mom was born, because my mom was very old when I was born.
How old?
I said, my mom was 45 when I was born, and that was in 1955. So,
yeah.
so that's tough. And I just said, you know, that's not a scary time. And I started thinking about how November 11th, 1909 meant a lot to me, my mom's birthday. And I started going through how all these holidays, like Easter and Christmas, are all these holidays of some sort of redemption for horrible things we've done. And yet, in my mind, every single day has something beautiful and something to celebrate about, you know? And I wanted to really focus on that because a lot of people ask me, you know, oh, you know, being an atheist, isn't it awful for your children? And I say, no, the first day of the year, we do a big celebration, and my children already know what all the Christian and Jewish kids have gotten as presents, and all I've got to do is come over the top. It's just simple. Oh, they got 7 Skylanders? Guess what? Atheists get 8 Skylanders. That's the way we play it. Oh, they got a pony? You know something? We get 2 ponies. That's what we do on New Year's Day. So it was just kind of a celebration of that. And then I also, as I always do, you know that I always like to go off on tangents. I tell some other stories. One of my favorite stories in here is...
Did you get your picture?
yeah, we got it.
Look how happy
No,
he is.
let's go with the picture.
That's a Chip got it.
How was it?
You got a picture, her and Chip?
Yeah.
Did you make the face?
Of course I did.
Oh, my God.
Wait, I don't know how to get to the image.
He has
here.
a face he makes with his
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's like
just
Chip Chipperson.
Do people still care about her? What is she
Yeah.
doing
It's
that she's
amazing.
here?
What's that? I don't know. But I told her that my mother loved her and that she sings like really good.
Oh,
She fucking hated me. She
I
didn't say
bet.
a word.
Oh, really?
It's probably
Can I
frightening.
see your picture?
Yeah. Look at the fucking mug on her.
Go back to the cave.
Oh, there you, but that's yours.
Yeah, which depends. Like which one is you?
That's never good.
Yeah, but she had a fucking mug on her. She was not happy.
Yeah.
I'll play it later. I taped it. I audio taped it.
You did?
Yeah.
You audio taped the picture?
Just just her and Chip talking.
It's really nice.
Penn, do you find that people's like when they talk like that, like Piers Morgan talking about a fear like that, aren't you afraid that doesn't it boil down to the fear that you are irrelevant and you will not be part of what happens in the future?
He's our guest.
Anthony, you missed part of the conversation, Jimmy.
I missed. I'm sorry. All right. What are you doing?
I said make believe you're Jim Norton.
Funny you walked in the middle of that. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Einstein said, it all comes down to if you believe the tree is still there when you look away.
Okay.
That is really, to me, the difference between, religion tends to be, and there's obviously exceptions to this, it tends to be completely self-centered. I believe this and therefore it's true. The atheist point of view just is there's a world out there without me. I'm not in the center of it. And it always makes me laugh so much when people say, atheists are so arrogant. And I always go, yeah, we aren't humble like someone who thinks that there is an omniscient, omnipresent God watching over them all the time, every little thing going perfect for them, and cares desperately when they masturbate. We are so arrogant. We think that we're living our own lives and love the people around us and do the best we can, and the universe is not all looking at us for every little move we make, and we won't live on forever at the right hand of an omnipresent being. That's the kind of arrogant pricks we are. We think we have to work hard for what we do and not just drop to our knees and pray. Not that dropping to your knees is not hard work, Jim.
It certainly
we know
is.
what you do for your career.
Absolutely. Especially when that young lady has a dress and a good bulge. What am I, rude?
It really is amazing that people need. They need that.
I don't know if they do. People always say
Really?
that.
Don't you
and
think
yet, did you see the latest numbers? The number of people that said they were non-religious as recently as the end of the last century. 1998, 99. The numbers were hovering around 1%. People that said they had no religion, 2%, 3%, way down there. The latest polls, and not like a nut poll, not like my poll, but like, a CNN major poll, 20%, 22%, 23% no religion. If you go to under 30, it goes to 30% no religion. If you called atheism a religion, which is like calling not collecting stamps a hobby, if you were to call it that, it is the fastest growing religion in American history. I mean, that whole...
What is that attributed to, would you say?
Well, I say, very sadly, I think a lot of it had to do with 9/11. 9/11 was a faith-based initiative.
Exactly.
9/11 was people who, and I want to say this carefully so I'm not misunderstood, but the terrorists, the criminals, the sick people who did that, I think may have sincerely believed that what they were doing was right. And that is the biggest horror. That is a much bigger horror than Charlie Manson. Charlie Manson knew what he was doing was wrong. The fact that kind of, and the amount of the 3,000 people who died is the biggest tragedy in American history on American soil. But on top of that, the people who continue to die because of those religious fanatics. And I think a lot of people who were before that closeted atheists or closeted non-believers.
Right.
Atheist is a word that scares people, but just didn't have religion. We're finally willing to say, no. I know that a lot of my friends just said, I will not allow someone in my presence to talk about religion without saying I don't believe in that, because we've got to stop crazy shit like this from happening.
Yeah, don't you think science has something to do with it too? Like, as science becomes more, like, people have always needed something. Like, when we were just fucking chimps, it was the sun, or it's always something higher than us. And I've heard.
Now, when you say when we were chimps, you mean the people in this room, not humanity.
Oh no, yes, I mean actually the four of us. I'm talking about.
I remember that kind of vaguely.
Yeah. It wasn't chimp. It was just throwing shit at each other to be silly. But they called us chimps, and we accepted it.
Where are most atheists coming from? Like, do Muslims become atheists?
Well, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, the wonderful writer who went from being a Muslim to atheist and has a fatwa on her ass still. I mean, she's as bad off as Salman Rushdie. And sometimes I get emails from Ayaan Hirsi Ali. We write back and forth through anonymous mailers and all of this because, and she'll say, maybe if I get to Vegas, I'd love to come meet you. And I'm kind of go, well, I support you completely in what you're doing.
We can Skype.
Maybe I don't want to have lunch.
Yeah, let's Skype.
Have a Skype lunch.
But are Muslims turning to atheism as well?
Not as quickly as we'd like.
That's what I'm thinking. It's more of a
that's that. But what we're finding is the U.S. has always been one of the most religious countries on the planet, and that is kind of going away. You've got the extremists, the fanatics are still there, but a lot of what would have been called liberal Christians and liberal Jews are now calling themselves non-religious, and it's what I was doing a lot of work for charity stuff, and someone asked me, why do you do all this charity work? And I said, I'm doing God's work because God isn't going to.
That's great.
That should be on a poster.
We really have to. We really have to help each other. We're all we have.
Now, without any, but you can totally spin that without any of this spiritual repercussions that religion drills into your head. Why do you do nice things? Why do anything?
Well, the question you're asking is the positive version of a question that I get asked pretty often, which is, if there's no God, what's stopping you from raping and killing anyone you want to?
Nothing.
And my answer is nothing. I have raped and killed everyone I want to, and that number is 0. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is your list? How many people are you going to kill? How many people do you want to rape? Because really, if my wife just kind of says, I'm tired, I'm automatically turned off, let alone rape. I'm not pulling out a gun or a knife. So they say, what's stopping you? And I go, what's making you want to? You fucking sick fuck. Here's my list of everyone I want to rape. Right here.
Blank paper.
Here's my list. Here's my list of everyone I want to kill.
Yeah, it's another blank paper.
That's it. I don't have a fucking list. And these people at a book signing will raise their hand and say, I say, could you please have security around that guy? Because we're in a bad position now. He has a list. And if I convince him the correct truth that there's no God, maybe he'll go down his fucking list. Maybe he should stay religious. But the thing is that the reason we help each other is because helping other people is the reason we're fucking alive. It's the reason in our hearts that matters. It's the best feeling you can get. It's another reason that I'm a libertarian. When I give money, and a lot of money or a lot of help or a lot of time to charity, I feel better than almost anything else I do in my life.
Right.
When the government puts a gun to my head and says, we're going to take this money from you and use it to help people, I feel like shit.
Right.
Because first of all, I want to show that I'll really do that on my own. And second of all, I don't like a fucking gun to my head. And third of all, I don't trust those motherfuckers to get the money where it belongs.
Yes.
They can't even run the fucking post office. FedEx whips their fucking ass. What makes them think they're the ones who can deliver food to AIDS patients?
Right.
I can do a better job on my own.
You can do it. They got a skim going on fucking in the government. They absolutely are taking so much money to do anything.
How do you fuck up the post office?
Yeah.
Look at Kickstarter, okay?
Yeah, nice.
The National Endowment for the Arts, the NEA, the money they get from the government, they turn about, I forgot the exact number, but it's somewhere around 80% of that money ends up going to the artists. That's pretty good. Kickstarter, 99% of the money, and they've done more funding, and people have chosen it. People have chosen to say, hey, that looks like a cool movie. I'll give these guys $50 to make their movie. What could be more beautiful than that? You know, with Kickstarter and PayPal and Twitter, fuck the government. We don't need them. We're done. We got it covered. And with all the people giving from their hearts and helping people and giving charity, we don't need God. We can take care of each other.
But the government has, again, that gun
The
that
gun-
they
the
do
whole-
put
the
to your
gun's a big
head,
thing.
so they force you
What
to
a
do that.
great way to put it.
With atheism, I'm not sure if it's true or not, and I don't think, as you said, atheism has been a part of American history long enough. But do you think that, given time and enough people doing this, that there is almost this feeling of hopelessness, nothing to work towards except death that would kind of bring everyone down in a way like...
There's nothing to work for except life. It's religion that's this death cult. It's religion that says after we're dead, we get everything. Atheism is the celebration of life. It's a celebration of people. It's a celebration of hearts. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. And with all due respect, you're wrong. In the end of the late 19th century, the three most popular speakers, the superstars on the Chautauqua circuit, the speakers were Robert Ingersoll, atheist, Mark Twain, atheist, both speaking about atheism, and Huxley talking about evolution. Was very, very popular. And Ingersoll, the great atheist of that time, was invited to the White House because at that time you didn't use the word Christian as much. You used each little sect. You know, so there was the Southern Baptist against Dave's Baptists, against Bill's Bait Shop and Baptists, who all were afraid that if someone got into power, they'd force their religion. So having an atheist on your side looked really good. Then the socialists came in, adopted atheism, and fucked everything up.
I want to ask you about libertarian, too, because I like the libertarians a lot. I like what they believe. They lost me on one point, though. Like John Staliano, Buttman, was a huge libertarian.
Yeah, sure he is.
And, you know, when he was being targeted, and it was costing him like $2 million in legal fees, and they were trying to ruin him, libertarians, he said, walked away from him, and nobody stuck up for him. And that's, I know porn's a tough one for any political party.
I stuck up
no,
for him.
No, you, but
and
not
the
the party.
You know, my good friend Bob Corn Revere was part of his legal team, and I helped put that together.
No, not necessarily personal guys, like guys that are like
the Libertarian Party.
As a whole, they didn't stand up and say, like, this is, you're targeting this guy, and this is a personal freedom.
They don't speak out as much as they should about that. But once again, a libertarian is not one block. It's a bunch of individuals. And my feeling on freedom of speech, including Fred Phelps and all those crazy people picketing, I'm a total freedom of speech guy. I think the answer to bad speech is more speech.
Right.
Yeah, it's always more speech. The worst stuff people say, just say more.
The thought that people actually want to shut people up and stop them from saying something because they're offended by it is so just pompous. It's like, you don't think the stuff you're saying annoys people?
Also so dangerous.
Yes.
Keeping that stuff in a pressure cooker is just insane. You know, we don't want the American Nazi Party underground. We want those assholes talking where we can see them, you know?
I'm on here every day from 6 to 10.
But it's really an important thing. I mean, I think, I feel less comfortable with somebody with their finger on the button to cause war that believes in a peaceful life after death than someone who believes that this is all we've got.
Over.
This is all we've got at the end, and that all we have is love in each other. I mean, I don't know, this whole idea that not believing in God leads to depression seems to me insane. You know, the glory of the life that we have now, the love that we have now, and the fact that people who are suffering are not going to get something better down the line, we better help them now.
Well, that's just it. It almost seems like if you don't have an end game except for the end, if there isn't somewhere another step up, another level up, that everything you do seems futile.
Not futile, beautiful. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why you need more. You know, you are the most amazing numerical aberration that the fact that you are here,
Right,
the
right.
fact that you're living,
The chain of
every
events
day
that had to take place
is astonishing to get
ridiculous.
you here.
Right.
You've won the lottery. You've won the biggest fucking lottery that could ever be won in the universe. And then you get up in the morning and look at the sunshine and look at your friends and your family who love you, and you want fucking more? Fuck you. You greedy motherfucker.
But what about, and I agree with you, but what about the people
very logical.
who like have a kid and the kid has cancer and then again, that's playing devil's advocate, or they have terrible lives. Like, girls that are growing up abused and raped by a father. Terrible. And for them to realize this is all there is, sometimes for some people that may be the only thing that keeps them going is, I had this child who died when they were 4, but I'll see them again someday. As opposed to the ugliness of this is all there is.
Did you tell Susan Boyle she was beautiful, gorgeous?
No, but I said my mother loves you.
Yeah, there you go.
Chip said that to her.
My point is, yes, there is bad stuff in the world, but that does not make something else true.
Right,
and
of course.
It just means that we're responsible for helping. I some of the charities I work with in Vegas, like Opportunity Village, work for people with intellectual disabilities and tries to get them back into the workplace. Some of those people have rather bad lives, and there's a bunch of really good people trying to make those lives better. But I don't think that you can make the judgment this other person would be happier if I lied to them.
No, I don't mean that.
Condescending.
What I mean is I understand why they feel, because we're saying
it gives them some hope.
I could see why what that means to somebody. I'm not saying we should tell them it's true, going. But I get why they would say, I think there's something after this that's better, because what's here is absolutely terrible. And if you're helping, it's a good place to be. Right. But if you're the person who needs the help, it's not as easy to reconcile that.
If you believe in that, what's the wrong with that?
Well,
what you're saying.
Or I just see why they want when they have it.
Yeah.
What the wrong with that is 9/11.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with that. What's wrong with that is the idea that people can believe what they want without fact-checking with the rest of the world means if you let the person there, what harm are they doing to believe something that's not true? You have to. If you would condone that faith, you have to condone Charlie Manson. Wow. And you have to condone the terrorists. Because all they've got to do is prove to you that they have that faith in their heart and it helps them, then they can do whatever they want. No, the truth does matter. The truth really does sincerely matter. None of us have it. We have no idea what it is. All of us are wrong on everything all the time, but let's not give up on trying to get better.
But the behaviors, I agree with you, the behaviors of religious people, fanatics, are reprehensible. Yeah. I'm not talking about doing anything.
But it all starts with condoning the faith. When you say, well, it's okay to believe that, what harm does it do? We have to say, it might not be true. You need to look at this a little more because you might be stopping someone who's on their way to fanaticism. Also, you need to respect people enough to tell them the truth as you see it.
I don't know if that's my place to do that,
but
though.
Do you have an
No, it's not your place to tell them they're wrong, but it is your place to tell them what you believe and what you know.
But do you have absolute proof that it is not true?
No, you can't. You can't. But you can on the way say, that's not the way I see it. What I am arguing with is very simply smiling and nodding. That's all I'm arguing with.
Right.
I'm very happy with going, I can see why you see that, but here's why I don't.
Right.
Just so we're getting the dialogue going. It is an extension of freedom of speech.
Sure.
So you're not completely convinced that
there's no way.
See, I'm
no
glad
way
you said that because we just don't have enough knowledge.
But like my dear friends, and I have a lot of them who are evangelical or who are Mormons, they believe that belief is active. That you can't just say, I'm not sure it's not true, but you actually have to believe. I do believe belief is active. I don't have, right now, and I might in a minute, I can't predict the future. I don't right now have an active belief in God. Gotcha. And therefore, if you ask me what I am, the answer is atheist. I did not answer the question by saying there is no God.
Right.
I answered the question by right now, this second, Penn Jillette does not believe
I'm
in
relieved
God.
you said that.
Yeah. No, it's very different.
We'll never have all the knowledge.
No, and we don't want it.
Right.
Then all the fun's gone.
Right.
But it is possible that there's a scientific reason that we have that belief, which
There
I think
absolutely
is going away as science proves more and
There
more.
absolutely is.
Our need for, like, and I raise Africa. People that are born into those fucking horrendous living conditions where their clits are cut off, there's zero hope for them.
Well, no. But their clits are cut off because of the fucking religion.
But I mean those people. I know what you mean, but those people, biologically, there's zero hope. So for them to live accurately, there's zero hope.
Right, but we can give them more hope by not fucking cutting their clits off.
Yeah,
and we
I understand
do that
that.
by saying, the Muslim thing, a little dingy, might want to stop it.
Yeah.
Stop cutting the clits off. Be good thinking. Thank you. Genital mutilation, maybe you shouldn't be doing it till you're grown up and at a club where it's done safely among adults.
But religion and its effect on this world through history has been so huge. There's no way of stopping it. It
will go away eventually. I think it will go away.
So.
It is going away wicked fast.
It just seems like this innate need that people have to believe in something greater than
I believe there
themselves.
is. I believe
it's almost primitive.
I think it was called by somebody the transcendental seduction. You want to feel that,
Right?
But wanting something and having it be true are two different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think you can feel. Also, there's some people who will say that that atheism doesn't have the awe and wonder of the universe. Well, atheism has nothing but awe and wonder of the universe. When you say, "How did the world get here?" I don't know. That's big, wonderful,
That's a lot of
full
wonder.
of awe. When you say, "Oh, God created it in 7 days," oh, all right.
Oh, damn
and
it.
the nutty thing is, they talk about atheists not having, imagination to accept all this.
Mm-hmm.
The creation myths that are created by, let's say, Christianity, the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, my 7-year-old daughter can think that up. Black holes, supernovas, that kind of shit. It takes string theory, the Hadron Collider, the boson, the Higgs boson. All that stuff is really hard shit. The real stuff is so much weirder, so much cooler, so much crazier, so much deeper, so much more beautiful, and it's true. I mean, you've got everything over on this side. On this side, you've got Adam and Eve 7,000 years ago ate an apple. They're sin. We're fucked forever. We hate women. So long. Good night. Over this side, you've got we don't know, but on the way, we got fucking black holes and wormholes and the speed of light, and we got shit we can't. We got wasps that can like look at like other wasps. We have octopuses that can change their color in order to communicate with other octopuses. And by the way, octopuses is the plural and not octopi. Fuck you. I'm done.
One last question about it. Are you scared to die?
No, I don't want to. But I have no fear, and I answer again.
How do you get to the place where you have no fear?
1909.
1909.
1909. How frightened are you in 1909?
I don't know.
You weren't here.
Yeah, but I'm scared to die like anyone else.
I know, but you weren't here in 1909.
Right.
You won't be here in 2109.
That's kind of creepy.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
But you aren't afraid of all the past. Why would you be afraid of the future? You're not going to be here. You're not going to make a difference, but you might be remembered a little
because
bit
you
by
think the
people who
world's
love you.
just been waiting for me to be born.
I know. It's some omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent.
How dare you go on without me?
Omnipotent creature cares about nothing.
You know how many
except
beautiful
you
sunsets
and the stuff you think.
Do you ever try to wrap your head around how many beautiful sunsets people will see way after you're dead?
And they'll even get more beautiful because of the pollution makes the colors pop.
That was fascinating.
Yeah, it's just I think it's great. It's a great take on things. I'm not a religious guy at all.
No.
I wouldn't consider myself an atheist because, and you said it yourself.
But,
you don't know.
No, but you actively believe. Do you pray?
No.
Do you actively believe?
No.
I'm sorry, but you're an atheist.
I'm sorry.
End of story. It's done.
I hope though.
I meditate.
Okay, well, that's a whole different thing.
I meditate.
I mean, many atheists meditate.
I love meditation.
Yeah.
Isn't
Sam
hope
Harris.
more and more into
sort
it.
of faith? Isn't hope a sort of faith?
I don't know.
hope for things to go certain
but,
ways.
You don't actually
things
actively.
that are beyond my control.
And the other thing is, with atheists, during sex, You talk to the person you're with instead of God. Isn't that a great idea?
Yeah,
Now, I'll tell you, though, if you don't remember her name, go religious right away. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. It solves everything. And that may be the creation of all religion.
Who wants to talk to the person you're fucking? That's not fun. I like to pretend they're anybody else.
Susan Boyle.
Is she pretty?
Are these your people?
No.
Are they peeking in here? What are they?
No,
Are they my
Are they
people
peeking in here?
Is she pretty? No,
Do
she's
they
not.
need
Is she really as
Hey,
bad
how
as
you
she?
doing?
Did you imagine?
She's shorter than I thought. She's a tiny
This
lady.
time, I
what
just said every time I go on O&A, I just get talking to the guys. I'm having a good time. There's someone tugging on my dick
I know,
to get out of
always
here.
somebody,
so
yeah.
this time I said, we'll start everybody else at Sirius
Right.
after them. Let me just have a little bit of
Yeah.
time
The
here.
book
Hang on, be able
signings
to
too.
talk.
I don't have them in front of me.
Oh, yeah, do
I
the
want to
book
plug. I
signings.
want to plug Penn's. Anthony, can I have
I'll
that
tell
sheet?
you.
Yes,
I
you
read.
can.
I read. God No, and I loved it. So. If it's a continuation, basically,
It
I'm
is.
going to
Actually,
enjoy this one as well. Penn
actually,
Jillette every
people are
day is
liking
an
this.
atheist day.
Every day is an atheist holiday. Penn Jillette, and people are liking it more. It really thrilled me. Thrilled me to pieces.
November 14th, I believe, is tonight at 6 o'clock at Barnes & Noble on Warren Street here in the city. Now, tomorrow night, if you're on the West Coast, Penn will be doing live talks LA at Track 16, Santa Monica. There's a talk and a signing both there. You can go there. You can meet Penn. You can get your book signed. And then looking ahead, if you're, I don't know where this is. It's San Francisco, great city. December 12th, 7 o'clock at the Book Passage. What's that? Corte Madera?
Corte Madera.
Corte Madera is a talk and a signing. So
Nice.
Penn's a great talker.
I'm
and
all
it'll be
over the
very
place.
entertaining.
Yes, you are.
Well,
Thank you so much for having me
great,
on
man.
the big radio television
yes,
program.
well, it
we
does
should
seem
be
like
on
television
TV too. Damn
It's
it.
Well, you got the lights and shit. Don't
I know,
you?
yeah. It's we just do.
We're
a
getting
little
ready
bit
for
of things.
TV, slowly but surely.
Yeah, well, Imus has a jib guy.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
He's not kidding around.
Yeah, making some camera moves.
How's
in
he,
that
how's he
studio.
doing?
He seemed good. He seemed good.
We're pals with him.
I don't.
We haven't seen him in a while,
I haven't
though.
gone on in a long while. We mostly talked about Kiki Friedman and Ratso.
Oh, really?
We have Kinky and Ratso in common, and nothing makes me happier in my life. I mean, obviously the birth of my children was important, but even better is having your phone ring, looking at it, it says Ratso. You know what I mean? I always wanted to be a guy who would grow up and have a friend named Ratso.
Ratso, yeah.
Yeah. He's trying to get you on the bus to go to Florida.
But I'm going to run along. Thank
right,
you so
Penn.
much.
Always a
Thanks
pleasure.
so much for coming in. Yeah,
Pleasure,
it's just
pleasure.
always thought-provoking.
And of course,
I
Penn
like
Jillette
his,
on the Twitter.
yeah, his Twitter's great.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
also, don't forget Penn Sunday School.
Which I like.
On
Yes.
the, podcast.
I'm a little behind, I'll be
Yep.
honest, but I really like your podcast.
Sir.
Always good to see you, buddy.
I like
Very good.
pretty much everything about
Penn,
Penn
thanks
Jillette.
so much, man.
All
Always
right,
a pleasure.
Oliver
Love
Stone
it.
on the way. Stay there. Want to say hi to Penn Jillette in studio for our last show of the year.
Yes.
Well, last show ever.
Well, no,
wow.
I think we're good.
The end of the world didn't happen.
Think we're making it?
We have a few hours, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Watch our calendar be a little off, though. Watch 2012. Watch us be off by 12 hours, and we think we're fine tomorrow. The fucking rock hits the planet.
But I've been arguing if the Mayans said end of the world, that means end of the world, which means Australia is good, so we're good.
I see.
Right?
Or
Or is it on our time? The Mayans decided it's got to be on New York time?
It just reminds me exactly how little people who believe. I mean, you actually hear people who say they think that's true, but they haven't gotten rid of their houses.
Right.
They're not fucking anything that moves. They haven't gotten rid of all their money. They're hedging their bet because they
Of
know.
course.
I believe that people that are that bug nutty crazy have a little part of them going, you're just fucking around.
Yeah. Well, we started the show trying to figure out how many end of the world scenarios we've survived already. I think we're up to 4 or 5.
Oh, no. Yeah, even in our lifetimes. But,
The Y2K, you got this one. You got the guy that said it was May, then he said it was October, so that's 2 we survived.
Well, Randy has, I forget what book it is, but Amazing Randy has in the back of one of his books an appendix of about, several pages.
Oh, really? He does?
That explains where the ends of the world were. Because it's very clear in the New Testament that Jesus considers the end of the world to be coming weeks, months after he dies. So, I mean, that was what Christianity was. And then that didn't happen, and they just kind of went, well, just got to do this. But, they're always talking of the world and trying to figure it out.
Was Christ really off by 2,000 years? I didn't realize that.
Well, we don't know yet. He could be off by longer.
We don't even know when he was.
That's true.
Yeah, hopefully, right?
I don't know.
We don't even know when he was born anymore. They're starting to fool around with that date.
Yeah, I don't think we ever knew, but we always knew it wasn't December. They were just tacking that on to the solstice so they could, you get a party already going, add something
Make
to
it all nice.
Yeah, make it all nice and neat.
I saw that on the History Channel.
Yeah, sure,
The story of Christmas. It's a good fucking watch.
Wasn't it April or something he was born?
They're starting to say around April, I think.
They usually say about 3 BC, but that's if you believe there was an historic Jesus. And there probably was, because it was a time when there were lots of nuts running around saying crazy shit. You know? But my question about Jesus is that nothing, and most scholars will argue about the amount of time, so don't bust me on that, but pretty much nothing was written down about Jesus until about 300 years. About 300 years
later.
After he died. And my thinking is Elvis was alive during my lifetime. And there's an electronic record, and things were written every day he was alive about him. And look, Elvis didn't do no drugs. No, we actually have that. He didn't do no drugs. Elvis did not do no drugs. We have video of him doing more drugs. We have video of him taking handfuls of perks. He didn't do no drugs. So if things can just change
you
that
think the
much,
story's a little off?
in 40 years, what does it do in 300 when no one can write shit down, and a generation in about 35 years?
And when you look at
how much do things morph?
You look at things that have been proven and disproven over the years through science in that time period, and it's astounding how little they knew back then. But all that stuff just happens to be the truth.
Yeah,
and that's good stuff.
Weren't they voted on the stories, like the stories that became the Bible 300 years BC?
Like American Idol for
pretty much the most popular stories to be told in sermons. They voted on the canon. What are they called? The canon voted.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stories they just blew off
and put it together.
They decided
his childhood.
These aren't as important.
His whole childhood's gone.
This whole chapter that said don't ever give money to the church. Let's get that out of there.
That's
right away.
That's
going right there. People do not like that. If you notice that, it doesn't play in the churches. Let's get rid of it.
I read your book. I told you that before you started, and I said it was great. I got to the end, which is a compliment, because we try to read a lot of books, and you get halfway through, you're like, I'm done. I'm moving on to the next one. I really liked your book. I want to ask you about Christmas, though. You got a couple of small kids, and you don't celebrate Christmas because you're an atheist.
It's kind of a complete half-ass cheat that we do,
But my point, and then you could go with it, is that I think most of us don't even look at Christmas as a religious holiday.
No,
anymore.
I don't think it is. If it weren't for my wife, who's an absolute nut about it, I would probably do Christmas just fairly normal. But my wife is just, whatever you find that I believe, my wife believes it 10 times more.
Wow.
Every single time I speak, she considers me to be kind of a sellout. You know what I mean? Why did you tell them to shut the fuck up? What do you mean Christmas isn't a religious holiday? How'd you let them say that? It's the same thing. I mean, I have to, my daughter's middle name is Crime Fighter, right? Moxie Crime Fighter Jillette. And everybody says, here's this crazy performer giving his child the crazy middle name. It's not the way it happened. I have to defend it, but not the way it happened at all. My wife doesn't have a middle name. She hates middle names. I said, okay, Moxie's a name we agree on. What do you think for a middle name? She said, fuck middle names. I don't have middle names, and I don't know your middle name. I'm married to you. I don't know your middle name. She said, it doesn't matter. I said, I just thought it'd be nice to. She said, okay, I don't care. And then we're backstage, and we're with our piano player, Jonesy, and I just written this novel, Sock, during which one of the characters says, from now on, call me Crime Fighter. So Jonesy, my piano player, goes, well, it doesn't matter. Call her Crime Fighter. And my wife goes, you wanted a middle name? You got it. It's Crime Fighter. That's it. And I said, well, I just thought we could kind of bag her. She said, no. I didn't want a middle name. You did. Jonesy says Crime Fighter. Moxie Crime Fighter Jillette. I said, oh,
that's
okay.
Great.
And then
you're
for
right.
8 years, I have to defend it.
Right. Yeah.
I've been with these guys a long time. I don't know their middle names.
Exactly. You're siding with my wife.
And I don't have a middle name officially. So I'm in that world.
Yeah, so there you go.
I like it.
Has your wife influenced you, because I don't know her, and it's like you're a very strong personality and a big personality, so you kind of have to be married to somebody who's got a certain strength to them. And has she kind of influenced and taken you from, say, 6 to 7 as far as your beliefs?
I think we kind of do it to each other, but she backs down less. I think because Well, because she's stronger, maybe, but also because I spend more time with people who have different opinions. I mean, I went to Dallas and did Glenn Beck's show.
Right,
I went to his studio, spent time with Glenn Beck.
How was that?
And it was amazing. First of all, I don't know what he's doing. I guess he on the side.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
No. Well, he has. First of all, his chalkboard has 5 colors of chalk on it.
Yeah.
And, my thinking is, if you have a theory that takes 5 colors of chalk to explain, you're crazy.
Yeah.
It's as easy. I mean, count those of you who are working on your kind of unified field theory at home.
Sure.
And I know that those who are listening to this show. There's no doubt about that.
Sure.
And you want to lay out your theory? If you get to like 3 colors of chalk, just say to yourself, I'm fucking whack job. Because, Einstein, E equals MC squared, special relativity.
One color, right?
One color chalk.
For all
yeah,
that shit.
One color chalk.
That
for
changed the world.
Chalk.
How do you know?
One
It's all black and white photos. That could be yellows and greens
But
in
you
there.
don't see little graphs with but you go on Glenn Beck's show and there is a chalkboard and there's 5 colors of chalk. This is where the conservatives have been going and this is where here's where the founding fathers were. And he's got this studio that's the size of a gymnasium with, jibs coming in.
Right.
And all this stuff. And then these people, it's agoraphobic. It's so big. It's this huge. It's like doing the show in a beautiful wood-paneled airplane hangar. And then he goes on. We get along fabulously, fabulously. And then he has questions. People raise their hands and ask questions like, "What does the word atheist mean?" I mean, they've never been in a room with someone like me.
Wow.
And we just get along great, and I go and do that, and my wife just kind of goes, he's a Mormon. I go, yes, I know he's a Mormon. But you were on there kind of I didn't agree with any of the Mormon shit. I was just nice to him. But my wife is very, my wife is...
She's like, why are you not stomping Glenn Beck's brains out?
She's what?
She plays golf. She's like a 5 handicap from the men's tees. And
No.
She plays
From the men?
poker.
Holy shit.
She plays poker, and she's like the man of the house.
How did you meet her?
After the show, she came up and, just waited around after the show in order to have sex with me.
Really?
That was her plan. And her way of making that move was to come up and say, Penn, I was having dinner the other night with Richard Dawkins, and we were talking about... No, she said Richard Dawkins, and she had
Who's
me
Richard
right there.
Dawkins? Because Richard Dawson would have gotten me because I was such a fan of the show.
He's an atheist guy.
Yeah, big atheist.
He's one of the
He
biggies.
is the. I don't know if he still is, but he was.
He's the Jesus of atheism.
Yeah,
More or less.
he was the Darwin chair at Oxford.
When you, I have things with my ex when we were talking. There's certain subjects she would bring up, and I could feel my blood boiling because it's like we've already gone through this.
Oh, wow.
And it's like I was never able to back out of an argument and just go and just let her have
Argument
her
or discussion?
It became an argument because I was so annoyed that she was. We just hit each other wrong. How do you avoid that shit? Like if you're both very strong personalities, like if you feel your wife getting heated about it, will you at times go, it's not worth it? All right.
Yes.
You will.
Yeah, I'd back down.
I think every married guy has to go through that a lot.
You got to decide what hill you're willing to die on.
Just like anyone else.
That's it, man.
So you guys...
matters. I once had a discussion. I was sitting around with a big group of people. We were in Vegas, and we were talking about, and I love this. This should be a book. We were talking about arguments that people had when they were breaking up, that what the argument was actually about. I mean, not what the words were, not what the subtext was. And one guy said that he was driving back from Vegas and got into a screaming match that ended up breaking up with his wife. And the subject was if Priscilla started dating too soon after Elvis died. That's where it started.
Wow.
You gave us a great radio bit. We're going with that one.
And the other one that I heard was that another guy said it was not his wife, it was a girlfriend, and they were arguing and really violent. And you can't understand this unless you've been in one of these. Mm-hmm. He hit an animal in the road, and he said he'd hit a possum, and she said it was a raccoon.
and that
was
that
it.
turned into the big discussion that ended
That
their
broke the
breakup.
marriage.
And I think that you don't care. You don't ever want to find what's behind it.
No,
like
no, 'cause that's
she was
real.
afraid I
Yeah.
was cheating on her,
Yes.
or there was money problems. I want to know what the actual court transcript says. I want to know when you bring that in front of the judge and he says, "What were you arguing about?"
Right.
The transcript's going to be read back and say, "You said that Priscilla should have waited a year and a half before dating, and your wife said that a year was okay."
Yeah.
Is that what the subject was about? Well, no, Your Honor. No. What do the words say? We talked about nothing but Elvis and Priscilla and how soon she was dating.
Because it's always about something deeper, but that's
Yeah.
the interesting
Yeah,
part.
right.
Is
Yeah.
What started it?
What was
Everybody,
it?
when you're sitting around talking to people, you always go to what were you really talking about? And all of a
Yeah.
sudden it came to me like a diamond bullet in the forehead. That's not what I care about.
Yeah.
I know what you were really fighting about. You were really fighting about sex and money. That's all.
Yeah.
But what I want to know is what you thought you were fighting about, because that's what tells what's in your heart. The fact that you were willing to go to the mats over whether that was a fucking possum. It was a possum. You could tell it was a possum. Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having to back down with your wife or girlfriend when you know you're right. But like you said, you got to pick your battles and shit. But there are just times. I remember when I was married. Oh my God, I used to have to back down constantly because she was fucking brutal, just vicious. And she could keep a fucking argument going, man. She held the grudge
days,
like the
right?
JDL. It was crazy, man. Yeah, she was awful.
So no Christmas tree for the kids.
If they ask for
I really
it.
want to know how an atheist celebrates Christmas.
What we
That's
do
all.
is we do a big thing on New Year's Day.
Right.
And the children just all gear up to New Year's Day.
wow.
And it ends up being very financially feasible because they get to see what the friends got. The Jewish and Christian friends already got. They get to find out what the children threw out, what they really like. So if the children get like 6 Skylanders, we just have to come in over the top with 7. We get to lay it all out, see what it is,
Right.
and come in with much better presents. We get to learn.
So you move it to New
We
Year's.
just move it a few
New Year's
days
Eve.
later. It's exactly
smart.
the same thing.
And they don't feel at all like they've been slighted or.
They haven't yet. They're 6 and 7, and we've got no complaints. And last year, I think one of them said, we drive by the tree places all the time. We'd like to have a tree, and we said, okay. Yeah, there's not really a big deal about it. There's always a big deal over my daughter. I would love to see her in the little holiday show they do at school.
Sure, yeah.
And my wife kind of rolls her eyes at that. And Moxie kind of chooses. I go, you can sing whatever. You sing Away on the Manger. That's fine. You can sing whatever you want. Bach wrote really good music. Ray Charles did too. They were both religious. You can sing Away on the Manger. You can sing Silent Night, which our school doesn't have, but I'm using advanced examples. And my wife's kind of like, he doesn't have to do that. And then Moxie kind of decides. And this year she's deciding that she actually, I was feeling really guilty about doing your show because the Christmas thing is today, and I wouldn't get back for it. And I said to Moxie, "So you're doing the Christmas thing?" She said, "No, it's all Christmas. I don't want to do the." I said, "So you're not going to appear on stage at all?" She said, "No." I said, "You sure of that right now?" She said, "Yes." And you don't want to change your mind? She said, "No." I said, "I'll be doing Opie Anthony."
I like it.
Yes, these couple days you've been on the road, I think your wife really went to work on her.
Yeah, right.
A couple things from your book, if you don't mind. I loved
Sure.
reading about your experience on The Celebrity Apprentice
Well, the thing,
and how you pretty much faked it. You made kind of an agreement with Mr. Trump that you wouldn't be a problem.
well, no,
problem.
it's not really that. Trump is a really fascinating guy. And now I've done it, and although I can't talk about it too much, I've done another season of it. So I've gotten to know Trump. Yeah, I'm on the All Stars. And I've gotten to know.
Then maybe I shouldn't bring this up. And
No,
blow
I
up your
can say
spot.
a little bit. But it's fascinating because Thelonious Monk, the great jazz piano player, has this list. It's not well known, but there's this little list that he gave to members of his band on how to play, which includes the greatest advice to musicians ever. One of them that I love is, don't play the piano part. I'm playing the piano part. Because, he would play these wonderful things, and the sax player would come in and play what he had just played. So don't play the piano part. I'm playing the piano part. And then at the bottom of it, he says, the genius is the one who is most like himself. That's his definition of genius, the one that is most like himself. And
It's hard to wrap your mind around.
reading that and being around Trump is purely Trump. And when you sit in that boardroom, and he does go on for 2-3 hours, and you sit in the
You have
boardroom.
to sit there for 2 or 3 hours, and they only show, 5 minutes on TV?
And you're sitting there, and he's talking, and
every week?
Yeah.
Or, I know in TV time, but whatever.
Every other day, yeah. And
3 hours?
Sometimes an hour and a half. And the thing is that at first, when I first got there, it's a foreign environment and you're all jacked up and you wonder if he's going to call on you and what do you think of Clay Aiken, and you're running through all the scenarios. And then you realize that there are 12 other people in the room and your chances of being called on are very slim. And if you are called on, what you have to say is not very much. Well, Mr. Trump, we did the best we could. Thank you, Mr. Trump. That's about all you're going to say. So all of a sudden, this kind of calm came over me, and it was like listening to this really, I believe that any person alone just talking off the top of their head with no filters and no censorship is fascinating. And the reason when you work on radio, what you're learning to do is trying to get your filters in place so that you keep your job.
Right.
But yet you still have this passion that flows.
Compelling,
and you see that people have real trouble doing that. Right. Either they can't put any filters on, and they just burn out. Or they've got so many filters on, it's like, well, great day, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Giving up nothing.
But that combination of I know that there's a microphone on me, and I also want to break down what I'm going to say.
But you get to see him with no filters.
Yeah, you get to see him with no filters, and
cool.
it's
because the version we see on TV, it certainly has a few filters.
Sure, but when you get to see just what's popping up in his head, it's just fascinating, and getting to see.
Does he talk about stuff that has nothing to do with the show?
Nothing
like
to do
what?
with it.
Can you give me a couple examples?
He'll talk about real estate deals that he had that day. He'll talk about an argument he had with a friend of his, and it's just fabulous.
Oh my God, you got to sit there.
I think that the show would be even better if they left in
some of that stuff,
big chunks of that. Because for me,
the Trump stuff,
they always talk about on TV. You want not to just be talking heads. You want some action. But for me, a person speaking from their heart, especially an eccentric person, I can listen to forever. You know what I mean? If you just gave me Neil Young, with a microphone and just 12 people sitting there not talking back to him and him talking for 3 hours, I would watch that anytime. And that's part of so the problem with me not being able to dig Trump was just having all my own shit.
Right.
And by the time I got to show 5 or 6 and went, this has got nothing to do with me.
It's not about me.
I'm just getting to sit here. And, it's really important. Like I kept saying over and over again, if it were the 60s, I want to be near what's going on. If it were the 60s, I would want to be on Ed Sullivan. And when the Beatles did Ed Sullivan, the act after the Beatles was a magician. It was Billy McComb. That's who I want to be. After the whole thing is over, everything's torn down, boom, the Beatles have hit, everybody's remembered that. A guy's going to come out and do a schmuck magic act. I want to be that guy.
What was his? Well, I have to stop you for a second. What was his trick?
The trick.
I need to know.
He made himself obscure.
I didn't know that a magician came on after the Beatles for that famous fucking
viewers disappeared.
Before or after.
What kind of trick did he do?
I think it was Billy McComb, and I think he was doing his a very talky trick. I think was silks and a very nice
old
routine.
School, right?
And people. And he gets out and does it. And I used to talk to him about it. And he has he has the autographed pictures of the Beatles, and he was the perfect age because the Beatles, were 20, and he was just about 40. A working pro, a really working pro. So he says, I'm going to go on. He was Scottish. I'm going to go on that show. And, the Beatles are going to be on before me, and his niece and everything get real excited, and he gets some tickets and stuff. And then he's backstage, and this history moment is happening.
Right.
Absolute history. And then that whole thing, Ed Sullivan, thank you, boys, and, boom, boom. And they leave.
There goes history.
And someone has to come out on stage. So I would
you want to follow the Beatles?
Yes. Yes, more than anything, I want to be the guy who's forgotten. I want to be near. You say to your friends, "What was it like backstage?" I know.
Yeah.
I know what it was like backstage. I was there trying to get through the groupies, going, "Don't touch those cards. They're stacked. No, just don't touch the cards. You could take your clothes off and throw them over there, but this deck of cards is stacked.
Very important that you leave that alone. Yes,
leave that alone. You can do whatever fall down, have an orgasm, drag Paul's feet across the room, but just don't touch this little table. And if you're talking about the 21st century, that Sunday night is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is Ed Sullivan. And Gary Busey is the Beatles. There's no doubt that 30 years from now, if anyone's talking about Celebrity Apprentice, they're saying nothing except Gary Busey. So when I got to go on again and be on with Gary Busey, I was like, oh boy, I'm the magician who's on after the Beatles. Because you know that Gary Busey's just going to just spill out this nutty poetry.
Right.
And in some of those shots, I'll be sitting next to him. That's all I want out of life.
That's all you need.
And it turns out on Celebrity Apprentice that who you are with is all that matters. The show is completely honest. They don't edit it disingenuously. They don't cheat. All the stuff that paranoid people say that they're holding back meals and stopping the all that's bullshit. Yeah. They really do exactly what they say they're doing. Trump really is that's not really true. If you get Trump off camera, he's nicer. He's more of a regular guy.
Right.
He doesn't want you to know that. He wants to be an interesting TV character.
Yeah.
And his way of doing that is by being, intense and mean, and he plays that up. So he gets a lot softer and cooler and more human when you're on. But that's not really a big cheat. That's not a big lie. Right. And it goes through pretty straightforwardly. But if you're stuck in a room with Clay Aiken for 60 hours, there is some damage that gets done. When he wants to have heart-to-heart talks with you.
Well, that's what I love in the book. I'm glad you're getting to it.
Well,
Clay Aiken sat him down to have a little heart-to-heart.
I'm from New England, okay? and that doesn't mean much, but my parents were older. My mom was 45 when I was born. So I'm born of another generation of New Englanders. And Greenfield, Massachusetts, little town up there, on my mother's deathbed, she was dying. On her deathbed, I sat there next to her and said, Mom, I really love you. She said, why are you saying that? Of course you love me. And when I came home, if I'd been gone, a month, over in China, my parents hadn't seen me. When I came in, I could hug my mom and then hug my dad. And then that was it for the trip. If I was there for 4 days, that was the hug you got.
That was it.
And then you hug goodbye. And I bring home girlfriends, from California who'd meet my mom the first time and hug her. And my mom would say afterwards, tell your girlfriend not to hug me.
Wow.
I don't know her.
So she was a little distant.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it meant a lot. And when I'm telling that story, there's no one I've been closer to in my life than my mom. And when I tell that story about, of course you love me, I hope you understand that I'm not talking about some cold bitch.
Right,
I'm talking about somebody that to say it was a little bit of an insult because it was just so true.
Okay,
To her, it was like saying there's air in the room.
Unnecessary to say, right.
Air in the room, So when I decided to get married, it was about a 45-minute discussion with my wife, maybe a half an hour. When I decided to work with Teller for our entire lives, we had a discussion that went about 20 minutes. Deciding to have children, talking to my wife and saying, because our children were very planned because our daughter's a test tube baby, so it wasn't a question of just fucking. It was a question of, we're going to spend $30,000. And so that discussion was less than a half an hour. We're going to have children, raise them together. Seriously. And then, with 8 cameras on me, Clay Aiken sits down for an hour and a half to talk about how much eye contact I'm making with Lou Ferrigno. So you've got
That's terrible.
a New England guy. Yeah. So he sits down and he goes,
oh my God.
Well, first of all, he says, you kind of talk over Lou Ferrigno's head. You're really condescending. Now, all I want to say to him is condescending means to talk down to. If you're talking over someone's head, you're a prick, but you're not condescending. It's a different thing. The word you want, Clay, is arrogant, insensitive. Prick would be great.
Right.
Prick is a fine word here, you know. But condescending is the wrong word. But it turns out when someone is calling you condescending, correcting their use of the word condescending, counterproductive. Doesn't really help to go, I'm sorry, you don't really understand what condescending
Well,
means.
maybe he didn't understand why Lou kept saying, what? What?
An hour and a half with that
So
guy.
he says to me, you know, don't do that much. And I say, which is the way I was brought up, I say, okay, I know that bothers you. It won't happen anymore. The stuff you just explained, I won't do anymore. And of course, the truth is, and it's on video, from the moment he says that, I don't do any of the things he complains about ever again for the whole show.
Really?
To the point that the producers complained to me, and I said, well, I told Clay I wouldn't. So that is a full 3 minutes of the conversation. And that is really cool. Like, if you took me outside here when the mics were off, and you said, you know, when you come on the show, Penn, there's this thing you do that bugs me, and you explained it to me, and it wasn't outside of my morality,
Right.
I would go, okay. And then the discussion's over.
We don't
And
like the whole denying God thing, Penn. We wanted to talk to you.
well, then we have a little bigger discussion.
It scares the shit out of all of us, okay?
But so then Clay has to talk another hour and a half. And the weird thing about Celebrity Apprentice is, and this is something you guys will not be able to understand, but I want you to try to wrap
Because
your
we'll never
heads
be on
around
the show. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because we'll never be on the show,
If
right?
you're on the show, you'll understand it. It's not reality, and it's also not TV. And that's the part that's really hard. As we sit here talking, you are aware that every breath you're taking is going out to people. Right?
Yeah.
You're very aware of that. And you also know it's not a real situation. We're not just sitting around having a cup of colas.
Right.
But you also know that it's going out live. Now imagine if you do this show and you do 10 hours of it, 10 hours straight without a break, and you don't know what 3 minutes they're using. So you have to constantly think, but then you know, so the hour and a half that I'm talking to Clay, I know is going to be on TV, and yet any individual instant of it, me rolling my eyes, me going, oh, shut the fuck up, you know, any of that. So it's very different. I mean, doing an hour on Pierce Morgan, where you know the cameras are there and it's all going out, you can kind of judge how you're coming off. Like, you're sitting there and you're gonna, you know, you're thinking, we'll let Penn go this long and then I'm going to interject this, and Jesus, better get a fucking joke in there somewhere. It's been a while without a joke. What can we stick in? All that's going through your head. Imagine all that's taken away from you.
Wow, yeah, that's fucked up, man. And
I add to that they don't cheat. There's no cheating. They're not going to take an eye roll out of one conversation, put it in another. They don't do that. They're completely honest, completely straightforward.
Right.
But the situation, imagine you get up at 5 a.m. and you have 12 cameras on you from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 12 cameras, and then you're surrounded by people who you didn't choose to be around. I mean, the five of us in this room, they do 10 hours with cameras on us. I think we do pretty good.
Yeah.
Now bring in Don Johnson. Just put him into there, like a little bit of carbon in the reactor. You know, the five of us are doing great.
We probably would be excited for the first hour, maybe two, and then we
Yeah.
still have 8 hours with
I don't
Don
care.
Johnson.
You can be excited for the first 40 hours,
Right.
and it still won't be over.
Gotcha. Got your point.
You don't have to say an hour. You know, it's
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
go
yeah.
forever. And if you get someone like Gary Busey, who other people found annoying, I just love it. 'Cause
Love
it's this
him.
pure kind of flow of, you know, like dancing beneath the diamond sky with one arm waving free.
Is it total genuine from him? Because he's such a good actor. Like, when you realize he does know how to be structured when he acts and he can memorize
Well, he had a
lines,
head
he's a
injury,
brilliant actor.
so there's some stuff going on
So this
there.
craziness in real life is actually organic?
I believe that Gary is, well, as much as anybody, as true to himself as possible. Now, there's a time when you're aware of what you're doing, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, he is certainly more honest on camera to who he actually is than any of us in this room have ever been. You know, you're pretty much yourself on here, but he does less than you do to bring it together in front of a mic.
So who are you doing Celebrity Apprentice, the All-Stars with? Are you allowed to say yet?
I'm allowed to say it's been announced.
It was. Okay.
Yeah, it's but I don't know if I'll be able to remember in the right order. Lisa Rinna, who I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Gary Busey, Dennis Rodman, LaToya Jackson, Brett Michaels, Dee Snider. Dee's great.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
And then, Omarosa. Who else was there? Some Playboy woman that I never got to really, Brandy, who I never got to really work with. She was on different teams. Stephen Baldwin.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
So we're
Oh wow.
I get to
Wow.
talk. I talk
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of scripture
Wow.
with
Yeah,
Stephen
yeah.
Baldwin, and at one point I'm talking to him, and we're talking
Polar
about
opposite of
we're
Penn,
talking
obviously.
about the Bible, and we're talking. It's a great moment because I'm talking about John, and I'm saying that my major problem with the Bible is that one of my major problems is that Jesus is so anti-family. Jesus says in several places, put your family aside and follow me. Your family doesn't matter. Come follow me. Leave them behind. Follow me. And I said, I believe my family is more important than that. I don't know why Christians talk about family values when throughout the New, and he says, where is that you're talking about? And I said, well, it's throughout the New Testament, but it's mostly in John. And he says to me, well, do you have any verses that you know offhand? And I say, yeah, the one that's tattooed on the back of your neck.
Oh,
and he has 330 tattooed on the back of his neck. And then he quotes it to me, and I go, see?
What is 330?
It's the one that says, don't worry about yourself or being you or following what you believe. You must put that aside and follow me. And I said, putting aside your own heart and doing this. But, I'm putting it in abstract terms. It's not exact. But, he has biblical stuff tattooed on. And, Baldwin would spend his time going, it's so weird that the only one who knows what my religious tattoos mean on this show is the atheist. But I got along great with Stephen Baldwin, And if you want to hear stories on Usual Suspects, which I do, they're there. If you want to hear stories about him converting to Jesus, which I kind of didn't, you still hear those too. But it's just fascinating. The youngest Baldwin.
It's amazing that it's so much better to be educated about something that you're against, not necessarily against, but don't believe in, have an opposing point of view. It's so much easier to be very educated in that, to have a constructive argument with somebody, discussion.
Do you understand the irony of what you're hearing right now?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how everyone in the radio audience is going, who the fuck just said
Who
that?
are you? I'm very educated. When I have a viewpoint. No, because obviously, also talking about gun control issues. This week, everybody's talking about it, and like a lot of people that are for gun control have very little knowledge about guns and what their purposes are.
I was going on Wendy Williams yesterday, and I said to my manager as I was going on, I said, "Do you think that I should do nothing during this interview except correct them on magazine and clip and the differences?" I said, would that appear to be callous if I just said, a magazine and a clip, it has to do with the spring and loaded and but yes, it's a time. What I was so bothered about was on both sides, without talking about the issues at all, people jumping in to make their political points.
Right, yeah.
I just was like, we don't need to hear from you now, except that I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all we really need to hear. And also the press turning it into this 24-hour thing. Yeah. My children, I didn't have the TV on at all, but and there were these articles everywhere about how to talk to your children about this. How you talk to your children about this is you don't talk to them. There's no reason for them to think about this. It's a tragedy, but it's a tragedy that's also an anomaly. It's not going to happen in their school. It's a very, very small number, which is why we're so appalled. And obviously this happening to one child is infinitely too many.
Right.
That being said, it does not mean that your 75 million children in the country are at risk from this.
And they don't need to be petrified.
No.
Going into school. Yeah.
And, they said, that the school was going to bring it up a little bit. And my children did. And I said to my children, this can't happen to you. And in some of the articles they were saying, you can't tell them you can keep them safe from this. And I'm reading the article going, yes, I can.
I can.
Yes, I really can.
The odds are good they will be safe from that.
Overwhelming.
It's horrifying as a parent, though. As a parent, did that just bother you at all? Or?
Of course.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but what you really want to worry about, of course, you know this very well, is you want to worry about drowning, and you want to worry about prescription medicines. That's. We lose about 2 children a day drowning in backyard pools. I mean, that's a real number, and that can happen. And it's just that, trying to do that triage and that priority without losing any of the compassion, at all. And also, when I was on Wendy Williams, there was...
What was her take on it, by the way?
The usual, we have to ban assault weapons, and then she was also quoting Jamie Foxx about how our entertainment is too violent. And then Sue Simmons, who was on, said, well, you have somebody who's mentally ill with Asperger's syndrome and let them play video games. And I went crazy. I was probably inappropriate on the show. Yeah. I was probably too aggressive because I said...
You got a great take on violent video games.
But
bullshit. It's amazing.
Asperger's syndrome, I said, there's no correlation with violence whatsoever. None. We don't have to be. And she said, well, there's something wrong with them. We have to. I said, no, Asperger's syndrome people live among us, and we love them, and they're our families. And there's no reason you shouldn't even say that. Yes, the shooter probably had Asperger's. But it's like saying he was blonde or something. I mean, it is so much worse than the worst kind of racism to say that the people among us who need our help and need our love and need our support and are not in any way violent. There's no correlation. There isn't a fucking data point. You can't say, well, they do, you can, with schizophrenia, you can say there's very, very, very few cases, but it's a little higher in the schizophrenic population. Right. It's only a little. It's so low. It's just an RCH. It's just barely there, But Asperger's, if anything, it's negatively correlated.
You're the only one that says that word properly, by the way. You all say Asperger's.
Is that proper?
I think so.
There
is a P in that word. I think that's how you say it.
I say Asperger's.
That's what I say.
It's fun to say, to pretend it's 2 words put together and I snicker.
So
snicker isn't 2 words put together.
No, but I snicker at thinking of ass and burgers. I just snicker.
Your take on violent video games. I know you did a whole episode on bullshit.
Well, the thing is, it's just another way for grown-ups to dislike their children. I mean, all I think about is, you remember that clip that we all saw 1 billion times? Rock and roll has got to go! And the guy smashing the record, and we all laugh our asses off, and then they show, Hail, Hail, Rock and Roll, and those kind of documentaries that were all out in the 70s and 80s. If you watch those again, they show these, southern, big-headed fat guys saying, it's the devil's music! It's the devil's music! And they do all that kind of shit. And then when Hillary Clinton comes out and says, we've got to stop these violent video games, people our age, kind of go, well, she's a little over the top. No, she's rock and roll has got to go. She's insane. Yes, this shooter did play Call of Duty. You know why? Because every motherfucker under 30 plays Call of Duty. More people play Call of Duty than eat pussy. More people play Call of Duty than drink milk. Every single motherfucker who's under the age of 25 has played Call of Duty in the past 3 days. Yes. There's no exceptions.
They sold 16 million games in 2 days.
Yeah!
In 2 fucking days.
60 million. So when you say, Mom, everyone's listening to the Beatles, nothing compared to Call of Duty. So what you've got is, let's see the percentage of people who are watching Call of. It's totally unfucking related.
Right.
It's just like saying, you're watching the Shakespeare stuff, and Shakespeare has these underage teen suicides. What's this going to do? Fuck you! Nothing. It's art. People know the difference. My children, 5 years old, watched the Stooges and knew the Stooges weren't really gouging each other's eyes out.
Right.
Of course, turns out they really were, but that's not important. Doesn't change my point. So the thing is, there's this desperate attempt, and it makes me fucking nuts, this desperate attempt, and I believe this is one of those things that Americans do more than the rest of the country. There's this desperate attempt when there's something terrible to blame something other than the person we know is the perpetrator.
What the
Charlie
fuck is that
Manson. You know, blame the hippie movement. No. Blame LSD. No. Blame the Times. No. Blame fucking Charlie Manson. He carved a swastika into his forehead. What the fuck more do you need?
We don't
It
even
is
blame
not
Manson.
society.
Blame Tex Watson and Squeaky and them.
Exactly.
We still haven't blamed him, really.
Exactly. How about we blame the person and then to say that because every single quality this guy has, you cast aspersions on everybody else, especially the Asperger's people, who are struggling with so many things to fit in. I mean, they're having, this is not a secret. I'm not telling tales out of school. But I'm a little hesitant to say it, but I will anyway. On my podcast, Penn Sunday School, Reddy Rich, who runs the board, has Asperger's syndrome and was special schools and everything else and works really hard. And he's one of these guys who has to count the amount of time he makes eye contact with you so he appears normal. You know, he has to do, I do 6 seconds of eye contact with you, then I can go to someone else in the room. He has to do that kind of stuff.
Wow.
He is so brutally honest that he has to be careful. You know what I mean? Because he will tell you the truth whether you want it or not.
Oh shit!
And he has, and there's, and it's a spectrum.
Right.
There's all different qualities.
Sure,
but I mean, he's serious. It's not someone that has just a touch of that weirdness. He
How
really
long ago
has
did they
that.
come out with knowing what that was? Asperger's. How long has that been a diagnosed
doesn't seem that
condition?
long at all.
Not long, decades. I mean, just a couple
Decades
few
tops,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So when we were
And,
growing up, they were all just considered
weirdos. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but
Well, that's
And
true.
so this is someone that
What was the most honest thing he said to you that you went, oh man? Why are you?
we had a guest of the show.
Yeah.
A really heavy guest that I was really excited to get on. And I did an interview with him. And it went really well. And I thought we killed. And we finished. And I said, how did that seem to you? And he said, oh, you shouldn't ask me right after the show because it was awful. And I was sleeping almost there. It was really boring. But he said, you have to learn. You can't just ask me. I don't know how to do that thing other people do and avoid it. So if you don't want that kind of answer, you gotta don't make me the first one you talk to.
It's got to be odd to be aware that you do these things and still do that.
I got the most beautiful letter from him. It meant the world to me. One of my favorite emails ever. I had hurt my hand. It hurt my ear. Hurt my ear pretty badly. I had to go to the doctor and so on, and my ear was hurt badly. And about 2 weeks after I had this, was in the hospital and came back, I got this email from Reddy Rich who said, "Dear Penn, my training says that 2 weeks after someone gets out of the hospital, I'm supposed to make a note and then ask them how they're doing to show that I'm concerned and that I love them." And he said, so I'm supposed to ask you right now in my training how your ear is. But it feels to me like if I do that to you, that you'll just see it as sucking up and pandering and kind of laugh it off. So I guess the honest truth is I don't care about your ear, but want you to know that I love you. Sincerely, Reddy Rich.
Wow.
Beat that for a fucking letter.
That's pretty amazing.
But my training tells me da-da-da-da. So I'm sitting on the show, and this woman starts saying, when you have people with Asperger's syndrome and you start giving them Call of Duty, you turn these people into killers.
Oh my God.
And I'm going, no, they're wonderful people.
Are
They're
they able
people
to
that we love.
empathize? I know there's a difference, but they say sociopaths can't feel empathy or can't feel compassion or can't put themselves in a what is? I'm sure there's a difference.
That is different from Asperger's syndrome. The old definition, it's changed now, of sociopath was someone that didn't feel empathy. And if you're looking for someone to be a doctor, an EMT, go with your sociopath. The last thing you want in an emergency situation is someone going, you want someone that goes, okay, cut him open, get that out of there, he's got part of a fireplace poker going directly through his ass. Pull it out right. No, not that direction. You don't want someone going, it's in his ass. It's in his ass. There are uses in society for and the number of people in our society who become violent, who become dangerous, is a tiny, tiny number.
Right.
And we don't know who they're going to be. We just don't.
And as a society, we want it to be perfect. 0.
Yeah, and also
it'll never be 0.
That isn't going to happen.
And we also can't. It'll never be 0. But if you read, there's this great book. What I do when I come on this show is I plug other books besides mine.
Your book was a good read, man. I liked it a lot.
There's a book by Steven Pinker called Angels of Our Better Selves that details what's happening with violence worldwide, but especially in the U.S. And I had known that two things are always true. One, the world is always getting better. 2, we always think it's getting worse. And that's because we get older. And we get children to take care of and that kind of stuff.
Did you read Culture of Fear when it came out?
No, I didn't.
Which Michael Moore used in Bowling for Columbine. I was more interested that he referenced that book, and I went, all right, I'm going to go fucking read this book. It's everything you're saying. Everything's getting better. But with the media and everything, it makes it seem like everything's getting worse.
Yes, and you...
and they break down stats. Like, we all learn, like, be careful when you go trick-or-treating. You're going to get poisoned, right? And this guy's like, well, let's fucking look at how many people have been poisoned in the last 30 years. And it turns out to be such a tiny percentage. And then they break that number down, and it turns out their own parents did it to, get the insurance money or something. But what did we learn growing up? Holy fuck, kids are getting poisoned all over the place.
Yeah, and that the Culture of Fear thing. And
it's a great book.
I had always known that things were getting better. What I didn't know, and Angels of Our Better Selves really shows you, is I thought it had gotten better in the past 100 years.
Right.
No, the past 30 years. I mean, since the 80s even, it's just tapering off like crazy.
Yeah.
And it's this civilization, it's all that stuff going on, and it's also people not being as frightened. Many of your attacks are, people who feel so fucked over that they react and so on. And we've got all sorts of better ways. So you've gotten this time, the funniest argument is that the more likely you are to play video games, the less likely you are to be violent.
Thank you. I said that all week.
But the reason is it's not what you think, that it takes away your frustration or any of that. It's simply that if you can afford video games and you live in a Western culture with video games, you're young enough to play video games, your chances are you're less violent anyway.
You're not falling into that category.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
you can...
And it also just takes aggression out. When we're all feeling that aggression, we do things.
You don't even need it to.
But some people, I would assume, would play a violent video game to get a little aggression out.
Sure.
Relieve a little stress.
Sure, but I mean, also, you can also have, and this is the other thing that bothers me, you can have a lot of aggression and not kill people.
Of course. Make you a murderer.
That's the other thing you want to, there's this thing of, well, he was getting really upset at his job, he was getting really upset at his, yes! There's a lot of people. I've watched people lose their jobs and lose their wives the next week.
Right.
And they are fucking just nothing but aggression and hate.
Yes.
And you know what? They hurt nobody.
They don't kill
anybody. They hurt nobody,
right.
including themselves.
Yeah,
Maybe I got one friend who punched a wall once, hurt himself a little. But for the most part, it's just...
You're doing a great job breaking this down. So... what's your thought on the 24-hour news cycle? Because they certainly don't discuss any of this stuff, which would put a lot of Americans at ease.
We were saying that they never point. They point the blame at video games, at guns, at everything. There is movies,
mental illness.
But I've never seen them do a story that said, does showing these killers in the way that 24-hour news now shows them, almost making them these anti-heroes, does this promote the next one?
Wouldn't that be the same thing you're talking about?
It's at least as viable as
all the other
their
shit.
Dumb video games and gun argument, but they never mention it.
I don't.
We know why they don't mention it.
Well,
we just wish they would be a little
They don't.
honest.
They want to feign ignorance so they can continue doing it.
Right.
You're never going to indict yourself.
Right.
And if they ask the question, what do we do to contribute to this? Even though profilers have told them it absolutely contributes to it. It absolutely does, because you're giving these people something to go out with. They know it, and they're indifferent to it. They don't give a shit.
And capital punishment does that too.
Right.
Capital punishment is sexy too. You know.
But to expand on it, I mean, a lot of people are scared shitless to drop their kids off at school, and a lot of it is because of how it's been covered on the news. And you broke it down today, saying, "Look, it's not going to happen to your kid."
It's just not.
But they don't say that. They don't.
the thing that's
if they hit you with some percentages, you would feel a little better.
Vaccines.
Yeah.
This whole anti-vax
Right.
movement that Jenny McCarthy is big on. We have children in Beverly Hills dying of whooping cough. Dying of whooping cough in Beverly Hills. If you told someone in the 60s that someone in the United States of America, I mean, was going to be turning down a polio vaccine, they'd be out of
why?
And those are bigger numbers. Yeah. And of course, any non-zero number for a tragedy is a tragedy. But I'll tell you, the way I live, I don't know if you'll be appalled at me for this. I read about 9/11/01, but I didn't watch the TV coverage. I didn't want to see those buildings come down.
Right, yeah.
I saw them. I mean, I saw clips of it, but once or twice. When I get a video sent to me in an email that says, "Here's a beheading."
Oh no, that's my
Afghanistan.
line. That's my line.
I don't watch that.
Never.
I'll watch everything else, but beheadings I've never.
And
watched.
I didn't watch. I have not seen anything from the Newtown shooting. I read.
Isn't that hard to avoid?
Well, I just don't watch broadcast TV. It's pretty easy.
But it doesn't get the best of you. Like you're.
No, I'm not curious about it.
Good
You
for
know,
you.
it's.
I'm a weaker man.
It's
as much as I get pissed off, I will be watching.
It's very. You know, this is and you say this. You know, I hate this fucking argument. You say, this is a really rare occurrence. And then the person that you're talking to gets all sanctimonious and goes, rare, yes, but that's not to their families. And I go, no, not to their families. I'm not in any way
saying that.
I'm not saying the families are supposed to go, hey, no big deal.
Right.
I'm not even saying no big deal. I'm just saying, let's not frighten our children. Let's not scare our children. And also, let's not say that Asperger's syndrome is the problem. You know, these are people that we love and who need love and need respect. And, I mean, and not in a special way.
Right.
They need love and respect like we do.
Anyone else.
I think the motive behind it is people, it feels so random. The frightening part of it is it's so random and it feels unstoppable. So if people find something they can blame, it feels almost as if, okay, we can backtrace it and see how it could have been avoided. So we can, it's taking a randomness out of it and a helplessness out of it.
You want to do something.
Uh,
But that really does nothing, because if it's this type of kid this time, the next time it happens, and it will happen, it will be with a stolen cop's gun, and it'll be done by somebody with no there's no pattern.
Well, you know, we had what is it? I'm going to get these dates wrong, so forgive me, like I always do. But I think it was 1923. The guy who locked the doors to the school and burned the place down.
That was 1925.
Was it?
Yeah.
And you know, it is the biggest killing of children we've had in the country.
Yeah.
And they did all the stuff on that guy, and you know, you try to blame other stuff. You know, you blame the accelerants and the gasoline and and all that, and all that. You know, all that is also true. You know, if you had different weapons, you have different conclusions, and but. What I worry about so much is that you end up with so many extenuating circumstances that you miss the obvious thing of, we know who pulled the trigger.
Right.
We do know that. And it wasn't the people that do Call of Duty. Right. You know, you don't have, I mean, Call of Duty, what are the figures? More people play Call of Duty than have seen any movie, right?
Huge.
Ever. Yeah.
Any movie ever. Yeah. Everybody, I mean, do you play Call of Duty?
No.
See,
Constantly.
you do?
Yes, I love it.
I play Tiger Woods golf.
I don't
I'm a
play,
bore with my
I don't
video
play
games.
any video games.
I play Xtube.
My children, I try to, Mike Nesmith of the Monkees, one of my biggest heroes, brilliant, brilliant man. When I was visiting him once, he said to me, "You play video games?" And I kind of said no. And he goes, "It's rock and roll. Rock and roll is no longer rock and roll. Whether it's rap or hip hop or anything, all the old people know how to make money off that." He said, "Video games, there really is a cutoff at about 30, 35, 40, where people over that don't even know what it is. They think it's a much better version of Pong." That's what they see, It's like Centipede, only really good. They have no idea.
But the news hasn't interviewed one person under the age of 30 about violent video games.
And he said, so if you really want to know what's happening in the world, I mean, when grown-ups couldn't tell the Beatles apart, and every kid could say, these grown-ups now can't tell, Call of Duty from World of Warcraft.
We were watching the news, and they had a graphic up, and they were showing video games, and I'm looking, going, that isn't even considered a violent video game. It's like a fantasy role-playing video game, and they're showing it and talking about how this, is responsible for murders. It's like, at least show a first-person shooter from this fucking decade.
It was like when Sid Vicious supposedly killed Nancy.
Yeah.
And they were talking about, punk rock Sid Vicious, and they put up a picture of Johnny Rotten. Because he's in the Sex Pistols.
Same guy, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
Did he not kill her? Did he not kill Nancy?
Well, he probably did, but I'm not sure we actually had a full trial because he died after that. So I'm just not sure.
We had Johnny Rotten in. What a fucking great guy.
Oh, he was fucking great.
I have never, ever met him.
He's awesome. We were nervous.
Very interesting.
We were very nervous, but we all hit it off. He was very interesting.
I've wanted to meet him for so long, and we were supposed to meet a couple times, and it didn't work out. But he's such a hero of mine.
You're going to love him.
I just love him so much, yeah.
We should take a break.
Oh, yeah.
You sticking around, Penn?
I'll do whatever you want.
Oh, fuck yeah. We're just trying to get to 10 and start a little holiday break. Our holiday break.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I'm here the last day with
Yes, you are.
So it's very likely the three of you leave and I do the rest of the show alone, right?
What are you promoting? I mean, I read the book. I loved it. I love Sunday School. It's one of the podcasts I do search out and listen to. Anything else?
No, just, every day's an atheist holiday. My book.
What I want to talk about, if it's okay with you, you talked about your trip to China.
Yeah.
And India and a few other places, and you were affected by that.
A lot.
Deeply,
a lot,
right?
A lot, yeah.
I want to get into that a little bit. And, man, I know you're a huge fan of The Amazing Randy. You had him on your podcast.
Yeah.
That was a great podcast. And I don't know if I did it justice. I heard that podcast, and I brought in the clip about faith healers and the wheelchairs and stuff. Maybe we can get into that a little bit, too.
Sure, we'll do that.
If that's all right with you. Sure. All right, Penn Jillette. Oh, Jimmy. Tickets, Buffalo or no?
Buffalo, New Year's Eve, 28 through 31. Still on sale.
Tee-hee.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Let me show you how to make a big boy love you.
In today's episode, Uncle Paul remembers babysitting a young Opie.
You remember, I used to babysit you. I'd poke my you-know-what through the crib and you'd grab it. He was a little blue-eyed Gregorio. He was the cutest one. Yeah, I told you, him and his brother would play the game. The peenie flip. I said, go ahead, flip your peenie. Sure. And his mother would take pictures when he was in the tub. Yeah, and then the court said she had to leave, so she went with a Jewish fella. I kiss his shoulders real tender. And I say, this is what happens. The man puts it in. I'm going to fertilize you. I'm going to show you how we start life. Push back a little bit. Come on, eat your ice cream and push back. Show Uncle Paul you want a baby. Gonna make you pregnant.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
God, you got a million stories. Penn Jillette in studio, one of my favorite guests. Absolutely. Read his book. I check out his podcast, Sunday School. And actually, I want to go back to your trip to China.
Yeah,
you read about that. You wrote about that in your book.
Yeah, I wrote a lot about it. You know, it was really crazy. We did this. It was Canadian crew had this idea of doing a show showing magic around the world, but not magic done for tourists, but magic done for people of that place. And so they sent us, we were like 200 clicks out of Beijing, and we were in Shadipur, which is the slum to the slum of Delhi. We're outside of Calcutta, and we didn't see a lot of magic, saw a lot of suffering. It was amazing, you know, in India. And, you know, Matt, where in the hell is Matt, the guy that dances around the world, that great, cool guy? He said that, you know, India, you just, you can go, now when Americans go to India, they usually go to 5-star hotels and the Maharishi, and they're doing all the incense burning and stuff. They don't go to the places in India that are less good. And turns out, and for good and sufficient reasons, if you guys had a vote, it'd be the same here in the U.S. Magicians are in India, used to be part of the untouchable class. And I'm though you're thinking, yeah, it probably should be that way.
Yeah, sure.
We're fine. So they were living, you know, so here we were, in our suits, mic'd up, covered with flies from head to toe, with open sewage, with leprosy and polio, all the fuck around us, trying to do kind of a comedy show.
Did it smell bad?
You tell me. Open sewers? What do you think? Smell good, bad? What do you think?
Of course it is funny.
Oh, it was
wow.
It was sickening. And,
did you get depressed?
Yes. And I had, on top of that, I had left my mom dying in the U.S. So I'm calling my mom every chance I get, and I'm going like, I'm in Calcutta. You know, and just saying to someone on the phone, I'm in Calcutta, you go, what kind of weird turns has my life taken?
Yeah.
And, you know, we have this bit. I mean, one of the guys was talking to me about it. We have this bit in our show in Vegas that we wrote it, you know, right when we came back from China. We wrote it in 2000, and it's still in our show. You know, we change our show all the time, but it just doesn't go away. It's our flag burning,
right? Where
we talk about the First Amendment and how important the flag is,
right?
And I remember saying to G. Gordon Liddy and also to Glenn Beck, I said, you know, when you come to our show live, we're going to burn a flag on stage, and you're going to stand up and cheer. And they said, no way, I am against flag burning. I said, no, you're gonna stand up and cheer. So Tell and I came back from those places and just said, we have to write the most patriotic bit we could ever write. We have to write about the USA with a magic trick, because freedom has really given us everything we have. You know, if we were magicians, we got to kind of see, and I realize this is overly melodramatic, but in that kind of pressure situation, melodrama does come to your heart. We got to see magicians our age working in Beijing and working in Cairo. And working in Calcutta, and you really kind of go, "Wow, do I want to be in Vegas?" You know, it's just.
You described a magician in China. It was deeply depressing. It was like kind of an open mall or something, and he was trying to do his shit.
Oh, it was crazy. You know,
and no one was around. He was pretty much doing it for himself.
When you get top down planning, you know, I mean, that's anybody that loves government and loves bureaucracy and wants everything planned out nice. Go to China. Then come back and we'll talk about it. You know, they put together this place called Wu Chow, which, as I said, is a couple hundred clicks out of Beijing. Wu Chow, things are going to get easier. Wu Chow. And at that time, now the internet has changed everything. In the past, 12 years, everything changes entirely. But the time we were there, we were the first white people they had seen, you know. And I'm asking them through translators, Beatles, nothing. Elvis, nothing. Madonna, nothing. You know, and what they said
shut off
when they saw me, they kept saying Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan. They thought I looked just like Michael Jordan because they had never seen. I mean, it was really funny. The pictures of me in China, you think it's some sort of gag because it looks like they've captured Bigfoot. You know what I mean? They're all normal-sized people,
right.
and then I'm 6'7". I'm 300 pounds. I'm gigantic in the U.S.
Here, yeah.
Now imagine where the average height is 5'2". And imagine this guy comes up, gets out of a van with a crew around him, and walks.
Yeah.
I mean, there's children running and screaming. So they had decided that they should have a place to show magic. So in the middle of nowhere, they build this huge industrial place that looks like a prison, giant, and doesn't have central heating. And then they put backdrops up, and then they have like 20 magicians, and there is, and no hyperbole here, there is no one there as an audience, no one. And we're going to shoot at the magic school and at the magic performance, and there's no heat. It's the middle of the winter. They're wearing like spandex. They're huddled around this little space heater. There's a backdrop of the New York skyline, and there's a boombox. And we go in there with our crew, and they put the boombox, they play 42nd Street, and then they come out and do like a silk routine. You're producing silks out of their hands, and then go huddle around this little space heater.
This sounds horrible.
And the entire
I got
audience,
depressed reading about this.
entire audience was the two of us. And now the weird thing about China and the U.S., and you can't, you can see so much about a culture in a microcosm, We're just talking magic now.
Right.
Now, if you are sitting with me, if we go out, have supper, we're sitting around afterwards, and we get to talking about magic, and I will claim to you, looking in your eyes, I'll say, Aunt, we invented this, we invented that, that was our idea. If I could get away with it, looking at your face, I will tell you that I invented playing cards. And then, Anthony, I got the idea of spades, hearts, diamonds, and clubs. That idea came to me, and I was thinking that's what the four suits would be. And if you go, really? I go, yeah.
You keep going.
And 52 was such a good number. And I thought there should be two jokers. And then I decided that I would come up with this. Have you ever seen this card trick? 7 cards in 3 rows. That was mine. And as long as you're buying it, I'm going to go.
Sure.
Chinese magicians. This guy would come in with an act, a move that we had never, ever seen. Brand new. This guy invented it. Man, when'd you come up with that move? And all through translators. Oh, it's ancient. It goes back, ancient goes back to our forefathers. My teacher and his teacher and the teacher before him. It's always been done just like this. No, it hasn't. That's your move. You came up with it. Every single thing you try to compliment them on, the only way they'll accept a compliment is by going, this is ancient. This goes way back.
Oh, wow.
This is
Right,
exactly
right.
the same. And when we went to like magic schools, people are like working on the cups and balls. They are trying to do exactly what the person ahead of them did. If there's one little wrinkle, Teller goes over and goes, if you do the move like this, it'll be a little more. This is the way we do it. That's it. So these guys who are huge innovators who are just claiming this stuff goes back 1,000 years.
What was a move you had never seen before? What was something that actually impressed you?
I'm talking about really, really subtle stuff. You're
okay.
talking about minutia.
Okay.
But when you're talking about magic, the way he's handling
are
something.
the big
And
things,
we've seen the videotapes of the people that did come over here, videotapes from the 60s, the way they did it. And we know there's innovations, but it's so nutty that in the U.S., everything is about the individual.
Yes.
And can I claim to have invented this?
Right.
How is this my idea? If you talk to Justin Bieber, rock and roll, pretty much my idea.
Yes.
One Direction. The idea of that close vocal harmonies, kind of ours. There was stuff before us, but we kind of brought a whole new thing
Yeah,
to it.
yeah.
The Beatles. There were no girl groups before them that did those tight harmonies. There was nobody wearing long hair. That's all us. We kind of all thought. The idea of using multi-track recording to tell a whole story on a record, never mind that Sinatra did it in 1950. 1958.
Yeah.
Never mind that Pet Sounds was already out. Never mind that Frank Zappa already did Freak Out. That was Paul's idea. That's the way our culture functions. And it was so weird to us to say to people, because, the first thing we ask, and the magic trick is, who developed that? Where did it come from? You want to give credit? Oh, no, this thousands of years.
It's this whole societal thing. Yeah,
so when we came back, we wanted to just talk about, individualism and, and there's a really good argument. You can live a very happy life with a collectivist point of view. It's just so foreign to the way I was brought up.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom and dad were, you do what is in your heart and what you think is right, and you stay with that. I remember my mom, and as I said, she was, really old, and she'd want to play bridge. She played bridge with Mrs. Cosby, Bill Cosby's mother, because Bill Cosby lived outside of Greenfield, and at the at the retirement center, the old age center, Mrs. Cosby would go, and then my mom would go, and they'd play bridge together, and they were the two showbiz moms.
Wow.
So I would get phone calls from my mom saying, Mrs. Cosby and I were talking today, and she said you should host the Tonight Show because that worked out really well for her son. And she said that when her son hosted the Tonight Show, it really did boost his career a bit.
Oh, wow.
So Mrs. Cosby and I were saying that you should host the Tonight Show. Well, Mom, I haven't been asked. I don't even know that Bill was asked. She didn't say Bill was asked. She just
showed up. Yeah.
How great is that?
You think Miss Cosby was just throwing jabs at like to say that my kid's better than your kid? Like, you want to have your son be racially innovative and do a TV show that no one else in his race can do? What?
It was great, that New England stuff. But my mom, to talk to the other women at the senior center, she would want to watch these, the daytime shows, which I don't know if it was Oprah then, but whatever it was in the late 90s, and she'd say to me, she always said the same thing. She always said, there was a show today, and it was a brother and sister who were living together as man and wife, and there were no children, and I just didn't know why it was anyone's business. And I go, Mom, if you have that attitude, you cannot watch daytime television. And every single day, she'd go into the senior center, and the woman would gossip, and she would say, I don't know why that's anyone's business. Who cares? If they're not hurting anybody, they should be able to do whatever they want. And, when I was friends with Al Goldstein, and Screw Magazine, I was watching a news thing after he was arrested for pornography again. And my mother said, do they give these magazines to people who don't want them? And I said, no. And she said, then what's the problem?
Your mom would have made a great mobster. Just knows to keep her mouth shut, stay out of other people's business.
Keep her nose clean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe Mrs. Cosby can let us wet our beaks.
But that was it. And when we were traveling overseas, it really was a different point of view.
Did you feel like the people were suffering, or it's just their way of life and they're kind of used to it? Is it your perspective? You know what I'm trying to say?
At the time,
yeah.
It was certainly clear. I mean, we were over there at the tail end of them having rather draconian laws about how many children you could have. So they were killing infant girls.
Amazing.
And you had this hotel full of Americans that were over there adopting Chinese girls. And it was just crazy to see because they had limited and they all wanted boys.
Right.
They were just throwing away Chinese girls. And you'd see these little babies being pulled out of orphanages. And for the people in the U.S. who were adopting Chinese babies, puts them in, I don't want to throw around words like rich, and that changes a lot, but they had to be able to get a ticket to China and back.
Right.
They had to be able to get away from work for 3 weeks. They had to have a lawyer to do the paperwork. They've got to have, a couple $100. And I was thinking about these children who were left pretty much to suffer in an orphanage, and then all of a sudden, bingo, bingo, they're living in Beverly Hills. It's just it's crazy how that whole world. You just I would just sit and cry in the lobby, because the lobby, this is a 5-star fancy ass hotel where like Bond should be staying, right? And it's just all strollers and all Huggies and all this baby equipment.
Wow.
And all parents to be. I mean, none of these people have children. They've brought all this shit over from the U.S. in order to adopt the child that they will spend their life with. And now that's all changed. I mean, I want to make it very clear. I was right at the very end of that, and China's opened up. And my friend Matt, the guy who does, Where the Hell is Matt and dances around the world, says that since 2000 to now, the whole world has changed. The internet has leapfrogged people, and the education is just so phenomenal.
So how do they handle it now in China? I don't know.
Are they annoyed that they were robbed of this information for that long?
Are you?
No, but I mean, it wasn't
you
withheld like...
I'll tell you, I am really bummed that when I was in high school, we didn't have the web and sexting. Can you imagine having sexting?
How much easier it was.
What you would have on your phone?
Yes.
I mean, I would have, with the girlfriends I had in high school, I would have had, an entire casebook of the Supreme Court of pictures. I would have been sending so many pictures of my dick to so many people in high school.
No, I'm sorry. I mean stuff like, are they mad that the government withheld all this stuff from them for all, like almost like the way they're now seeing the world is open up, not just the dirty individual stuff, but like in China, like you said, they'd never seen white people, and all of a sudden, my God.
There's one area, it's just crazy. I don't know if you perceive it that way. I don't know if you perceive it that you've been stopped all these years. I mean, I wasn't really kidding about saying, how shocked are you? Because when the internet first started flowing over us, I just couldn't. I mean, I used to have to. I'd read a reference in a book and have to get on my bike and go to the library, go through the fucking Dewey Decimal System, find the book and look it up. And I just can't believe that you can say, "Oh, who's Gene Vincent?" and do a clip on that and go, "Oh, the Blue Caps," and they were on it. So who's Carl Perkins? Boom! You can learn
so much. The song right on your phone.
Yeah, I know.
We have taken
while you're walking down the street, you can think of a song, and if you have a connection, just download it.
And we haven't started yet.
But there are kids out there that don't know any better. We actually live the complete opposite. You're right.
My daughter said, we're in the car, we're driving. My daughter says, "Play Yellow Submarine," and I kind of laugh at her and go, "Well, it's the radio, honey. We just don't have every song here. This is serious. We can't just if Yellow Submarine." She goes, "You have it on your phone. Plug it in and play it." And I go, "Oh yeah. Well, actually, honey, I don't have it on the phone." And she goes, "Buy it." I go, "Oh yeah, we can hear Yellow Submarine right now."
Just like that.
And it's still, I still can't believe that I can be driving in my car and want to hear, that band Magma from the 70s who performed everything in their own language. I'd like to hear side 2 of that double record set.
Everything is available to see or listen to or read. You don't have to wonder anymore and sit there, call your friends and go, "Who was that guy in that movie like that used to boggle you for hours on end." And then like your brother would be like, "Oh, it was that guy." And he was like, you finally go, "Oh, thank God." Now you just go to IMDb. That's it. There you go. All right,
It took 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to buy it.
Exactly.
All right.
Go to YouTube.
That is pretty fucked up, man.
It's just incredible.
We just take it for granted.
And we haven't.
We do come from a time we couldn't do any of this.
I was in. I went to visit Google, and what's his name, Serge, one of the founders. I'm in his office, right? And he says to me, "Talk to me about a perfect shuffle, a Pharaoh shuffle." Mm-hmm. And I said, "I've been reading about this." And I said, "Well, it's if you take a deck of cards and you shuffle it perfectly, every card interlaces with every other card, and you do that 52 times, the cards are in the same order they started out. Now, if instead of doing the outer cards mixing, if you do it so the inner cards mix, after 8 times, the cards are in the exact order you want."
Whoa.
So if you can do a perfect shuffle, you can lay out the cards just the way you want them, right? You can then shuffle them 4 times perfectly. You can then bring the cards out of your pocket. I can say, I'm going to do a card trick for you. I do 4 shuffles right in your face that are just perfect, and then the cards are in the exact order I want them in. Perfect shuffle. It's a rather hard move to do.
I don't
A rather
doubt.
hard move. I thought you. I'm like you're talking. It's a theory. That's actually been done
By me. And,
Oh, my God.
And it's called the Pharaoh Shuffle. So Serge says to me, I really want to know all about the Pharaoh Shuffle, and I want to learn how to do it. And he said, "Can you teach me?" I said, "Sure." Open up Google, type in Pharaoh Shuffle. The first thing that pops up will be Mike Close with a video teaching you to do a Pharaoh Shuffle. And I said, follow what he says in the video, and you'll be able to do it. I said, you schmuck. You've invented Google. You cannot ever talk to anyone about anything that's factual. All you can talk to us about from now on is opinions. There's nothing else you can say. And he types in Pharaoh Shuffle into Google, and sure enough, Mike Close pops up, and there's a Pharaoh. It's an incredibly satisfying magic move.
Yeah.
But
wow.
of course, if in those 8 shuffles you make one mistake,
you fuck up. Then, as you said last appearance, you got to go on to a different trick.
Well, you know you've made the mistake. Can you tell while you're doing that? Is there a way to tell, or it can be so close sometimes?
You know right away.
Oh, you do. Okay.
You can hear it. I hear people talking about baseball players that the guys in outfield. I don't know why I'm talking about using an analogy, something I know nothing about. But I've heard sports guys talk about the sound of it.
And they know exactly where it's going to be.
When someone's doing a perfect Pharaoh, I can hear it without looking at it.
Wow,
and if they make a mistake, you can hear it falls wrong. You just go. It's like when people do I had this friend. Oh God, I loved him. His name was Jerry Camaro, and Jerry.
Great name.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
Jesus.
He rode with the Huns. He was a motorcycle guy with the Huns. The Connecticut motorcycle gang. Crazy motherfuckers. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And he was shot 4 times, stabbed 5 times. He's the one that got the idea of stealing arms from the Black Panthers and selling them back to them. That was his idea. Good thinking. Ballsy move. So he was in the hospital. He did time in jail for a long time. And then he asked to get out of the gang, which you can't do. But he'd done so much service for them. He asked to get out. They let him out. And he became a close-up magician. And we got to know each other. We were really good friends, and I loved him. And he would do second deals and bottom deals. You take a deck of cards, he could deal them just like this, and the top card stays in place.
Oh,
he's coming off the bottom or off. So you put whatever you want on the top. You got your ace on the top. You deal as long as you want. Whenever you want that ace to fall, it does. Or you put whatever card you want on the bottom, it's there. And the thing that kills you on doing seconds is that people hear it. Even if you don't know what you're listening for, that is not quite perfect, and people will hesitate for a moment. So it's, and you hear that and go, something's wrong, and they look at you. Wow. His were perfect. You get down right at his fingers and look at. Perfect.
Does that mean he's dealing from the bottom of the deck? Or?
Dealing from the bottom of the deck. Dealing
you
for the
can't
second.
tell?
You cannot tell.
Can you do
cannot
that?
see it, cannot hear it. No! That's the point of the story. The point of the story is what he's doing is impossible. Impossible.
Oh my God.
So one of the things magicians do to make money, because making money in magic is a tough gig, is they'll do lectures, which means they go around to different little chapters of magicians. Go out to Brooklyn. There's 30 guys get together in a church basement, and they pay you a couple $100. You do your lecture. You sell your lecture notes, and then you go to Fridays with them. They buy you dinner, and then you sleep on some guy's couch. And you tour around the country. That's where you make your living doing lectures. So Jerry is going around doing lectures on his second deal and his bottom deal. And he's got a little pamphlet that he's selling. For $15. Jerry Camaro's perfect second deal, perfect bottom deal that he's teaching these guys. And he's doing it for them. He demos it, explains it, demos it, explains it. Guys come with their video cameras, demos it, explains it. And I go, Jerry, did you tell them in every one of the lectures at the end, you say, oh, and by the way, you have to do 14 years for murder one, or you have no chance of learning this. Your chances are 0. You need to practice 7 days a week, 4 hours a day for 14 years. There's one way to do that. Kill a motherfucker. Kill a motherfucker, and then you will... Perfect. My favorite Jerry Camaro story was Jerry was working at a place called Magic Island in Southern California. Kind of one of those phony, classy places, prime rib, all you can eat, but flocked wallpaper, And Jerry's wearing a tuxedo, and Jerry's a guy not too tall, shaved head, big beard, burly, and he's going around doing his magic act. And I'm watching him, and I'm standing in the back. There's about 8 guys he's working for, all yuppies. This is the 90s, rich fuckers, taking their second wives to, Magic Island to see some guy work. He's obviously the bottom of the totem pole. These guys are the shit, and he's working for him. He's just putting in his time. And I'm there visiting him, hanging out with him. I'm standing in the back watching him work, doing great card tricks, His patterns like this really just straight, just jokes 101 with these incredible moves, right? And he's got this asshole in the audience. This asshole is heckling him. Yeah, bullshit. Let me shovel the deck, doing all that shit they do. Just a fucking asshole, right? So Jerry says, I'll show you one just for you. He puts the deck down and rolls up his sleeves, pulls out the cards, does this 4-ace assembly, which means 4 aces come together where you don't expect them under his hands. Amazing move. Guy shuts up. He goes on with his show. We go backstage a little bit. He says, I'm glad you got to see that. I had that asshole yuppie, that stockbroker piece of shit. He said, and he was giving me a hard time, and then I did just the 4-ace assembly, and that just shut him right up. It shut him right up. And I go, Jerry, it wasn't the trick. He goes, that's a great fucking trick. What are you talking about, man? There's my perfect second in there. That's a great fucking trick. I go, wasn't the trick, Jerry. He goes, what'd I do wrong on the trick? What, you had a bad angle? I go, no, the trick was perfect, Jerry. That's not what shut him up. He said, what shut him up? I said, rolling up your sleeves. He goes, what do you mean? I go, you roll up your sleeves and it's covered with jailhouse tats. It says, fuck the world. That says 1% citizen, 99% criminal. And you have Dennis the Menace on a trike flipping the finger, and it says fuck the world under it in big letters, and it's all done with India ink and a needle. It does not look like mall ink. This is jailhouse ink. And you say to the guy, oh, you're giving me a hard time? Let me show you something. And you roll up your sleeves.
You never saw the trick.
And the guy is not seeing anything with the aces. He's just going, guy's got fuck the world tattooed on his forearm, and I was just heckling him. If I keep heckling him, that entire deck of cards is going up my ass, followed by his cock, and I'm guessing it's big.
Amazing.
Yes, sir. No, sir. From now on. He went, well, a lot of people have tattoos. I go, not like that. They don't say fuck the world. And it was this beautiful image because he's wearing a tuxedo. So he's like undoing the cufflink and rolling up to show this fucking nightmare. A nightmare that assholes can tell from, 50 yards away.
Right.
Assholes can tell Jailhouse Inc. If you're the kind of guy who goes to a bar and hassles people, you have a sense of Jailhouse Inc.
You better, yeah.
So why wouldn't you get Jailhouse Inc.
Yeah, exactly.
for a tattoo instead of going to the stupid mall? Right? That would be a good business, I think.
Yeah. Jailhouse Inc.
Get a guy who used to do it in the joint, open up a little shop.
Yeah, well, they do it
We'll
with
make you look like you're in the joint.
It was Jailhouse Inc. It's amazing how everything changes everything. There was an article written, a nutty article, just to show you the kind of shit that I'll occasionally read, about how Jailhouse Inc. changed because of cassette players. When Walkman hit cassette players, guys in jail learned how to use the motor of a Walkman to move a needle in and out. So Jailhouse Inc. changed to the tribal patterns as soon as Walkmen got into prisons. So that's how technology changes our world.
Wow.
The kind of tattoos you had. Now, the kind Jerry had were pre-Walkman, so they were just some guy paid in cigarettes and sexual favors sitting there with a needle with thread tied around it so it wouldn't go in too deep, dipping into India ink, squeezed out of flare pens, broken flare pens, and putting each dot in one by one just so the guy that he's serving can say, fuck the world on his forearm forever. But that's the kind of guy Jerry Camaro was. The other story I loved about Jerry was Jerry and I were very close, and I loved him. But we did not understand each other. He'd done 14 years in prison. I, myself, have not. That makes a difference in a person.
Hard to wrap your mind around.
So Jerry's on a train going to another one of these gigs. And he hadn't seen me in a couple years. And he's walking through the bar car. Jerry didn't drink, but he's going to get a sandwich. And he sees a guy, big guy, ponytail, talking at the bar. And he goes, oh, man, that's Penn. That's Penn. That's really exciting. It's Penn. It's Penn. And he starts to walk over, and as he gets closer, he sees it's not me. And he's really bummed. But he's close enough now he can hear the conversation. And the guy's chatting up this woman, talking to her about being on Letterman, and says the name Teller.
Oh,
So
shit.
he's passing himself off as me. The poor bastard.
Oh, man.
I mean, he wants to look like Brad Pitt, but the poor fucker looks like me, so that's the lie that's open to him. His possibilities are he could be Randy Quaid or he could be Penn Jillette. Those are the two choices that God has given him. So he's chatting the guy up, and Jerry walks over to him and goes, are you Penn Jillette? And the guy goes, yeah. And Jerry goes, that's funny. I'm Jerry Camaro. I've been your friend for 20 years. Hauls off, hits him in the face, decks him, knocks him down, and then says to the girl, that's not Penn, don't fuck him. And leaves. Okay?
Wow.
That's it. And he calls me up and says, yeah, I did that. I said, why'd you hit him, Jerry? What do you mean, why'd I hit him? He was saying he was you. Poor fucker, why'd you hit him? Now, just listen, I hate when you do this to me, Penn. I hate when you fuck with me on shit. Obviously, if you saw someone claiming to be Jerry Camaro, you would have hit him. No, I wouldn't. I might not have even said he's not Jerry Camaro. I might have just sat and watched and laughed. Okay, you're an asshole, but you're friends. There's no friend that you have that wouldn't have decked that guy. I said, there's no friend I had that would have decked that guy. Don't you know anything about honor and respect and how you deal with your friends? Yes, and they don't include hitting some poor bastard who's trying to get his dick wet by saying he's an ugly guy on TV. And Jerry and I mean, it was a major argument over the phone with him going, listen, I'm just going to, I know you're fucking with me. I know you do that. I know in my heart that if someone claimed to be Jerry Camaro, who's going to claim to be? No, but if somebody did, that you would have hit him in the face. No! Yes, you're just fucking with me. I would not have hit. No, but that was the world's.
Man.
And Jerry would be in a magic store, and someone would say, Penn and Teller on Letterman last night. Not my favorite bit. Over the counter, guy against the wall. What the fuck? He's a friend of mine. That was a good shot on Letterman. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. He goes, none of your friends would allow that kind of trash talk. I said, all my friends would.
Yes.
Most of them would join in. Most would join in and say, I don't know about the trick, but man, the joke he went out on, he sucked. He also looked tired, and he's getting fat. I think he's getting really fat. He looked about 30 pounds heavier than last time I saw him, and his hand is trembling on the fucking double lift.
Oh,
he was like a 12-year-old. And what was that fucking, what's he doing? He's doing a Lonnie Anderson joke? I mean, what was the fucking joke? Is he like, how old is he? Is he 110? The whole spot sucked. And you can see Letterman uncomfortable and throwing it to commercial early. I love the guy. Good friend of mine, man. That would be him. But Jerry, anybody was terrified to say a word about Penn and Teller around him.
Wow.
And that's the kind of loyalty that we don't understand.
Yeah.
I mean, if you saw someone claim to be Anthony, you jump up, smash him right in the face.
I would take my phone out and record it. Be like, check this guy out.
I saw somebody pretend to be Anthony. You know Miss Hitler.
Jesus. We only have a couple minutes left.
Oh, God.
Did you ever
Wow.
explain the red nail polish?
It's for my mom.
It is for your mom.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wear nail polish for my mom, my dad's ring. It's because when I was in high school.
And it's only one finger for the people that never have seen it.
What
I've
finger
seen
is
it
that
over the
called?
years,
The ring
and I
finger.
realize I've never asked you.
It's very simple. When I was about 16, I was doing a lot of magic and a lot of juggling. And my mom, and I don't know how many times I can say it, but I was very close to my mom. But I, was hippie, and my mom says, you have to keep your nails looking nice because people are looking at your hands. So keep your nails nice. And I said, well, Mom, should I do this? And I painted my nail with her nail polish. And she went, oh, Penn, no. I said, that's what I'll do. Whenever I perform, I'll put the little nail polish on there and say, looks nice. My mom thinks this looks nice. Is that a nice little color? You wear it. Does that look good, Mom? And I mocked her with it. And then as I got to go on TV more, we had that story. And when I would go on Letterman or something, I would just flip, touch that finger with my thumb, and my mom would know that I was thinking about it while I was doing it. And it ended up being
that's pretty cool.
really important thing to us. And then, of course, my mom died in 2000, so try to get this off.
Do you change the color, or is it always red?
Well, it's always Jelly Apple Red by Essie. Okay. Although any port in a storm, there have been occasions I've gone with a different brand. And I've been asked to do. I've done movies where I'm acting and not playing myself, and they say the nail polish has to come off, and I go okay, and then do the whole scenes I'll do with my thumb over my fingernail so that they can't tell that I still have it on, and I'll do the whole scene, all the talking, everything, and just go, I'm not taking it off for you, motherfucker. It's for my mom. So but now I'm starting to lie. Because my daughter said to me, you wear nail polish on one finger to be like me, right, Daddy? And I said, well, it was kind of for your grandmother, but it's also for you. And then so I think it's going to kind of change. And I believe my mother would have approved of that. Yeah. My mother would have approved of changing it for the daughter.
Penn Jillette's got a lot of love in his heart.
Yeah.
Penn is a sweet guy, isn't he?
Jesus. It's obvious if you read his book. His book was a good read. They're saying you have to go now, so I guess we'll all go together.
We'll all get out of here.
Penn, always terrific. What a great way to end our year. Thank you so much for coming in.
I just love doing this. Is maybe the only show that I see on the schedule and not just go, there's a lot that I'm okay with. Right. There's a lot that I don't dread, but I actually go, oh boy. And I actually say, cool. leave headroom so I can be on there and hang around.
We certainly appreciate it.
So much fun.
Sunday school, that's going well for you.
Penn Sunday School's doing great, the podcast. And every day is an atheist holiday, the big old book.
Yeah.
That's it, I guess.
Great, man.
Jimmy?
Yes. New Year's Eve in Buffalo. 28 through 31, and April 11 through 14 here in New York at Caroline's. And the rest of my dates, I made a commercial that will play over the holidays. And my CD is No Baby for You. It's out.
I love how he just goes.
How many times can you plug? They've all heard it before. They're tired of it. We know, Jim.
You're doing what? 3 shows up on New Year's Eve?
7. No, I'm doing like 2, 1, and 2.
In Buffalo?
Yeah.
In December?
It's fucking, believe me.
Who's booking that?
I know.
Who's fucking booking that?
Well, I found out the fucking gig in Juneau was already booked, so I figured I'll take Buffalo.
I think you're Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday up there, I believe.
I am, yeah. It's only one show Sunday and 2 the other night.
So go see Jimmy in the Buffalo area.
It's selling well, actually. I think I'll do very good.
The big advantage is they have fucking nothing else to do.
No, not at all.
There's not one thing that they can do besides see you.
It's either see me or you're fucking freezing to death.
Yeah, Jimmy Norton is the Beatles.
Come with him on stage and huddle together for warmth.
I did 3 years up there. I know what you're talking about, Penn.
Yes.
3 years of radio up in Buffalo.
Land of the unfuckables.
Good people, though. We used to call them Buffalo Betties.
Yeah.
Buffalo Betties. They kept you warm at night.
Yeah.
This Sunday,
sweatshirts.
This Sunday at 89 North Music Venue in Patchogue. Me and my brother and the other guys from Rotgut going to be playing there, also with Almost Journey and To You. That's this Sunday at 89 North Music Venue in Patchogue. Be there. Yeah, thank you. And that'll do it, I gather, huh?
Sure.
Everyone have a great Christmas or holiday, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And and we'll see you in the new year, as they call
Penn
it.
Jillette, thanks again.
Thank you.
Now, because we got Penn Jillette outside the studio, and Roland just handed us ice cream.
Yeah, I normally wouldn't eat ice cream this early in the morning, but I'm going to have a couple of bites.
Penn.
How you doing?
How you doing,
man?
my friend?
Good to see some friendly faces.
Absolutely.
What's up, Penn?
Oh, I'm going to try out some of this ice cream here.
You better.
The ice cream looks
man.
all right, brother.
It's really good.
It's really good.
Way better.
Look at the packaging. My God.
Oh, my God.
Will this actually be in stores?
What do you mean, will it be? It's in stores now.
Oh, sorry.
And, we've already bought several cartons. That's what we're supposed to say.
This is so creamy and delicious.
Creamy and good, and it's
look
mine.
at the chocolate in here. Oh, my God.
I'll have a couple of bites. I've been on a good diet, but I have to try it.
It would be impolite.
Oh, my God.
Ice cream is so good.
I'm gonna have such gassers on the plane today too, because lactose does that to me. That's my main motivation in trying some ice cream.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy goes, yeah.
What's the story behind the ice cream there?
Oh.
Well, I'm on this television program called Celebrity Apprentice.
Yes, we do know that.
And the final task, I'm a finalist, and last time I was here, I was already a finalist, but I kept it from you.
I know you
did.
did.
I did. I kept it from you.
We tried to get it out of you, too.
I know, but I was a but you knew in your heart.
Yeah, we did.
You're like Nixon. You know in your heart he's right. How good is the ice cream?
Oh, my God.
So we had a design for Walgreens, or as it is in New York, Dwayne Reed. We had to design an ice cream, and Trace went with carpet fibers and shit as his flavor, and I went with this rich vanilla ice cream with sea salt chocolate and fudge caramel candy pieces.
It's all about the sea salt, sir.
This is amazing.
Yes, it is, and that's my idea.
Sea salt is taking over the
You know
world.
what?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
You just won.
Right
I just
when you
nailed
said
it.
that.
I think I did, yeah.
Right when you said that, I got a taste of the chocolate with the sea salt.
Yeah.
Who would think that would be good with ice cream? It is.
Penn Jillette is
exactly.
Celebrity Apprentice. That's the answer.
You're also a magician with ice cream, my friend.
And it's $100,000 to whoever sells the most ice cream to our charities.
I thought per carton.
Yeah. And it would be a bargain at that, wouldn't it?
Wait, I got to ask one question before I endorse your ice cream.
Yeah.
Does the other guy have peanut butter in his ice cream?
No.
Oh, I
Okay.
hate peanut
I'm
butter.
all in.
Yes, macadamia maple.
Oh, really?
No, that's terrible.
That's a good
Get the hell out
reaction.
of here.
That is it.
This is all American.
When I said carpet fibers and shit, you went, yeah. When I say macadamia and maple, no. And my charity is a charity opportunity village in Vegas. It's kind of a David and Goliath thing because he's got. I was hoping he would go for American Nazi Party, but instead he went for Red Cross, which is a fine charity. But $100,000 to a local charity in Vegas that helps people with intellectual disabilities get jobs is huge. $100,000 to the Red Cross. It's like, fuck you, $100,000. Yeah, we got that up our ass. So I'm hoping, and I've been eating this ice cream, because I go on shows.
Yeah,
and I eat the ice cream for show, but I still end up eating it. I love it.
It's so good.
And I mean this very sincerely. That might be the best ice cream I've ever eaten. I'm not being polite because you're here.
Well, thank you.
That is fucking amazing.
Did you actually come up with this?
You're
Yes,
you're
that's
a winner.
the nutty thing about Celebrity Apprentice.
I don't know what's real with that shit.
Well, no, most of Celebrity Apprentice is just real. They don't read stuff behind the camera. They don't do retakes. All that stuff I've done in every other show, they don't do.
Is there a way
Wait, I had a
could
second.
bet on the winner? Because you got this. You got this.
Okay, well, good. I hope so.
Hold on, I had a
This is
second
crazy.
question. So you came up with this, right?
Yeah.
It's an amazing flavor. Jimmy's saying it's the best ice cream he ever ate.
I really mean it.
I can't stop.
Does freaking Donald Trump own this ice cream now, or do you got a piece of the action?
I have a piece of the action after a year.
Oh! No one's going to care in a year.
Wait, don't say that. Please don't say that.
Someone else, there's going to be another ice cream in a year.
You just throw me away. Discard me like your cum-filled socks in the bottom of the bed, don't you?
I'm looking out for you. Oh, that Donald Trump is tough, is what I'm getting at. You come up with this amazing flavor, and you don't get the action until a year from now.
This has longevity.
Yeah, people will come
think it
back
has
for this.
longevity?
Plus, Penn's famous enough to go out and promote it yourself after. It's like
You are famous, Penn.
Well, thank you.
You're very
you look
famous.
thinner too.
Oh my God.
I'm thinner and famous. They go together. Look at Angelina Jolie. So I'm a finalist. I'm a finalist on the show.
Congrats.
And
You got
to
this.
me and Trey. We don't know. I think it's going to be very, very close. But the funny thing is, every other year, most of the years, they've had real animosity with the two finalists.
Right.
And Trace and I get along great.
You get along, yeah.
Get along wonderfully. Because, why would there be animosity on a television show? But there sometimes is.
Yeah, well, people get very competitive. Sometimes
we're competitive. We're doing the best we
drama.
can,
I think sometimes they make drama, You guys get along though?
Very well.
You're performers.
Yeah.
This ice cream's ridiculous.
Fucking, I gave mine to Sam. I ate like fucking 5 bites and
It's crazy.
You're not going to get mad if I throw this away because I
you
can't
give
eat
it to
this whole
somebody.
fucking
Give
thing.
it to like Roland.
It's too good.
Give it Roland to eat it.
so goddamn good.
Look at this. Wow. And it's only until Saturday that it counts.
I've gotten to the salt part.
You know, there's a bunch of, every Walgreens, every Duane Reade has it. I suggest very strongly you not even try his flavor.
Yeah.
If you try his flavor, it doesn't help me at all.
Let me tell you something. Don't try his flavor because the guy hasn't come on our show.
He doesn't come on your show?
No, it's all about Penn Jillette.
Good.
Don't even try the other flavor. Just buy
That
Penn's ice
friggin'
cream.
macadamia maple.
Maple.
It sounds terrible.
Yeah, well, I don't care for it, but some
No.
people
Maple's
do.
only good on pancakes.
That's a niche.
That's it.
That's a niche flavor.
This is a flavor for the people.
Is universal.
This is the people's flavor.
You got your vanilla and your chocolate right in there. It's all American. You are.
Dude,
I'm like
goddamn good.
I'm tempted to just keep eating.
I never really eat ice cream.
I'm sea salting my ass off right now. Look at this shit.
One more. All right, one more big fucking.
How does he
spoonful.
compete? That other one sounds awful.
Yeah, well,
sounds terrible.
It would be nice to win. If I do not win, if I do not bring home the bacon for O&A, will you still love me?
Yeah. Yes.
I like you more if you lose because I'll relate to you.
Oh, by the way, on Penn Sunday School, for those who listen, this Sunday is Jim's show.
Oh, good.
Because I'll be here doing Celebrity Apprentice. We're rolling that in now. So you'll be on. That was a really good show. You know, I understand why you have him on here. He's good all the time.
Finally. Finally have an understanding of why we have this guy on here.
Sam, you're enjoying your ice cream?
It's delicious. When is the finale for Celebrity Apprentice? This weekend?
Sunday, yeah.
Okay, so we're right there now.
And that's live?
Yeah.
It is, okay.
Well, they do they roll in about, it's a 2-hour show, they roll in about an hour. And then we come out and they try to get us to, I guess, arm wrestlers.
How hard is it not to tell people you're a finalist?
You know,
you had to keep that quiet for how long now? 4 or 5 months?
What of my skill set, keeping secrets is there.
He's a fucking magician.
That is true.
Oh, fuck me.
You know,
man.
I could deliberately mislead you if I want. I didn't even have to do that.
What you did.
And the NBC says to me, this is very important that you keep. I go, yeah, we catch bullets in our teeth. I think
I can handle this.
Yeah, I talk an awful lot, but you'd be surprised at how much I'm shutting
How
up.
little you say. Yes.
I don't give you the hints when I'm not supposed to.
I thought of you. I did a show, TV. I was doing Red Eye, and we were joking about Sylvia Brown and how she was wrong. And so the word fraud came up, and I said, no. I said, I'm not saying she's a fraud.
Oh, that's right.
I'm just saying I refuse to.
We learned that from Penn last time.
No reason to go down to Chinatown for that. That is not a hill that Jim Norton needs to die on.
Absolutely not. I'll bash her. I'll make fun of her, but there's a big difference.
Don't call her a fraud,
You can't call any of them a fraudulent.
What's your thoughts on Sylvia Brown?
I mean, it's just, when you think about the sadness, this is the answer to what harm does it do?
Right.
Well, it does a lot of harm.
Right.
A woman died not knowing,
That her
losing
daughter was
all her
still
home.
alive, right?
Yeah. And
for the people that don't know, sorry, Sylvia Brown went on Montel Williams, was it? And told the mom that the daughter was dead.
I don't know what show is on.
Yeah.
And it's just heartbreaking, and that's not the people who, lose money and all of that. But I always say that pain is nothing compared to, my mom and dad are both dead, and my sister. And all I have, and one of my most precious possessions is my memory of my mom. And I have what she said in my head, and I have the conversations that we had. And people who are grief-stricken, as I certainly was when my parents died, if I'd gone to a psychic and that dipshit had said, we're getting these words from beyond, they would be throwing out the real memories that I have and giving me memories of fucking Sylvia Brown doing bad improv.
Some of their shit, right.
Yeah. Right.
Give me a place a person could be. Okay, dead.
Yeah.
And who that person could be. Okay, your mother.
Right.
Okay, here's what she's thinking.
Can I give you my sister's phone number? And could you call her and talk to her for 5 minutes? She believes in that Long Island medium lady.
Oh,
that's really so sad.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that
Speaking
woman
of which, your sister came to our show.
Yes, she loves you.
Yeah.
Oh, in Vegas?
Yeah, Dawn came. And, she loved the show. She just fucking can't say enough about it.
Really not hard to believe she's your sister.
Why, they have to carry her out drunk?
I didn't have to ask for any ID whatsoever. She said it just, there's a family resemblance.
Yeah,
there's a style.
Dawn rules.
She was great.
She had such a great time. She was thrilled to death to meet you.
People were thrilled she was in the audience because she came up and after the show and announced pretty clearly who she was.
She's hilarious.
And people around were like, "Oh yeah, O&A, yeah,
what a yap on her."
Yeah. That's great. And she was posing for pictures of us together, but then also for other people.
Oh, that's hilarious. She's
great.
She's a pisser. She had such a great time though.
Yes.
She loves your show.
Yeah, we had a wonderful. We didn't know she was there. You should have let us know. We would have set you up and stuff. But she just came like a regular punter.
Yeah, like a regular person.
Yeah,
yeah,
we didn't give her fancy O&A nepotism seats. We have the O&A nepotism section, but that was empty that night. And there she was.
Yeah, it's a great show, man. It's just. What a blast!
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's great. We're doing. I got to tell you, Celebrity Apprentice sure moves tickets. I mean, we're filled up all the time now.
It opens you up to people that probably normally wouldn't.
It's amazing, and forgive me if this sounds unpleasant, but I thought that there were a lot of people who didn't like Penn and Teller, but I didn't know there were that many people who had never heard of Penn and Teller. No idea. People that come to the show and go, I never heard of you guys until Celebrity Apprentice.
I've been around for how long? Unbelievable.
Yeah. And I say, and they love the show. And now they're new fans. And now I say, well, in terms of economics, the people you want coming to your show are people that have never heard of you before, because then you're starting a whole new market. But I just go, man, I thought you all made your decision on us
a long time
about
ago.
93.
Right.
About 93, you decided they suck or I like them. The battle lines were drawn, and you moved on through your life.
Who are these? I don't even know who they are. People.
No, Penn and Teller,
right?
No clue. And really, they would come in after the show. They go, I didn't know you did a magic show.
Oh my God!
I saw you in Celebrity Apprentice. And we just did one of the Indian casinos somewhere, Biloxi or something,
Yeah.
And this guy comes up to me. I'm on my way to the steakhouse before the show, and he says to me, "Watch you at Celebrity Apprentice. No idea what you do, but I'm coming to see you tonight."
Wow.
And now that's a great deal of support.
Yeah.
That's really great. I just kind of go, wow, no idea what I do.
Boy, that's kind of a kick in the ass.
But
kind of like shit.
Saturday Night Live, Letterman,
right?
Bullshit, all those things just blew right by. There's a certain segment of the population that doesn't know, And I was talking to Bob Dylan's manager, who said, you think you're surprised.
Oh, wow.
No.
All right.
No fucking way.
And I said, no fucking way.
Fucking way.
Occasionally I'm on the phone and I'll say I work with Bob Dylan, and they'll go, who?
No, come on.
And I went, okay, I'm fine with this then.
No, you're fine, yeah. Wow.
And then he started listing things. He said, Fargo. Everybody saw Fargo, right?
Yeah.
I go, yeah. He goes, not a very successful movie. Goodfellas. Everybody saw Goodfellas, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people haven't heard of it. He said, Elvis used to go crazy.
Who?
That there was...
Perfectly timed.
that there were Aboriginal people in New Guinea that had not heard of him, And I got over that long ago. I realized that out of the 7 billion people on the planet, 7 billion haven't heard of Penn and Teller. If you round it off, 7 billion haven't. But I kind of thought this small little chunk of the world, this 350 to 400 million, this tiny little drop of humanity who uses most resources, a tiny little drop of humanity had kind of, and I'm not saying beloved, and I'm not saying know well. I'm just saying
aware.
Just saying, Penn and Teller, nah. That's all I'm requiring out of you. Penn and Teller, nah. That's
Know that I exist.
But just those two words together with an ampersand between them mean nothing.
Nothing.
You know, hegemony. It's the same exact thing. I don't know what that word means. Don't know what Penn and Teller mean. Boom. No idea. And I do want to say, 'cause this is something is that my charity, Opportunity Village, which is what you'll be buying the ice cream for at Walgreens, Duane Reade, it was Elvis's favorite charity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know the scarves that Elvis used to take off his neck and wipe his brow and kiss and throw? Every single one of those was made at Opportunity Village. Opportunity Village, you know, people with intellectual disabilities, gives them jobs, helps them get jobs in the community, but they also had a workshop that just made Elvis scarves. Jeez. So, as I said to Mr. Trump, and I will say again on the finale, I said, you know, if you're not for me, you're against my charity. And if you're against my charity, you're against Elvis. And if you're against Elvis, sir, fuck you. I mean, what else can you say? Yeah, he used to, every one of the scarves that he would take. And I have one of the scarves, one of the real Elvis ones.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. The guy would put, who is that would put it on his back? Elvis would throw one out, and then someone would drape one on his back.
Put a new one on.
I forgot the guy's name. That's the thing with Elvis.
Would go wild.
With the Beatles, you know everybody in the band, George Martin, everything. With Elvis, there's just Elvis. Maybe Scotty Moore. Maybe you know the guitar player. But if you say to somebody, you know, who's Elvis's favorite drummer, no idea. So the guy that put the scarves on, not a chance.
He's way out of the mix. Yeah.
I met his best friend at Dice's wedding, Jerry.
Okay, I'm getting close to you there.
Yeah, Jerry.
You got that Elvis connection.
A little bit.
Man.
Is that the brother of the guy who put the scarves on Elvis?
I don't know what he did. Jerry something. I don't know what it is.
But he's saying he was best friends with Elvis?
No,
would Elvis say the same thing if he was alive?
Yeah, he's in all the fucking Elvis videos and all that.
I know. I keep dipping into the damn ice cream.
I'm actually staring at Penn's ice cream like it's tits.
Because I don't want to throw it away in front of him.
That's not the reason. You're actually enjoying it, aren't you?
I already said I'm enjoying it, but I'm enjoying it so much I don't want to eat the whole damn thing.
I just gave mine to fucking Sam.
Good. I'd save it for later, but it's going to melt all over the place.
I would never have thought that's sea salt. You taste it in the chocolate.
Sea salt's the shit.
A little salt in there.
Yeah, it's good ice cream.
We get the dark chocolate with the sea salt at home.
God, we got to
little caramel.
We got to go into a lab. It was like a food lab. And I'm thinking they're putting us into coats and shit. I'm thinking, yeah, this is wanky. This is just your fucking TV. And then you go in there, and there's actually a person whose life is making ice cream, you know? And they get all this stuff, and she goes, well, what do you like? And I started telling her, you know, I was thinking like a turtle type thing, some sea salt, some chocolate, and she said, can't use the word turtle, it's trademarked. Because I thought I would I would have turtle ice cream. It's called Swirtle. I would get turtle ice cream, and then I would get Howard Kalin and Mark Volman, who are friends of mine, the Turtles, to play at the final party. You know, turtle ice cream. And they said, "Oh no, turtles with ice cream. Other people own that. That's copyright problems."
They do, huh?
So we went with Swirtle.
I like Swirtle. It's kind of catchy.
It's very catchy.
It's got the swirl of chocolate in there.
Hey, did you ever think you would see someone you knew on the carton of a dairy product, Jim, that wasn't locked in your closet?
No, not at all. Yeah, exactly. I've got quite a few of the milk cartons autographed.
Magic
really
Swirl. There it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
And a picture of me.
Yes.
You know, a picture of me on an ice cream.
Stare at that while you spoon out the ice cream.
Exactly.
Treat for the talent and the eyes.
Let your mind go wild as you eat the ice cream.
So what happens? You go through the process of trying it, and you take a bite, and then they call you back in an hour, and they go, "All right, we've done this."
They have this monster instant freeze machine, you know.
Wow.
And you kind of go, the vanilla's a little cloying. And they go, okay, let's pull it back a little bit. And they go, and you go, And Dennis Rodman has this incredibly sophisticated ice cream palette. So Dennis Rodman's sitting there going, a little bit more salt.
Really?
And she goes, okay. And you go, wow. Because I was satisfied with the ice cream like 3 steps before Dennis was.
Right.
You know? And so Dennis is just tasting. Then Dennis goes, it's perfect. Like, okay, Dennis, go get dressed for the party.
You just brought him along, or he was on your team?
He was on my team. So we had I had Dennis, LaToya, and Lisa Rinna were my team, and we put it together. So
how's LaToya? Is she nuts?
You know,
Is she nuts?
No,
I mean, that's
she
all
isn't.
I know. That's why I'm asking you.
It's surprising.
Because we all think people that have met her say that she's not nuts, but she certainly portrays that she's nuts.
It's remarkable because I didn't get to work with Dennis or with LaToya for the whole season, and then they threw them on my team at the end as kind of a change-up, see how we do. And LaToya, I was kind of hesitant because I had never worked with her, so I thought that she was nuts, and I thought she was really straightforward and kind of smart. I don't mean, smart like Richard Feynman smart. Like I don't think Stockholm is on the phone going, which Nobel do we give her? It's kind of tough. It's either chemistry or medicine. She's got both in the bag. We can't give her both. Which do we do? I don't think Stockholm's having any trouble with that.
No.
But for show business, which, is a whole, that's the Special Olympics of intellect.
Who's she above in smarts?
Well,
Who's just below her in smarts?
Just below her in smarts? I don't know. Probably Stephen Baldwin.
Okay.
All right. Very good answer. Yeah,
that is a very good answer.
And I liked them both, and LaToya's great. And then LaToya, Teller comes in for the final task, and the cameras are all rolling, and LaToya's having this conversation with Teller, and Teller's looking at her and smiling, and she takes about 5 minutes to realize that Teller doesn't talk. And then we realize that LaToya Jackson has never heard of Penn and Teller.
No, she's one of them.
That sucks.
Absolutely great.
Man.
And so she learns that Teller doesn't talk. Unlike Leon Russell. I was on Fallon with Leon Russell, who's a big hero of mine. Played with the Wrecking Crew on every single from like 61 to 64. The piano was Leon Russell. Every single that comes out. From Gary Lewis, in the Playboys to all that stuff is all Leon Russell. And of course then the Joe Cocker and then his stuff on his own. And he's there in a wheelchair with a long beard and the long hair, and I walk up and I go, Mr. Russell, so nice to meet you. He goes, I don't suppose your partner's going to talk to me.
Oh, there you
go.
Went, so he knows.
Wow.
Leon Russell knows.
Because I'm okay with that. With people that, like Leon Russell, should never have heard of Penn and Teller. He's got better things to do. But LaToya Jackson, she's got 5 minutes. Find out who Penn and Teller are. But I had them on my team, and it was the surprising thing about Celebrity Apprentice is, first of all, everybody else bitches about the hours because you work from like 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that's like my usual work day, so I'm okay.
Yeah.
But everybody else is like, whoa, that's long and tedious. And it's also pretty fun because you get to go into a lab and see how they make ice cream, which I didn't know.
I know, like a lab. You just think, they bring in some milk and freeze it. And, I think there's like a lab coat and people in a sterile environment doing testing. Yeah.
And also, as you said, you think you leave for like 2 hours and come back. You don't think they got magic cold machine. They're like a James Bond villain. Batman, Mr. Freeze. Oh, you want ice cream instantly? Bang!
You would think the quality wouldn't be as good out of that instant freezing.
Well, have you ever had liquid nitrogen ice cream?
No.
Oh, then you have not lived, sir.
Really?
Find yourself a supplier because it's illegal. Because when I do, other people do illegal stuff. It's like drugs and hookers. When I do illegal stuff, it involves sub-zero gases.
Right.
But you can get yourself through a welding company and a little bribe on the side. You can get yourself a container of liquid nitrogen. They used to do in the school shows. They freeze the banana and smash it. And then you just take a metal mixing bowl. And you put in some cream, some sugar, some swirl, put that into a bowl, just as soup. And then you take a doer, as it's called in the chemistry biz. See, Stockholm's got me on speed call. And you pour it into there while you mix it. Now, of course, if you spill too much on, you get frostbite and you die.
Yeah, true.
But, that's why they try to keep it illegal. Fucking pigs. And, just because it can really fuck you up making ice cream. And then you stir it in, and really in like 6 seconds, it makes a whole batch of ice cream. And of course, it's liquid nitrogen, so it goes right into the air. It's gone.
Yep.
There are no bubbles in it, no nothing. It's just this really smooth, beautiful ice cream made really, really wicked fast.
Why isn't that supplied to the people, like in stores?
Well, because making it with liquid nitrogen is really dangerous. See, I'm suggesting when you do stuff that's dangerous, it's like heroin, which there's a really strong upside to.
Right.
You know.
That is true. The upside, the downside is you lose your hand. The upside is the ice cream is terrific.
Exactly. And risk reward, it's not up there with heroin. It's just not in the same. Risk reward with heroin is you've got some sores all over your body and you feel like you're coming 24 hours a day. That's a good risk reward, right? Few sores on your body, I feel great. But lose a hand, have a good thing of ice cream. You've got to be in that special Penn Jillette category.
Well, this is pretty good, though.
I know, this is
no
really,
nitrogen
really good.
used, but
it's
pretty goddamn
ridiculously good.
Yeah,
I know. I keep digging in.
And you guys will be. I'm sure your listeners will run out and buy it and buy cases, and also hide traces, over behind the rocky road or something.
Yeah, you don't need that.
Yeah, you don't need that at all.
Terrible flavor, and then there's this wonderful.
Where do they go again? Walgreens.
Well, Walgreens, which is Dwayne Reed. It's
the whole thing.
Yeah. But you're national. You're bad. You're nationwide.
Oh yeah,
so
it's crazy.
It's Walgreens most of the places.
I love that song. It's easy.
But I'm not even kidding. People are asking me on Pal Talk here. They're like, "Is it really good, Anthony? Or are you just saying?" I'm like, "No, this is fucking great."
Because you would lie on the air, but not on Pal Talk.
Not on Pal Talk. Exactly. Right.
You would go in and type, I'm saying it's good, but boy, it really sucks.
Yeah. That must be a new.
We sure pulled it over on all those people.
That's got to be a new listener because they all know we'll tell if it's good or not after he leaves.
Exactly. Yeah. Shit. I wanted to ask you something about bullshit because I was watching it recently. I fucking love the show. Was it harder as time went on to get people that weren't onto the fact that you might fucking say some
first
nasty
of all,
shit about them?
Let me tell you, I have a real problem with Michael Moore and even with Borat. I have a little problem with misrepresenting.
Right.
We would go to the people and say, we do a show called Bullshit. Here is a DVD. Penn and Teller disagree with you. Do you want to go on the show? That's what we would say.
Next thing you say, I'm Dr. Maury Smith, and I think,
And we had all sorts of video of people like picking their nose and all this stuff. We would never use it. We tried to attack ideas. As a matter of fact, as the years went on, I kept saying, well, we can be mean to the guys on our side.
Yeah.
So we actually would have more trouble getting people to agree with us because they'd go, I've been noticing the show.
Yeah, I see a trend.
Yeah, you attack our ties and how we look and our hair.
Yeah.
Like, that's because we agree with you. We don't want to make it too easy for you. So like the guys from Reason Magazine, like Nick Gillespie and those, like the libertarian guys, who we would call up like every 3 shows and have the same people on, people from the Cato Institute and stuff. We'd have them on. They'd go, well, last time you had me on, you really fucked with me. We go, yeah, we agree with everything you said. They said, yeah, but what's wrong with my suit jacket?
Or hair or something. You're constantly bad.
But, we would have, and there's a sad side of this too, which is that everybody that we would have on and bash and tear to pieces, just rip a new asshole, they would do better after they were on the show.
Oh, man. Yeah, well.
Yeah. So they all knew that, and they all knew they would go through that. They also knew that we would attack their ideas, but not their. We did one thing on the show which I thought was really funny. I did this thing where I said, people think we take people out of context. They think that we pull out the stupidest thing they say. We would like to show you a minute and a half of what we get as raw material, not out of context. And we had one of the, I think it was on the Bible show, the creationism show. We had a guy do his full hunk without editing. And it was really funny. Because we would do our editing to make them look better because, if you're doing drama, your hero is only as strong as your villain.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So if you have people that are too James Bond wants to have a really, really good villain.
Yeah.
You don't want James Bond going up against a 16-year-old shoplifter. So
it's easy to discredit somebody if their argument sucks or they're stupid or they
so
come off looking ridiculous.
we would spend all this time making the enemies look really, really good and concise, so that I could come in and they go, man, Penn just took that fucker apart.
Yes.
Whereas in reality, if you saw the full hour and a half, a 6-year-old could have taken them apart. So we would be buoying people up.
Yeah.
But they always knew. And the amazing thing, I'll tell you, we did, 8 years of bullshit. 8 years, like something like almost 90 shows, I think, and not one lawsuit that stuck at all. I mean, one person threatened, 2 people threatened, but never took legal action. And that's as close as they came. So we were really careful, and you would love, and I told you this last time, but it's worth repeating, the lawyers, we worked with the same lawyers for 8 years, and they would get really good at giving notes, the notes of the script. And we really should have these up on the web or something, because in this very, very legal hand of a $600 an hour lawyer, they would say, not sure about this wording. Could you call him cocksucker instead? Not sure if this is actionable. Maybe pull out cunt pickle. Pull out that. Would that be better? And then circled. And then you also see stuff you never thought you'd see. You never saw in your high school paper, which is cunt pickle circled next to it. Good. We're really safe. Because, after 8 years, you really run out of obscenity.
Oh, true. Yeah.
You say
the same old thing over and over.
We've used motherfucker 8 times in this show.
Yeah.
And we need something else. And when they told us, I was really proud of this. They told us for the chiropractor show. Mm-hmm. That absolutely nowhere in the show, any place, could I even hint at the word quack.
Quack.
They said, you say the word quack, I'm telling you, you lose your house. It's that simple. They're all listening. Their lawyers are all on. Keep that away. And by the way, for those listening now, I'm not saying chiropractors are quacks.
Course.
I'm just saying we couldn't say those 2 things. So I'm going, I just feel like such a pussy not being able to use the word the whole show. So I said for the shoot, I wrote in the script, for the call sheet, I wrote, we want 100 ducks.
Yes.
100 ducks. And we just dumped ducks all over the set. And I was just going, sue them. Just sue them all you want. So I'd be going, we're talking about chiropractic.
That was brilliant.
And I never said it, and the ducks are all over, and we never even explained.
Yeah.
We never said, they're speaking for us.
Oh, you didn't
never
have to.
underlined and nothing. It's just all, and we did the multi-level marketing.
I love that one.
The word you can't use is pyramid.
Right.
So we had a blue screen of Gaza behind us with the pyramids, and we were in Egyptian outfits, and no mention of pyramid scheme.
You couldn't say that word?
No. No.
Wait, are you worried too when you say they're all watching? Like if you say so and so's a quack or this profession's a quack, that people watching in that profession can sue because you're hurting them, or just people?
It's very, very difficult if we say chiropractic in general. But our problem was we had a particular person on screen.
Right, okay.
And then if the show included that could be stopping them from making a living, defamation of character. There's all sorts of things that are there. And also all sorts of things that I hate it when this is true, but a lot of times the law is correct. And you shouldn't be able to rip an individual apart without me doing due diligence. And what exactly would be due diligence for me to call someone a quack? I mean, how much research do I have to do before, in good conscience, I'm not even talking legally, but morally, how much do you have to know before you discredit someone's entire medical practice? Now, in general, it's really easy to do, and in theory, it's really easy to do, but an individual, you want to be very, very careful.
And they could easily call people that would say, this person helped me and changed my life.
Sure.
So there goes your argument right there.
That poor bastard that was selling the drinks on that multi-level.
That was heartbreaking.
I felt so bad for that.
That was one of the shows where we didn't really have villains.
No,
we
no.
were so much on their side.
It was just a fucking cast of victims that show.
Can you explain? I didn't see that one.
Multi-level marketing are like when they have a product that you sell to your friends.
Right, of course.
And there's always X amount of money to get in. So you pay $5,000 and you get a case of this stuff that you're going to sell to your friends.
And it's never about selling the stuff. It's about selling the business to another.
Of course.
So the stuff,
bastard.
you can't possibly make money on the stuff.
No,
you sell the whole business.
Yeah, I want to know about the guy that you felt sorry for.
You know, we did this when there was a real downturn in the economy, and a lot of people who'd lost their jobs were investing $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 of their savings to get into this business, and then trying to get their other friends into it, and then finding out that they didn't want to rip off their friends and had a cellar full of shit they couldn't sell, and had also taken, I mean, if you lose your job, even if you don't lose your job, $5,000 is a serious chunk of change.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like, we're not looking at people losing like $100, you know, which still is a serious amount of change. That's a lot of groceries. I don't mean to dismiss that, but I'm talking about $5,000 changes what you do for the next 2 months.
Yeah.
It really does change what you do, no matter who you are, that changes it. And we were getting people to put this money in, and these were people who had been ripped off and sucked in, and, you know, were on camera going, you know, I'm not going to sell this business to my friends because I would just be ripping off my friends.
Yeah, because they realize, like, it just doesn't.
So I guess I'm just kind of eating this.
When he went when that one guy.
How bad was the product, though?
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it's a widget. It doesn't matter at that point.
The products are all okay.
Just okay, though.
You know?
Yeah.
But I mean, they're not, it doesn't
Not worth
matter.
pushing.
It doesn't matter how good they are. The fact is you can't make money unless you sell the whole business.
Yeah.
And it's simple. It's one of those simple things you see.
It's
you know,
shaped like a triangle.
Yeah, exactly. Like a three-dimensional triangle.
Legally, why wouldn't somebody classify as pyramid? Is the pyramid thing kind of like a is that a copywritten thing? Or is that
pyramid is a legal term.
Oh.
A Ponzi scheme or pyramid. Like a Ponzi scheme would be, let's say, Social Security.
There you go.
Which is, if you get it early, you make a lot of money. I'm just telling you right now, if you're under 25, Social Security, you're getting fucked. Just in case no one else has told you that, at least you can hear it on O&A. All the money you put into Social Security, you are not getting it back.
Look at classic pyramid schemes. The base can never support
no, they
what's
can't.
On top of it.
The big trick of a pyramid scheme is be the first guy.
Be that fucking pointy stone.
If you haven't thought of the pyramid scheme yourself, you don't want to be involved in it.
Exactly.
If you thought of it yourself, you've got a good chance of getting your money back.
I went to one of those. I remember the company name and everything. When I was newly sober, a guy in the program took me, and I was probably like 1988 or something like that, and he took me to one of these companies, and I was like, oh, God, this sounds good. And then something inside me went, shit.
Well, I got taken to an Amway. It was Amway meeting.
Yeah.
And no one, it's very vague. No one wants to tell you what it is. Like, just come. It's a great opportunity. And you're like, what? What is it? No, it's got to be presented. The whole thing's got to be presented.
They never tell you first.
You can't. So I sit there, and there's a woman, and she's got a chalkboard, and she's writing, and
she's making a big triangle.
And she's going and going and going. Yeah. And I'm sitting there going like, what the fuck is this? And she goes, well, this was known as, and she writes on the blackboard. She's like, the American way. It's like, this is the American way, selling things. She goes, we shortened it to Amway. And I'm like, fuck, they got me. Fuck.
That's brilliant.
God damn it. And I'm sitting there like, oh, God.
See, I'm thinking the big mistake is getting people who are newly sober.
Yeah.
Don't you want people shit-faced drunk?
Right. What a great idea.
Well, maybe when you're new, you're eager to change your life and do something. Like, I'll just sell this stuff. It'll be great.
Were you actually selling the stuff, Ann?
No. I was fucking like pissed that I had to stay the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, you were like.
I was the second she's at Amway, because I'd heard about Amway. I never knew how it was presented. If I did, I would have known this
the
was
presentation
an Amway
got you, and you were like,
so when they
fuck
got
this.
me, and I'm like, what is she getting at? Fucking get to the point. Oh, fuck, it's
How
Amway.
long was it? How long was the meeting?
It seemed like it's still going on.
It's like the time. You ever gone to one of the timeshare
thing?
Where
You're
they
gonna
say
free this and free that. You just got to go to the timeshare.
get a free hibachi. Just sit through the whole thing.
Meanwhile, why don't you calculate what your time as a human is worth per hour and how much that hibachi ends up costing you?
I'm worth more than a
in your
hibachi,
time, right?
lady.
Well, the hibachi is also because I wanted to learn about it.
Yeah.
So I went to the full timeshare in Vegas. Timeshare capital. They pull
everywhere.
people off the strip and to get a hibachi. And it was I think 4.5 hours to get a hibachi that I thought was probably worth about $3.
Right.
How does it work, the timeshare?
A timeshare is you buy a property that you can use 2 weeks a year.
Oh, 2 weeks. Okay.
So or 3 weeks, whatever
We
you
had
buy.
one in our family.
Yeah.
You chip in with a bunch of people and they give them.
Well, there's a
family.
company that sells them, and they break them up.
Basically, you got to go on vacation to the same shitty fucking condo every year. That's what it comes down to.
And you have to. How far in advance do you work out what weeks are yours?
all that depends.
It looks great at first, but then year after year, you're going back
And
to
then
the same place.
they'll also tell you that you can trade that for
you
another
can.
place.
You can
You buy your timeshare in Terre Haute, and you can get the one in Aspen.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, and
sure you can.
It turns out that deal's a little hard to make.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, because why would the Aspen guy go to your shitty place?
Yeah,
You're right.
But they do them everywhere, and every family has somebody in them that did that. And all you've got to do is you've got to do the arithmetic, but you've got to do it on your own.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't do the arithmetic with the guy there helping you.
No.
Which is always good advice on any business deal. Do your arithmetic in private. Don't have the guy who's making the deal with you go, you don't have to carry the 3.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I don't have to carry the 3.
Okay,
Right.
no,
All right.
just add it right down there.
Whatever
It's
you
fine.
say. Yeah, getting fucked.
You're going to let Penn go. He's got a busy
He's a very
day.
busy man.
Yeah. They're telling us, by the way.
Amazing.
For real.
Amazing ice cream. I love this stuff. I'm going out and buying some.
Good.
And bringing it home.
Please.
Yeah.
Cases. And it only counts till Saturday.
Oh,
there will
fucking
still be
cases.
ice cream after that,
Yeah.
but I don't give a fuck about it after that. I want for my charity,
Yes.
buy it right now, get the ice cream, and it's wicked good.
It
So
really
it's
is
one of the
great.
few times you can actually eat ice cream and be helping a charity. 'Cause
Yeah.
this money does not go to a certain P. Gillette. This money, for all you want to be cynical about Celebrity Apprentice, I am looking, if I do it right this Sunday, $350,000.
That's great.
For a charity that really does great work.
That's huge.
Of course, if I lose, it's $350,000 to a charity that also does great work. But anyway,
But you want to be the guy.
I would like to be the guy.
So we're not even going to mention the other guy.
No,
but
I think you're
But
in.
you're selling ice cream with the other guy today at 2:30 at Union Square,
Yeah,
right here in New
we'll
York
be
City.
You're in. I wanted to bring up one more thing about bullshit that I just remembered. Also, you say the people that you didn't agree with, you wouldn't lay into them or bash them. But man, would you do a great job of keeping the camera on them just a little too long? That is when they would talk and they're done talking. They'd look at the camera and do that uncomfortable look to the side thing. Oh,
yeah, we would do
hilarious.
that. We would do that every time.
Yes.
And by the end, they were going, "You're going to do that." I say my name in the camera, and then I stand there a little too long.
Looking
we would go
a little too long. Yeah,
yeah, we are.
That's brilliant.
And it was just great because that was shot, by local crews. We didn't have the money to send crews out, so we would just be calling people, going, and make sure you leave the camera on them.
Just too long.
Couple extra seconds.
That's great.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
Always
so
a
much,
pleasure.
man.
Penn, you're one of our
Great.
faves. You know
Love
that. Or I should say
Enjoy the ice
favorites.
cream.
I don't want to say
You'll be on my show.
Oh yeah, I'm on Sunday night.
Well, I'm on Celebrity Apprentice.
And
You'll be on.
do we need to promote the Penn and Teller dates, or are you good there?
I think we're sold out.
Yeah, all right, so fuck it. All right.
right.
Go get the ice cream. Penn Jillette's Swizzle, right? And Swizzle. Jesus, Swirtle.
Yeah, it's the one with Penn's face.
But the
for
problem
love of
is,
God.
Swirtle's really small on the packaging. All right,
There he goes.
Go buy Penn's ice cream.
It's look, he's not in the room. It's so fucking
Yeah,
good.
of course
I
it is.
can't stop eating this shit.
That fucking ice cream. It was like a fucking little tin of that girl's camel toe. It was really delicious. His Penn left his here too.
Oh, it's so good.
And whoever wants it, I don't like throwing it out because it's fucking good food.
It's getting mushy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but which is also good.
Got
It's
him.
in that.
You want more?
It's in that fucking. Oh, it's mushy. Hold on.
Does Troy want some?
I gave the rest of mine to E-Rock.
He's
E-Rock?
He's a great guest.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. He's really
He
smart
is
guy.
an amazing guest.
Eric, what do you think?
So fucking good.
I'm not a fan of chocolate or ice cream, really, but that is delicious.
How about
the
Sal?
salt is amazing.
Yeah, the salt's great. Did Sal try it?
Sal, did you try it? No, he didn't try it.
Sal, come in and get you a new spoon.
Go in and get some.
And try some fucking celebrity ice cream.
If I knew there was like sea salt in the chocolate, I'd have been like, "What? Ew, nah, bleh."
Yeah, I see
it's
salt.
Sea salt rules.
I see Paris. I see France.
I see the fucking underwear, right, Aunt?
Rock, you get the sea salt thing, right?
I use it for steaks.
It's
Potato chips
ridiculous.
are great.
What's that?
Baked potatoes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's all over your shirt, Sal.
He's used to that.
Yeah, exactly.
On his back, though. On the back of the head.
Same color, right, Sal?
Yeah, it's like fucking
sperm on your shirt.
No, wait, no. It's like fucking cum.
Mr. Jillette, come on in.
Yeah, da 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 da. Ah, there he is.
Gesture.
Ah,
come on in.
Give me that gesture.
That's a good gesture,
on
right?
in.
Very good gesture.
All right.
How you doing?
Come on in.
I figure we're friends now, where you
There
could
was-
just do
yeah.
that
We
gesture
can
thing.
certainly do that.
There was a little accident with some cereal, but
Yeah,
it smells nice in here.
Yeah,
It
we
smells
went.
very nice. Give it a
Yeah.
nice,
We went old-
nice pleasant funk.
We
Yes.
went old school. Did a little shock jockery for
Oh,
everybody.
that's good for you.
Old
That's
school.
good for you.
Penn, and we
Please
got
go this way.
to start with the Celebrity Apprentice. We haven't talked to you since.
I know, and what I heard.
How the fuck do you
man.
lose to that guy?
Well, first of all, I tell you, have Trace on. He's a good guy. You'll have a good
yeah.
time. Didn't I tell you that?
Yes,
we ended
you
up
did.
really liking him.
Right, but totally like him to the point we
pull you off.
I go to that show, my show that night, and they go, I thought O&A liked you. And I go, yeah, we get along great. What was it? They go, well, they're telling Trace he's going to win and fuck you. And I go, what? And I said, they didn't say his ice cream was better.
No.
Well,
They said, well, they didn't say it was worse. I said, what's wrong with those fuckers? How long have I been your friend?
I know.
How many times have I tickled your ball sack with my tongue?
Oh, Penn.
Wait, can I break this down for you?
Okay, break it down.
Your ice cream was way the fuck better.
my
Way
God,
the
it was
fuck
great.
better.
To the point I continued buying even when,
Fuck yeah,
when
we know
didn't even
that.
have we didn't even have to buy it anymore.
No
I
one
was
has
still
to
buying
discuss
it.
that. No one in the world thinks it's
But quite
better.
honestly, your personal story wasn't as impressive as his.
What's his personal
Oh,
story?
my
He got shot in the heart and lived.
We weren't competing on being in the wrong place when a bullet's being fired. Are you telling me it's the smarter person that gets shot through the fucking heart?
He actually has real bullets shot at him.
Fuck yeah!
Oh,
No, see,
man.
the goal in life is the one who gets hurt the less wins.
That's true.
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
And then
And he was funnier than me, I suppose, in the fucking show.
No.
no.
Okay.
But he had
Penn's
better
been
stories.
shot at many times.
No,
That's true.
a fake shot.
No, but I have been.
come on.
I have also been really shot at. I've really
Have
had.
you really?
I've really had a gun pulled on me twice.
Oh, man.
And it was not fired, and I consider that to be because I handled the situation better.
Better than Trace did.
Better.
Yeah,
Let me just give you a little piece of advice. Getting shot. Worse than not getting shot.
I gotta agree with that.
So let's see. Trace is a better talker than me.
Yeah.
Smarter than me.
Oh, no,
better
no.
ice cream than you wouldn't believe it wasn't me, right? And I got really. Cause let me tell you this: in the Celebrity Apprentice world, you get sucked into that Scrooge McDuck fucking wacko shit. You get sucked into it and you believe it, right? So the final thing is coming down. I come on, do my buddies. They're really supportive. I'm feeling great, right?
great.
I go to do a show in wherever the fuck it was, New Jersey, right? And I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
Sure.
And I'm out signing autographs after the show. Like 1,000 people want to sign my autograph.
Nice.
And guy number 5 goes, man, O&A sold you out. And I go, what do you mean? They go, oh, they were saying that Trace should win. Trace was the winner.
Oh, my God.
He's never even been on the show before. They go, oh, they love him. They just sold you right to.
We're
So I go, okay, well, this guy's a nut, right? Because you get nuts.
Yes, sure,
right?
of course
We
you
all
do.
get nuts.
Sign another 10, 15 autographs. Whoa, did you hear O&A?
Oh, no.
What do you mean I hear O&A?
No,
Oh, they sure love Trace, man. They were sucking his dick. Okay.
You bunch of fucking rats out there is what you are.
Okay. Let me just bring the whole thing to
Just a
an end.
misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Take all the jokes out and everything.
Okay.
We finish signing, about 1,000 people.
Yeah.
I'm standing there. We sign outside. 1,000 people have left. I'm standing there picking up my markers, picking up my water. Glenn comes over. Glenn goes, "You okay?" And I go, I'm a little bummed. It's stupid, but I'm a little bummed. He says, "What? Why? And I go, "Well, I heard that like O and A were saying that Trey should win." And he says, "You know that this game doesn't mean anything to you. You don't give a fuck." I said, I don't give a fuck, but it just feels, I feel like I've just gone through some sort of weird breakup. I'm really bummed. And he says to me, "Well, you know, it's all the pressure of the show. You've been working hard. You haven't been sleeping." And I said, it was like 5 people. He said, "I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. I'm going to call tomorrow." And the next day he says to me, "Yeah, I guess they did."
Oh, no. Hold on. I do have 2 other points here. First of all, with the Trace Adkins, what impressed us, he gets shot in the heart by his wife or girlfriend at the time, and he doesn't scream. And he's just relaxed and goes, "All right, call 911.
No, but that's in the story.
What? It was impressive.
But that's in the story. It's impressive.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it happened that way.
Well, we're gullible. We believe half your tricks. They're not tricks. Sorry. And here's the other thing
They're
about
swindles.
Here's
Swindles and
the other thing about
scams.
Celebrity Apprentice that blew me away for real. I saw the finale because I was rooting for you in the end. You know that.
Well, I don't know that. Say that again.
We were rooting for you.
Okay, well, do you mean it?
I was absolutely. I was hoping you won, but his goddamn story was like, oh God, how could it's like he made it up to win.
Yes,
it had to be
precisely my point.
He had to make up for the fact that his ice cream was horrendous. It was horrible.
It was terrible.
But then this is what I learned by watching the finale because you're on it. That's the only reason I watched. And
your new boyfriend Trace was also on.
He is dreamy.
And the whole
He
thing.
is dreamy. He's better looking than me.
He's
And
got
I
that
would
voice.
think that if any 2 guys would not go for better looking, it would be you two.
You're right.
So, but here's my point. The whole season was a ruse.
Yes.
Because Donald Trump hated you from day one because of what you wrote in your book about
that's
him.
right. He called you
So
out.
he was never going to let you win anyway.
No.
Do people know this?
He said it on the air.
He said it on the air. Well, so I'm telling the people that maybe didn't watch the finale. He basically said that he doesn't like you because of what you wrote about him in your book.
That's what he said. And then he said, "Do you want to apologize?" And I said, "No."
Thank you. And thank
when
you for saying
someone
no.
says to you, "Do you want to apologize?" It's the moment of truth.
Right. That's the crossroad.
And then I'm sitting there going, "Oh my!" He had no intention of having you win ever.
No, there was no intention, and there was actually fights with Walgreens and the producers who wanted me to win.
Right.
And they were much more pissed than I was.
Yeah, because they could have sold a lot more ice cream if you won. Because in the end, it was a much better product.
And the other thing that I can't tell you who, but people involved in the production who were so embarrassed ended up giving me that amount of money for the charity.
Wow, they did.
Oh, good for you.
They just said this was kind of bullshit. Let's write
that's
you.
good.
So Opportunity Village made a metric shit ton of money.
What's weird about Donald Trump? He dishes out a lot of abuse, but then you give him a little shot and he can't take it.
Well, when the shot is as perfect as my shot,
It was a good shot.
that his hair looks like cotton candy made of piss, dead on.
Why is he surprised at that? For some reason, he's decided to have horrible hair, even though he's a billionaire. I've seen better. I've seen better hair systems than that.
Yeah,
way better.
Well, you have.
Yeah. Well, I hope we straighten this all out, Penn.
And you came out to Vegas.
I came out to
Vegas. And you didn't wear your baseball hat.
No.
And you're absolutely unrecognizable.
He did not even recognize me.
And I knew he was there.
That's our biggest fear, though. When you guys finally give us an invite, we show up and like, he doesn't even know.
No. Once I knew
am.
you, I greeted you with a great deal of joy.
You came back with great stories. How you treated him.
Fantastic, and the show itself was just amazing. I loved
can't
it.
believe that your baseball hat is what I recognized.
I know. I didn't have the hat on because it's a classy joint. I want to be in a classy joint with a hat on. But what a great time, and the show was so much fun to watch, man.
I gotta
just
see
a
it.
blast.
And now, you guys, although I imagine there's someone else who's better looking with a better voice who can seduce you, I am now doing a fund anything. I'm doing a crowdfunding campaign.
Yes,
I know you
yes,
are.
Yes,
and
I
you
saw
watching the
this.
other? Did you see any of the Jim Norton or anything?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, because we went, the idea, I wanted to make this movie called Director's Cut. I made The Aristocrats, which did very well. Sure. I made it with my own money. I made this thing called Tim's Vermeer, which is a smart, artsy movie that's doing fabulous on the circuit that we made with our own money. And then I wanted to make one movie that was like a horror movie, thriller movie, down and dirty. And the idea I had was to do a movie that had a director's commentary over it. But you realize that the director's commentary is not by the real director, but rather by a psycho. And
what an original idea.
He's gotten onto the set and stolen all the outtakes from an FTP site, and he's kidnapped the lead actress, and he has her tied up and is making her do scenes that cut in with the movie while he's doing the director's commentary.
Pretty goddamn good.
And I wanted to be the bad guy. After 2 years of going on Celebrity Apprentice and sucking corporate dick, I wanted to be a bad motherfucker. And I'm right on the edge of bad motherfucker.
Yes, you are.
So I decided to crowdfund, make Penn a bad guy, and I got all my friends. Let me just tell you this test here. The idea is it's fundanything.com. You just go right there. There's a page. Click right to Penn, or you can go to fundanything.com/Penn, Penn. Take you right there. And I asked 50 friends, including Jim, to make me a video to help me sell this movie. I need $1 million to make the movie. So help people to give money. Now, if you ask your friends to do that, some of them will, some of them won't. If you ask your friends to give money, none of them will. But let me run this test. If you ask your friends to do a video calling you an asshole, saying Penn's become a real dick, I hate this fucker, everybody comes through.
100%.
I mean, David Copperfield, if nothing else, you got to watch the David Copperfield one. He did it from his island.
Of course,
And
yes.
all he is explaining what an asshole I am and how I've been an asshole forever. And it's really funny. Matt and Trey did it. Neil Patrick Harris did it.
Joan Rivers, I saw.
Joan Rivers. But the best one, and with all due respect to Jim Norton, the best one is that Lawrence O'Donnell and Glenn Beck did one together.
Wow.
How did that come about?
They're both friends of mine, and they did a script that were together, were cut together, and they have agreed to, for the first time they'll ever meet, they will act in my movie.
Wow.
So there's only like 2 days, and we have amazing rewards. I mean, you give like a few $100s, you get a suite at the Rio, tickets to our show, hang out afterwards, magic lesson, juggling lesson, come over to my house.
That's pretty.
Everybody's saying
good.
that other people's rewards are like you get a T-shirt, fuck you.
Right.
But these rewards are insane. There's 3 days left, and you just go to fundanything.com and at least check out the videos. There's like not all of them are up yet, but Glenn and
Lawrence O'Donnell.
Glenn and Lawrence O'Donnell, and it will really kill you. The two of them working
I
together.
gotta watch that immediately.
Yeah, it's pretty.
They don't
pretty.
like each other.
Oh, they really don't.
I know.
And
I'm stating the obvious. But
I got them to both blurb my book, which they were kind of against. And then I'm sucking them into my camp. And I just want to, and I'm not also, this is something very important. In this movie within a movie, I am not having Lawrence O'Donnell play Lawrence O'Donnell. He is not playing generic TV guy. Glenn Beck is not playing TV pundit. They are playing two police officers who are partners and who hate each other.
That's fucking great.
That's perfect.
Wow, that's great.
That's the movie Director's Cut, and it's being crowdfunded. And if you go to the site and crowdfund, you'll also notice that the bad guy who gets his access to the movie to attack the female lead is already in the crowdfunding. Okay. He's already helping. He's already putting money in. So the bad guy is already there.
Nice.
So we're monkeying with everything.
This is kind of a reality goes over a fantasy kind of. Look at you.
Yeah, I'm excited.
What is it? Is it real? Is it? Oh my God!
I love that Blair Witch happened on the internet, and I want this movie to happen in crowdfunding. So when there's a crowdfunding party, the bad guy will be there. The bad guy will be there. And I think. Did you watch the video of me with the woman tied up?
I did not.
Yes, you
first
look
video.
very creepy.
I look pretty creepy. creepy.
You do,
and I just
yeah.
do that all myself.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no makeup or shit, no prosthetics. There's no hanging off flesh.
You let your hair down there.
I let my hair down, take my glasses off, and scare the shit out of Anthony.
And you're mean.
You want us to call our pal Trace to see if he wants in on this, or
Trace came through and did a video for
Did he really?
He did.
Yes, he did.
Excuse me.
Trace is my pal. Someone came back after the show and said...
he's our fake pal.
well, that's what I like to hear.
We haven't seen him since.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see him anytime soon.
Trace came back. Someone came to the show, and said, in Vegas, after the show, they said to me, so you still hang out with Trace? And I said, well, he's playing golf with my wife right now. And he comes out and stays in the house and plays golf all the time and hangs out. Cool. And then my family's going out to visit his family. We get along great. And we have no problem. There's no problems between me and Trace except you two.
Yes.
I said, why the fuck did O&A suck up? I expected, I told you to put him on. Yeah, I told you he'd be good. Yeah. And I expected you to be cordial, polite, very, very complimentary. And then for one of you, I don't even care which fucking one, either the WAP or the other one, either one of you, either Opie, one of you would say, listen, man, you're really great, but Penn's been on the show forever. We got you to know that we're rooting for him. His ice cream is a little better, but listen, man, you are great. You are fabulous. Was that sentence ever said?
Yeah, I mean, we did. Yeah, we did feel a little guilty.
No, it wasn't.
We felt a little guilty.
It wasn't said.
We felt a little guilty after the show. I think we might have a clip. Is it short though? I don't want to waste Penn's time with a long clip.
Yeah, it's short.
All right, a short clip from that day.
Oh no.
We hope you win Celebrity Apprentice.
I do too.
You just told Penn that yesterday.
No, I don't even know. No, I said it after we looked at his backstory that we have to go with this guy. I did say that. I changed my opinion, even though he's a really good friend of ours. But how do you not root for a guy like this?
Penn's a really good friend of mine too, man.
Yeah, but Penn has a sex dungeon. That's all he's got going for him.
Dallas, the Midwest.
Wow. What the most important part of that whole clip was, after Judas Iscariot over here kisses me on the fucking cheek, he then, 3 sentences later, says, he is a friend of ours, and then this fuck beams in his chair and points to me like, see? After I said I wanted you to lose, I said you were my friend. See? I'm an okay guy. If you'd have sat there with your head down in shame, like the fucking piece of shit you are, it would have been better. But it's the point in the smile.
I'm sweating.
That was really awkward. Telling. You didn't have to interpret that clip much to see what he meant by it, which was
he points and smiles like, see, we're okay. I said we're a friend. He's a good friend of mine, too. He's a good friend of mine, too. Okay, and since when does New York back Louisiana over Massachusetts? Since when has that happened? In any sort of jingoistic, tribalistic thing, you guys are on my side.
But I never said your ice cream. I stuck to the point that your ice cream was better.
Thank you. So, although friendship doesn't matter to you, gluttony does.
Penn, I don't want to throw Opie completely under the bus here, but I have to say something. Did you hear me in the background?
Yes, I did.
I said, Opie, oh my God, you were saying that to Penn, you phony load of shit.
Yeah,
yes.
He was there.
I was backing Penn the whole time.
Let me practice this. So, I love you guys in Opie and Anthony. Oh, really? Yeah, I love one of them, man.
Oh, there you go. And then you have plausible deniability as to which one.
One of them is great, man. One of them is fucking great.
I swear I'm sweating. There's something a little real about this moment. I'm sweating.
I have to tell you, and this is the really embarrassing part.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you something that is humiliating, and you know that I often don't kid. I just tell the truth the way I tell it.
Yes.
I'm standing, we're playing like wherever it was, New Brunswick, New Jersey, right? 1,000 people have got my autograph. Then I have to pick up my water bottle and my stuff. And I'm just standing like
and
this.
You're bummed. And he's bummed out after signing. It's like, I'm famous, I'm successful, I'm doing.
But
something's bothering me.
You'll leave here feeling a little better that I was only half the team.
Yeah, there
So,
you go.
that's pretty good.
Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, Are you friends with Chris Angel?
Well, I know him. He's always been nice to me.
Mostly, no. Well,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're going to get me to tell you to bring Chris Angel on.
No.
You're going to bring Chris Angel on. Then you're going to sit there and say, "Oh, Mr. Magic Man, could you just pull down your pants so one of us can suck your cock, the other can tongue your asshole? Then we can finish up and say, and when you're in Vegas, there's only one magic show to see." Chris, is that what you're setting me up for?
No. As funny as that is. We'll give you a taste of reality. We haven't had him on since his trick went horribly wrong in front of us, and we kind of felt kind of douchey, and we now don't have him on our show.
Yeah, that's wise.
And then Anthony brought to our attention his new show, and it's driving us nuts how his the tricks are okay.
His illusions.
Oh, it's his presentation.
Concentrate HUD.
Huh?
HUD. Concentrate HUD.
Yeah.
Concentrate HUD.
His presentation is so uncomfortable to watch. We all know these are illusions.
They're not illusions. They're swindles, not on TV.
All right, fair enough. See, I was trying to be nice, but he walks across the pool in Vegas.
That old gag.
And then he naturally has a woman swimming underneath him, like posing. I'm like, no, don't do that.
The old plexiglass.
To basically say, see, look,
quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Quiet, Anthony. Nobody knows.
I'm exposing this.
And then
focus HUD. Concentrate HUD. Concentrate HUD.
That's perfect. Oh, is that fucking funny? He did one where now you've heard of this and seen, I'm sure, where he pulls.
He's a fine guy.
He pulls the person apart on the park bench. It's like that, and he got, and then the lower half. The lower half goes running away,
but that wouldn't happen.
And then the upper half goes running away, and I mean. When it's on video like that, you could freeze frame. You could see it's a little person or a person without legs or whatever the fuck it is.
It's someone that definitely is amputee.
And you can see their face is completely different than the face on the full size person.
It's like lazy or something. And then the lady runs away with her hands like she knows how to do that because she was
just pulled in half. How would she know how to walk on her hands?
Right, because she's been doing it her whole life, obviously.
Yeah.
But he doesn't think about these tiny little things that would help the swindle, you said?
Yeah. Well, no,
the swindle along.
Let me talk about this. A while ago, some people thought that the word trick was too short and that they wanted to be pretentious. So they used the word illusion.
Illusion.
Now, illusion is not only a longer word that was very hard for Doug Henning to remember, it not only has a full illusion, 3 syllables.
That's a good one.
But also, it's the wrong word. Because illusion means looks one way, but really done another. So it's for the mirror things. It's for the stuff that's visual. It's for the stuff that's less interesting magically. And then all these people came up going, we don't do tricks. We do illusions. And then people went, oh, okay, I guess it's a longer word. It must be more polite. It's also wrong. It's the wrong word. We do tricks. Chris Angel does tricks on TV, which means he's not in the category with David Copperfield. He's in the category with Samantha Stevens on Bewitched.
Are you saying there's camera shenanigans going on?
No, I'm just saying.
I can't.
I'm just saying no camera tricks.
Right.
Lots of editing tricks.
Lots of editing tricks.
No,
and a cast. A cast of characters around him.
He does so well. I don't understand.
People love that stuff.
Not so much these days.
Yeah,
is there anyone you respect in your field?
Yes, everyone really. I mean, David Copperfield does great tricks.
And he's been around for quite a while.
Been around forever, and when you go to see his tricks, you don't know how they're done. Mm-hmm. And that seems like an important part of a magic show.
That is a very important part of a magic show, is not knowing and wondering and trying to figure it out.
It's not everything.
Right.
But it should be the baseline. It should be playing in
Yeah,
tune.
you want to be mystified,
Yeah, sure.
you know?
And David always does that. David always delivers that. Lance Burton, who's now closed, he's retired, but he used to do a great
How
show.
old is he that he's retired?
Younger than me.
He is, right? Why did he retire?
54.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's fine.
He's
and I
had
said,
it?
I was sure.
He's had it.
He retired, and I said to Lance, I said, Lance, because this is what you say when you're an old guy in show business. Yeah, you think you want to get out of it now, Lance, but you're going to miss doing the show every night. You're going to miss the applause. I'm telling you, you're going to be back
You'll
within
be back.
18 months. 18 months. I see Lance now, and he goes, he's great. I get up at 6 in the morning. I play pool, play with my dog. That's all I do all day.
Wow.
Really? Yeah, I love
Enjoys it. I
But why
guess,
wouldn't
yeah.
you do like a shorter schedule or something?
He doesn't want to ever walk on stage again. He says to me, Pat, when you're doing it, it seems like fun, but it's really not.
Yeah, because you make it fun for yourself because you got this over the top personality.
I
That's
have a blast,
wonderful.
and I
but
love
these
it.
guys, like a friend of ours, did Broadway for a while. He goes, "I will never do another Broadway." Stephen Lynch.
Yeah,
we saw
yeah.
him backstage. He's like, "I will never do this again. I can't do the same
Wedding
exact
Singer,
thing."
he
And I
was
go,
in
"What
that.
do you mean the same exact thing? When you guys fell in the dumpster, you didn't improvise that?" He goes, "Nope. Every fucking night we fall in the dumpster exact same way." And it got me to thinking, like, how that's gotta suck after a while.
But it also it's a question of being a professional and being in the right job.
Yeah.
What I love about it is when you go out, like you guys are now, you have to think about what you're going to say next, and you kind of get into this whole world of making sure everything goes. You guys are really, really good at doing a form, but not really good at the content because you're not doing the same content every day.
Right.
So you don't know what's coming next. So you become people that learn form. That's fine. But the idea of learning content, the idea that I can go out and know what I'm going to say, but be aware of every single person in the audience, exactly how I want to say that sentence. Doing a show over and over again is for someone that like sees Groundhog Day and thinks that's a really good thing.
Right.
I'd love that.
I would love that, yeah.
I love going out and making the show on RCH better every night.
You explain that in your book perfectly. I really enjoyed that part of your book.
The fact
where you study the audiences and you pick up little things that they're
and you really are so aware of them, and it's so terrific. And so I love it. And Teller and I have the best of both worlds. I get to do stuff like this, which is not scripted, and I love doing. I get to do stuff in the show that's exactly scripted and must be exactly scripted, where I cannot ad lib or people could get hurt. And then I do new stuff in the show all the time. When you go to Vegas, everybody tells you, you get a show that's fairly successful, you go to Vegas, and it stays that way. That's it. You just go there till you die. You play golf all day. You go in and do the show you know how to do. Tone and I have never done that. We've written 5 hours of material just in the past 10 years in Vegas. Wow. We've gotten like 4 brand new Broadway shows we wrote in Vegas. We put new stuff in. And, a lot of magicians will say, well, you can't, trade out the stuff that's gold. That's gold. And we go, but who says that you can only create 90 minutes of gold?
Right.
We take out tricks that we fucking love.
Kill.
We take out tricks that destroy the audience and that we love doing and we're not bored with because there's something else that's a little harder to do and might blow their minds a little more. And it'll be sloppy to begin with, but we hammock it. We put it in a killer bit after. Put something in there, see how it goes. You saw Teapot.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty new when you saw that.
It was?
Yeah. We've been working on that for 2 years.
What happens with Teapot?
Christ.
We sing, I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
Right.
Here's my handle, here's my spout. But we act it out. And I pick up Teller by one side and pour boiling water out of his hand. And it's a great levitation. It's 2 minutes long in the show. Took us 2 full years.
For 2 minutes.
Yeah, for 2 minutes.
Amazing.
Yeah, 2 years.
Do you finally have that aha moment in that 2-year period where you're like, oh, okay, this is how we're going to do it? And
yes,
you're finally
you do.
done.
You're finally done.
But what happens in that 2 years where you're like, it's just this angle's not right?
Everything has its different problems. But what I wanted to do, this is the thing that drives me crazy. People who get into show business to get out of it, Guys who are comics and then want to get a sitcom. But you're a comic. That's what you do. Or people that say, I just want to make enough money doing this so that I can kind of do less and retire. And when I was 16 years old, living in Greenfield, Massachusetts, which is where I'll be tomorrow night, my first time back in my hometown, doing a book reading. My book, Every Day's an Atheist Holiday.
Saying, how about them socks? And you'll get a nice round of applause. Just helping out.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Because we know you're not into sports.
No, I'm not.
Do you know the Sox won last night, at least?
No, I didn't, but thanks. It was a big thing, right? The big game?
It was pretty big. Yeah. The World Series.
Oh, they won the World Series?
Yeah,
last
there
night.
you go.
I know. See, I know enough to know that's a big deal.
Oh, yeah, just say that. They'll be like, yeah.
Wait, before you move on, though, one question in there. That's why I went down that road. How much ad-libbing per show?
Almost none.
Almost none. Okay.
Once we get a bit tight, So when I was in Greenfield, 16 years old, never met anybody in show business, hoping that I could do this. If you told me you can have what to me in Greenfield would have been infinite amount of money,
right? Yeah,
and a partner who is the best magic mind alive. You can write new stuff, and you'll have 2,000 people that'll come every night and see it. That's heaven for me.
Right.
If you told me you're going to get to a certain place, you'll make a lot of money, and then you'll just not think about the magic anymore, just go in every night and cash your check, I would have gone, well, then I might as well work at Sears.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, the money's different, but it's so we've been working on this bit. I'll tell you a stupid bit. I may have already mentioned this to you. We got in our heads that Siegfried and Roy worked with big animals.
Yeah.
Now we can't work with a tiger or an elephant, not just because we're cowards and scared, but also because it's too dead on. It's not the right comedy for us. Mm-hmm. So we got in our heads 5 years ago, we got to do something with a cow. Because a cow is bigger and heavier than a tiger, stupider, impossible to handle, and podunk. So you make fun of the fact, Penn and Teller vanish a cow, but it's going to be an impossible fucking vanish.
Yeah.
So Teller and I 5 years ago start studying cows. And, big animal vanishes are really hard to do. You have to use a box, and Penn and Teller don't push out boxes with glitter on them on stage, so we can't do that.
Right.
Also, explaining the joke to them. Hi, we're Penn and Teller. We got a cow. That explains the joke. So you can't do a tiger because it's not a joke, and you can't do a cow because it explains the joke. Okay,
right.
You with me?
I'm right there.
For comedy purposes, we can't do either. It's going to be an amazing trick, but we can't get it comedically right. So finally we say, what if we dress up the cow as an elephant and call it the endangered pygmy spotted elephant from the plains. And then because Siegfried and Roy have the magic garden of Siegfried and Roy, we'll have Penn and Teller's magic pasture.
All right.
And where the spotted pygmy elephants are. So we go to cow experts. We find they love having a feed bag on. They love having a bag full of food. So do we all. We like those Fruit Loops attached right there.
Oh, yeah.
And then we put a dryer hose on it.
The trunk?
Yeah. Then we put big ears that flap. And then we put a little thing over it that says Elsie the elephant. And you say Elsie the elephant and a dryer hose, and you have a cow. You've got really, really funny. Yes. Then you've got to handle a cow. Because handling a cows are stupid.
Yeah.
You think moving Jim Norton around's hard. Try a cow.
For the most part, they don't want to move anywhere. They don't want to just lumber.
And they're heavier than you. And the other thing that's embarrassing, and I'm only going to say this once. I don't want to repeat it. Cows are dangerous. And, I know. But, you're in close quarters with them.
Sure.
They kick the shit out of you.
They have a sharp, very heavy kick.
Yeah, they do.
Very fast.
So
do they really?
For 4 years.
I didn't know
Wham!
Yeah, for 4 years, we've been with cow traders. And then we want to bring the audience up on stage, have them all touch it, say, is that a real elephant? Which is very funny.
Of course.
And they all say, yes, that's a real elephant. Then, boom, boom, gone. No trap door. You see under it, see above it, see around it. We want it to be the most amazing vanishing anyone's ever seen and done stupid. You know how we do that in our show.
Right.
You just saw the show.
That's the beauty of it.
You do stuff that absolutely fries people, but then act like you're just doing dumb shit.
It's like, yeah.
So the cow thing, we're now at, the budget is now $200,000.
Holy
And it's now 4 years. It's now a team of 15 people that are just the cow people. We have a cow wrangler that's to bring them into the trailer because the SPCA has to check everything.
Of course, make sure everything's
to bring
good
in the
every
trailer.
night.
And then, the end of it is, I'll give away the punchline because it makes me laugh so much. The end of it is the curtain goes up for a moment, and the audience can see under, so there's no trapdoor.
Right.
They can see over. They can see. They're all around. Bring the thing up for a second. I say to Teller, this audience is so good tonight, Teller. I don't want to just vanish the elephant. That's too easy. I want to turn the elephant into a standard barnyard animal. So the whole audience is disappointed. It's just a gag.
Right.
They pull down the sheet, and there's going to be the cow out of his elephant drag. And we pull down the sheet, and it's a chicken.
Wow.
Just a chicken alone on stage, a live chicken.
The chicken replaces where the cow was.
Yeah, there's nothing there except
somehow the cow
except
vanishes.
the cow. And I'll tell you, vanishing a cow is. We went through all the vanishing elephants people have done through the years. Said can't do that, too obvious. Nope, that won't work. Nope. And finally worked on stuff that we think is going to work. Now the whole thing.
Oh, so all right, this is on the table still.
4 years.
I thought you gave up on this one.
No.
Oh, wow.
It's going to go in. I believe it'll go in probably February or March.
Now, that is really taking a chance as a magician, trickster, whatever you want to call it, because I would assume, now I know nothing about this gag, but I would assume at some point that cow has to move on cue. Call me silly, which right there is a problem.
Yeah.
Secondly is live animals tend to make noises if they're unhappy.
Yeah,
you don't want that ruining.
Well, we will be playing Born Free really loud during that.
Is that why they do that shit?
Of course, that's why they do it. Magicians don't like music. If they had their way, they'd play white noise.
But you don't want a squeaky hinge giving you
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows.
Oh, wow.
I'm a gullible fuck.
If you ever heard,
so that just covers up all the.
If you ever heard
squeaks and the animal.
If you ever
noises.
heard the Siegfried and Roy show,
yes.
Did you ever see Siegfried and Roy?
Never.
Just on TV, like anyone else.
If you ever went to the Siegfried and Roy show live, which I went to, I loved it. Went to the Siegfried and Roy show. They played music at the volume of about Deep Purple 72.
Nice.
Right? I mean, real.
Highway Star? Come on.
No, not that music. That volume.
The volume
What they were
would
playing
be,
was
yeah.
da-da-da-da-da-da-da, but probably about 118 decibel.
Wow.
And if you went into rehearsals and they didn't put the CD on, the soundtrack of Siegfried and Roy really sounded fucking move it.
I would assume, I never thought of that aspect of it. The sound of all those things, hinges, latches.
So we had to go forever saying, well, if we play Born Free, it's really, really funny. If we play it too loud, it's really, really funny.
Yes.
And it covers up. Because we can't go da-da-da-da-da-da. We have to find the exact right song.
Right.
So people go, isn't that great? They're playing Born Free too loud. Cattle prod.
Great.
Yeah.
4 years though.
Yeah, we work forever on this shit. And
That would drive me nuts to work on something for 4 years.
It'll be a full 5 minutes.
Now,
for the show.
a gag like that.
And we're also selling, I love this, we're going to sell little wheels of LC elephant cheese.
Oh,
those
elephant
little...
cheese. Of course, it's wonderful. The cow.
We're getting the labels put on, laughing cow.
Yeah.
We're going to get little labels put on called LC elephant cheese.
Oh, man. I wonder what a trick like that, how much of that when you first conceive of this gag and go, oh, this is what we want to do, how much of it borrows techniques and stuff from other tricks that you do, and how many do you just need to 100% come up with brand new fucking way to do something?
This is it. Teller has used this analogy, and it's really right. He said magic is like if you were in music and every time you wrote a song, you had to build the instrument and learn to play.
Okay, see, I know exactly. All right. That makes sense,
so
right.
you can't just say, okay, now we're going to do this song, we'll pick up this. Because, what are we going to do? Pick up the teapot and turn it into an elephant?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
You start from scratch. It's one of the reasons that I enjoyed being on Celebrity Apprentice, because if you tell me, tomorrow, the three of us are going to go do something none of us know how to do, you two might go, ugh. And I go, okay,
Hey,
great.
that's kind of exciting. Right, yeah.
Speaking
figure
of
it out.
Celebrity Apprentice, I didn't feel good about Ant throwing me under the bus earlier. No. Been doing a little research on my own here.
Did you put E-Rock on an assignment?
Maybe. So,
Damn
Penn,
it.
if you will, bear with me and just
No.
listen to this. Thank you.
Trace has lived the life here, man. The whole the work ethic, the getting hurt on a real man's job,
right?
The country music star, weapons
All that
charges.
is wild.
Jesus Christ, it's fantastic.
Are we going to tell Penn Jillette that we're not rooting for him anymore?
I know.
Should we call him?
I'm all in with Trace now.
Yeah.
And this is fantastic.
Yeah.
You asshole! Did I say that?
And I
can't have Penn leaving here today thinking you're a good guy and I'm not.
I saw Trace, because I had my sad moment,
Yes,
and then the very next day I see Trace, and I didn't hear your fucking piece of shit show. So I'm in the green room with Trace, and I go, so I heard you had a good time with O&A. He said, yeah, thanks for getting me on that show. That was really great. And I go, I heard they he said, oh, your boys sold you out. He said, they are not your boys. Let me tell you that right now. Now, this Trace is a friend of mine. So Trace, a friend, is telling me, your boys, they just sold you out.
I don't remember saying that.
You can hear the tongue-in-cheek in there, right? You can, right? You can, right?
You've been trying that argument since you were 8, right?
You hear the tongue-in-cheek.
Has it ever worked?
No.
Has it ever, I was just kidding, Mom?
I got to take an acting class.
No, he does that Wounded Warrior commercial.
I know.
And you feel so good for
and
him.
he sings
doing
about the
that.
soldiers.
Oh, my God.
It's not a dry eye in the house.
What a great American.
Guys,
Yeah.
Yes.
this is not what's making me feel the best.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
You did come back today, though. That's a good sign.
Okay. Jeez, Opie, had it all settled out, and you had to throw that out there.
I was feeling good. I was telling stories that had nothing to do with that. I moved right
know,
up.
it was great.
Penn's got to go.
Elephant.
But
they're saying you got to go.
Okay,
we
but
would love
listen,
to have you for
listen,
another half hour or
you
so.
guys have got to yourselves.
I'm going to check it out today.
Fundanything.com. There's only like 3 days. There's some great stuff left. One of the rewards we have is Jet Tilla, who's this fabulous chef who gave me cooking lessons for this show. World-class chef. If you give money to this movie, you can come over my house and Jet and I will cook you supper along with your friends.
Pretty cool.
You can come to the show. We'll teach you magic. You talk about how any trick in the show is done afterwards. I'll teach you to juggle. We can hang out. Suites at the Rio, come by, and also huge chances to be in the movie. Nice. I mean, you can also, we have a chance of you to put a friend of yours in as one of the 8x10s that's held up as a corpse. You can do that kind of stuff. You can also put names in. You can get your name in the movie. We're also allowing, because the idea of the movie is to that I do the director's commentary. Also on the DVD, there's another 20 tracks. We are letting people do their own director's commentary track over it that you can have all set up.
What a great idea.
A way to involve people in this.
We're all making a movie. We're probably, it's either L.A. or Vegas, but we're probably going to be shooting it in Vegas. And there'll be a huge rap party that everybody's invited to. My band's going to play.
Everybody?
Everybody that's involved in the movie.
What about me and Ant?
Well, you're going to put money in the movie, aren't you?
Sold them out
right now.
I sure am.
You better. That's right. This is where you can come back. I want to go there, and I can see who the contributors are. I want to see you guys there for at least a Blu-ray package, maybe for a line, and come back. And maybe you could put it where they say the comments.
Yeah.
You could say with apologies to Trace Atkins.
I am definitely. I'm going home. I'm going on the website. What's the website again?
Fundanything.com. FUNDANYTHING.com, and then you'll see my picture there. But if you need to go right to it, it's /Penn, PEN,
and the podcast, which I just
thank you.
I'm a huge fan of.
I did a real tough one last week.
I didn't hear it yet.
Yeah, it's real tough because it was the day I found out Lou Reed died.
I was going to ask you about that really fast. I know you got to go. I swear to you, we don't understand Lou Reed.
Yeah.
So give me a minute or two on Lou Reed.
I will. What Lou Reed did was he synthesized the New York hardcore art scene, pop art scene, the Andy Warhol scene, added to that kind of Delmore Schwartz straightforward short story writing that put a different point of view from rock and roll. Rock and roll had to that point always been, I love you, my boyfriend did this happened. But he brought in that kind of Delmore Schwartz straight recording, put really nice pop hooks to it, and then brought in experimental noise music and put that all together. What you want in art, and I say this all over and over about director's cut, the crowdfunding thing, you want to have in any art the visceral and the intellectual collide as hard as they can. You want your mind and your guts to be fighting. When you're on a roller coaster, your guts say, we're going to die right now. And your intellect says, if they killed someone every time, their insurance rates would just be too high. And those two things fight. And that's where the joy comes. Lou put together a band. They were bands that did noise, and there were smart bands, and there were pop bands. But he brought together the idea that smart people could be down and dirty. And the combination of intelligence and simplicity really does create the whole punk movement that's going to go beyond that. When you listen to The Clash or any of those bands, you have this driving, stupid, it's college kids meeting bikers, is what it really is. And Lou brought that together, used that monotone singing to give you the idea it was a short story, and then took Phil Spector's wall of sound and turned it completely inside out and turned it into something menacing as opposed to something comforting.
See, that's how I felt about the Bay City Rollers. It's the same type of...
What song would you suggest by Lou Reed for people that don't know him?
Well, you
Not Walk on the Wild Side, which we all know.
No, you all know Walk on the Wild Side, which is,
Give me one song, because I like a few of his songs, yes, but I don't go deep with Lou Reed. I'm going
to give you a hard one.
Okay.
I'll give you a really hard one. It's 11 minutes long. Okay? It's a trilogy, and it's called Street Hassle.
Street Hassle.
Yeah. And the first line of it is, that cunt's not breathing, I think she's had too much or something or other. Hey, man, you know what I mean. It's about having a dead girl from drugs in the apartment and having to bring her out into the street.
That is a hassle.
Street Hassle, yeah. And it breaks it into 3 parts. And just to bring a little Jersey in, Springsteen does the little monologue in the center.
No kidding.
Street Hassle is so smart, so visceral, so powerful, and just so great. And then you must listen to New York. The New York album, Romeo Had a Juliet, and Dirty Boulevard. Those songs, the narrator, it's this nutty thing that Lou got to do. Everybody else, when there's huge, loud music behind them, would of course scream.
Yeah.
Everybody was a screamer. And his idea of having this huge attack of sound and then going, and was a really
This is the first time it's been put in this context.
But you have to remember also, and this is a big mistake.
Do you feel guilty now?
This is a little bit. This is a big.
So do I.
This is a big mistake.
A human moment right now.
Is that if you listen to Lenny Bruce right now, the Carnegie Hall concert, if you listen to that record, you will say, if you're honest, what's the big fucking deal? You're not that funny, not that surprising.
I'm one of those guys.
Not that anything.
Because I love comedy, so I listen to old Lenny Bruce stuff. I don't get it, and the lingo takes me out of it.
But you know why you don't get it?
Yes.
Is because it's become everything around you.
Gotcha.
The idea of talking first person about your real life with the sadness and getting comedy out of that is invented by Lenny Bruce.
Yeah.
You do it every fucking day. I would postulate you might not be doing it if not for Lenny. Wow. But it becomes so absorbed into our culture that you can't see the novelty.
It's not a big deal anymore.
At the time, it sent him to jail.
Right.
But when everybody else was coming on stage and going, does your wife shop too much? He came on stage and said, my wife filed for divorce today.
And that's like, what are you talking about?
That's a huge difference. His first person was real first person. And he invented this American art form. So Lenny Bruce, I love playing Lenny Bruce to people who are in their 20s and going, what do you think of this? Just a hack comic. Nothing special. Nothing special at all. Well, let me tell you, you don't have George Carlin. You don't have Pryor. You don't have Louis C.K. None of those people exist if not for this. So I agree with you. If you're looking to just put on a Lenny Bruce record and just be taken away with it, you're not going to get that. There's a famous quote from from Brian Eno, and I won't get it word for word, that only 30,000 people or 3,000 people bought the first Velvet Underground record, but every one of those people started a band. I mean, you don't have David Bowie without Lou Reed at all. You don't have Iggy Pop without Lou Reed. You certainly don't have Nirvana. You certainly don't have any of the 90s stuff. You certainly don't have U2. All of those people, and they all acknowledge this. I'm not saying that. And the reason is the balls it took to say, instead of talking about how I miss my girlfriend, I'm going to talk about what I saw happening on the streets of New York. Instead of talking about candid, sneakily about we went to Ichiku Park, we got high. Instead of doing that, I'm going to say heroin, when the blood shoots up the dropper's neck, I feel just like Jesus' son. That kind of reporting is a whole different thing.
Right.
All of a sudden, it got really wicked real. And, would someone else have come along and done that? Almost certainly. But Lou did.
When you're the first.
Lou was the first. And, he's also, I must add, a very good friend of mine. And
you guys were close, huh?
Yeah. Really, really smart. And just rocked like a motherfucker. And such a sense of all that. But it's exactly true. If you'd have heard the Velvet Underground in 68, 69, your reaction would have been, what the fuck is this?
Right.
You might have hated it. Most likely would have hated it. But you certainly would have got a what the fuck. Now you hear it now and go, this sounds like every single thing on the radio. And I would say, that's precisely my point. Precisely my point.
Yep.
It's like when Debbie Harry came along and all of a sudden all beautiful women looked like Debbie Harry. Well, that's because she brought that high cheekbone, beautiful look into it. So, Lou is a
You
big
got live
one.
TV, Penn.
Okay,
Sorry.
live TV, I'm being yelled at.
Yeah, they're
Roland's
panicking.
shaking his hands like, right.
Keep talking about fundanything.com, and you guys will be part of it.
Is
Thank
Trace
you.
doing a fund anything? I'm kidding, Penn.
Let me say these really important words.
Yes.
You are forgiven.
Oh,
Thank you,
I
Penn.
love you. And
Thank you,
Trace
Penn.
is very seductive. He's a friend of all of ours.
I know,
Did you say
right?
that?
Isn't he?
We got a new friend.
Penn,
Kazio.
thanks so much,
All right,
man.
Penn Jillette, everyone. The great Penn
Take
Jillette.
it easy. Love having Penn
Never
on.
disappoints.
Here he goes, crunching away on the cereal on the
2
floor.
days, so push it.
All right. God damn.
Very cool.
I love Penn Jillette.
He sure can put things in perspective, can he?
That Lou Reed speech
know.
was just amazing.
Fucking,
I
he really has a way of...
I had a human moment there, like, oh, all right. Maybe we should have talked to Penn before we did
What does
our
that
thing
feel
on
like?
Lou Reed.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say
How
anything
does
about
it feel like? It's a little weird.
fucking with Lou Reed's dead dick. I wasn't going to... It was a friend of his.
See you in the end. I do love you. I'll throw you under the bus, but I'm not going to
Oh,
go
man, not that far.
Oh, my
Wow.
God.
That was hilarious. What I said was 20 times worse than the clip that you... Oh, there was no refuting what I had said.
All right, where are we? Let's get Penn Jillette in here.
Yes,
we got a
Penn.
very busy
Penn
day.
is waiting outside.
Yes.
The inimitable Penn Jillette. No? Anything? There, here he comes. All right. There's Penn.
Penn Jillette, everyone.
How
What's
you doing,
going on,
Penn?
buddy?
Good to see you guys.
How you doing,
I
Penn?
got magic questions.
Oh, okay.
I save all my magic questions for when you show up.
Well, I'm flattered.
It's not really magic, though, Opie. That's what I learned.
No, it's magic.
It's magic.
It's
Is it
absolute magic.
All right.
We
Swindles, rip-offs.
Swindles, rip-off.
We like to consider ourselves rip-off artists. That's,
we're
Okay.
so I put the headphones on in case you...
You could, in case there's a caller or something. Yeah,
you
those
don't
flap
have
down.
to. It's up to you. We're
But you sound so much more intimate then.
yeah.
Yeah, it really does.
That close to the mic thing. It's like you're whispering in my ear. What are you thinking?
Hi, Penn.
we're obsessed with Chris Angel these days.
Well, why wouldn't you be? Fellas like you.
Yes.
No, don't do that to us. We think he's a hack. And I'll tell you why. Because he's lazy with his presentation. We all know they're illusions, but he's lazy.
Well, they're first of all...
The steamroller one that he did.
Oh, was that terrible?
That was amazing.
Where he was going, I think it was a half mile an hour on a steam, and the steamroller was going over him, and there was glass and
Well,
stuff.
steamrollers are not known for their speed.
Thank you.
Don't bust them on
It's true.
that.
Thank you.
really.
Thank you.
The funny car steamrollers. Top fuel eliminators. Nitro-powered steamrollers.
I haven't
They're
ever
going
done that.
7 miles an hour.
But my point he puts a towel on the side of the steamroller to protect the audience because he has to obviously cover up what
the shenanigans,
the old switcheroo. And we're sitting there embarrassed for the guy because
there it is.
No one's buying that a steamroller is going to pop shit into the audience.
Well, the problem is he called it the steamroller manhole trick, and he kind of gave himself away.
I mean, it's.
Well, that's Johnny Thompson. That's he works with us. Johnny's great.
Oh,
well.
Yeah, I think that's just.
But see, look at the towel on the side, and he needs that towel so he can do what he.
Well, that's where the shenanigans.
Thank you.
That's where the shenanigans.
And every time we see this, we always go back to you, and we go. Penn and Teller would never just have a towel hanging. They would figure out, okay, we have to modify the steamroller so it looks like that piece has always been there.
Or the fact is, I don't know if you guys noticed this, it's on fucking TV.
Right. They can do anything.
Right, sure. Yeah, it's Avatar.
Look,
do whatever you want.
It's not even going a half a mile an hour, but the towel is there for the audience's protection.
You're burying your lead. The lead is you've got this genius idea, which is really fast steamrollers. Never mind Chris Angel, right?
That would be great.
If there was a show on TV,
drag racing steamrollers.
O&A's drag steamrollers. Right. How much would you pay to see a steamroller go 90?
And see a steamroller like peel out?
Yeah.
Smoke show with a steamroller, just sparks flying out?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
But the towel on the side, because he's got to hide behind that. Everyone knows.
Weld a piece of steel and paint it the
That's
same
what Penn and Teller would do. They would modify the steamroller with maybe some kind of logo. Like, look, the logo had to be there.
You could do a trick. You could also do a trick.
Yes.
But the one that we've really been obsessed with, and it went a little viral for us, I must say.
Good.
Because we watched the episode and we commented about it, and then we put the video online, was Shaq balloon. But we're not sure it is actually a balloon.
He levitated
and that's why
Shaq.
we have to ask you.
He levitated Shaq over his house. And we were convinced they just made a balloon out of Shaq and put helium in it.
Have you ever heard of these guys making a balloon, an actual balloon of a person?
See
or is it just green screen?
Here's our basic problem.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess we should cut to
just take a peek to
the
as
absolute chase here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody that I know personally outside of this room has ever watched a moment of a Chris Angel special. I mean that actually, you are absolutely blindsiding me. It's like you're saying you've changed the diet on me.
Fair enough.
It's exactly
right.
Because it's not the kind of thing. I guess what you think, is I'm sitting around all the time going, Teller, come here. The new Chris Angel special's on. Let's watch it. Maybe we can figure out why he's got a towel there. It never crosses.
See, I think they're holding down a balloon.
You think that's a balloon?
All
of
I'm saying is this shit, so I'm trying to. I just want you to tell us what this is.
On a string?
We think it's a balloon.
Is that Carrot Top that's there?
Yes, it's at Carrot Top's house.
He's hanging out. Oh, it's
That's
Carrot
his
Top's
house.
I think it's real.
You think that's just Shaq?
Watch the balloon. He gets lazy and he picked the wrong cut because when it goes over the roof, you see the thing, the wobbles.
I think
wobbles.
it just wobbles a little like a.
Yeah,
Or is it the crane?
Right
is it the crane with the cables and the bright sky?
I can tell you, as an expert, I think that's a real magic event. I don't think there's any trickery whatsoever.
Why am I asking him? I knew he wasn't going to answer.
I think he's correctly. Magic. I got to tell you that I think that a Shaq balloon would accomplish everything you see there.
It would.
I'm not saying it's the way it's done,
but it would.
I'm just saying it's the way it should be done.
Can I ask you if you guys were going to do something like that over a house?
I'd kill myself. If we were going to do it one moment that would look like this, I would be sucking a gun so fucking fast. Now, coming up, Opie Anthony going to watch Penn and Teller do a shitty man. Bang! That'll be it. And then you'll be on the show going, he would have wanted us to watch this to make fun of it. That's what he would have wanted. His final wish.
Holy shit.
And then you got Flavor Flav, but he'll believe anything. So he's a good mark.
You don't have to believe. I'll tell you, we did a thing. We just an experiment. We were down doing some TV special. It wasn't very good, by the way. And we were down in the Caribbean. And I got this idea, and it worked so much better than I wanted it to that I got really, really depressed and didn't want to put it on TV.
Oh, wow.
But the gag was, we gathered a crowd of people. And I mean just a crowd of people that happen to be in the street, tourists and stuff. And we said, hi, we're Penn and Teller. We're shooting a magic special. And we're going to do the magic stuff later in another place, but we need your reactions. And then we said, so we're going to stand here and do absolutely jack shit. And we're going to get shots of you guys reacting. Okay. Now these are not people who are desperate to get on, TV for their career.
Right.
These are just guys,
random people.
Random people, and I mean random people, like 75 of them, and a completely sample of no filter whatsoever.
Good cross
no
section
filter.
of
No,
society.
no filter. Not a PA going out and saying you, not you, but just come over here. People come over, and then we stand there, and Teller stands beside me, and I go, okay, I want you to all look at Teller floating up here in the air, and now he's spinning like this, and now he's spinning like this, and now he's going like this, and now he's going over like this, and now he's gone, and we put cameras on him, and they all put their heads up, and they watch it, and they turn, and then I said, now we're going to do interviews, and we sent someone out, and he said, what did you think of that? And the people were saying, and I mean without exception, people were saying, I was standing right there. Oh my God, I've never seen anything like it. He just flipped in the air. Was that okay? Oh, I could do another one. Swear to God. Because the fact is, you are not reporting on what's happening in Afghanistan.
Right.
There is no moral issue whatsoever. I'm asking you to lie about something that doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
So they'll say to people, people say to me, well, there were those people in the audience at the Chris Angel show. Are they set up or paid? I go, why bother? Anybody will say anything.
Right.
You know what I mean? If I asked you guys, and I mean, let's speak honestly. Penn and Teller doing a special with celebrities. We're bringing in Opie Anthony. We're gonna do this amazing.
This sounds nice.
Right, first thing we say is, who canceled?
We're gonna bring you guys in.
We're always good for a good cancellation.
And I'm not even doing a gag here.
Okay.
I'm not even doing a gag at all. I just want you to hypothetically think about this. We bring you into a room, and we do a couple little card tricks for you, and then we say to you after, we need a couple of cutaways.
A couple of cutaways.
And we want you to say, well, we didn't get a chance to have you shuffle the deck, Anthony, but just say you shuffled the deck and you brought the deck with you. Are you going to go, absolutely not.
I have my integrity.
I have never been so insulted in my life.
Scruples.
Cut us out of the show.
Right.
You're going to say, what the fuck?
No.
They're buddies of mine. We hang out. Who cares?
Yes,
Make it look
I
good.
shuffled the deck thoroughly. Yes.
I've never seen anything like it.
Did I shuffle the shit out of those
But I'll
cards?
tell you, when we were in the Caribbean doing this, Teller and I did this as a really funny thing, and then we were really so depressed about it because it means we didn't have to do anything. Ever.
Right.
Ever.
Yeah, why work? Why work at it? So did it look good when you put it all together?
We cut it together a little less depressing because the problem was we'd shot a segment that undercut the whole rest of our show. You see what I mean?
Right.
Because the rest of the show we were doing stuff with an audience reaction, and it was just this
people
weird
are
little
start thinking, "Hey, wait a minute!"
This weird little pet experiment where I said, "How much do we have to do to get reaction out of people?"
Wow.
And it turns out nothing.
Nothing.
Now I don't know if you could do it without a TV camera, because the TV cameras are kind of the magic.
Right. True.
And then you say we're shooting an NBC special.
Oh.
It's going to be on in the fall. If we get good reactions from you people, you'll be on TV.
Yeah, because everyone's thinking, "Oh my God."
Everyone.
Right.
Was that okay? Should I do another one?
Because they want to be on
yes.
TV in the end.
Well, they want to be on TV, but also that even that's a little bit too cynical. They're in the Caribbean. They want to have a good time.
Right.
The real question is not something unpleasant and cynical like I want to get famous, I want to get on TV. It's the afternoon, we're fucking around, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
You have to remember that when the answer is who gives a fuck. So you show up at a Chris Angel shoot, there's a guy there who does a lot of sit-ups with, you can't draw an anarchy symbol, you know what I mean? and he's there with his baseball hat, you know,
Right, sure.
and there's Flava Flav and Carrot Top, and you're gathered around there, and they go, "We're gonna float Shaq in the air." You go far out, great, yeah,
Very cool.
This will be fun.
Sure.
It's show business.
And then you also are going, you know, you're looking up there going, this will probably look okay on TV.
As you look around the sky, like I think Shaq would be floating around here by now.
I bet they cut that big crane out. I bet they keep that out of the picture. Sure, it's going to look great.
You guys didn't do the reveal on the audience thing, though?
We did.
At the end, you said this is what they really were reacted to?
No, we didn't even do it at the end. We did it as absolutely honestly and unpleasantly as you could do. We shot me saying all the stuff. We shot me with the audience behind me going,
awesome.
and now he's doing like this, you know, and now he's doing that. It's a pretty funny clip. And I'm just standing there, and it's just so fucking naked. It's just completely naked. And when you watch the cut we gave you, there's just no doubt in your mind that every show you'll ever see on TV is bullshit. There's not even, you know, you could put out all conspiracy, all cynicism, nothing. Just picture you and your friends fucking around on an afternoon in the Caribbean. They go, hey, come over here. You got drinks in your hand. You've been laughing your ass off all morning. There's two dipshits that you might have seen once on TV. You know what I mean? And, you know, one of you guys heard a joke he did once and kind of liked him. So you're going, hey, look at he's over here, man, shooting the magic show. I've seen those. What are those like? And you and your friends gather around. You see the show. You have done absolutely nothing immoral. You have done nothing wrong. You've had a good time. Then you go and watch it on TV. And unless the people that are doing it are actual sons of bitches and then show themselves doing nothing. You know, the chances of getting fucked that way, just about zero. Hey, you know, we better not do big reactions because these fucks might shoot the angle of us seeing nothing. No, that's not going to happen. You don't protect yourself against that.
Right.
You sign the release. You don't think they're going to actually show me asking you. Just lie your ass off and you're going, okay.
Oh, you rule.
It's
God, you rule.
Yeah, and the way it's presented when the show actually is playing, it's very serious.
Yeah,
like they're all having fun. It's like, yeah, just fucking say that you saw this and it's great and you had a good time. But then the ominous music is being played,
the angles,
and he's very like
But
stoic.
people, you have to remember, you know, it was like when Clinton was running for his first term. You know, they talked about how like the MTV town hall, he was comfortable with the microphone and the older guys weren't, but he really knew how to. Well, the fact of the matter is, yes, he did, but so did every other single person in the United States of America. If someone's house is on fire, you know, and they run out after watching their dog catch fire and die, and a television camera goes out, they know how to give you the exact soundbite that'll be used everywhere. We've just all learned that. We've all learned that. So that means when when I call you up in the Caribbean, you got your drink in your hand, you're there, you're there with your squeeze, having a good time. Let's go over here. And I tell you, we're going to be, have a steamroller over here that's going to be going 90 miles an hour. It's going to be running over me in a scarecrow outfit. And you go, there'll be a towel on the side. And you go, oh, okay. Instantly, you remember every TV shot you ever saw and said, what is an Italian guy with a baseball hat? What's his job going to be? Oh, yeah, I'm the guy that's supposed to go, oh, shit.
Right. Oh, shit, look at that. That's, you know exactly. And when they go over to, the heavy set African American woman, you know she's supposed to cry. Yeah. Oh, damn.
Each person, and you've learned that since you were a child from every time you've watched CNN. And every time you watch Chris Angel, they're teaching you how to do the next Chris Angel show. You know how to react because you're going to be on TV and you're going to have a good time.
We got a phone call coming in. I got to take Kirk in Houston. Great. Go ahead, Kirk.
Hey, guys, when Trace Atkins is on the show tomorrow, you're going to side with him that the magic is 100% real.
You bastard.
But so you
funny.
do understand my point.
Completely.
Absolutely.
Now take everything I just told you,
Right.
and add to that these are B-level celebrities who desperately want to be on TV.
Yeah.
That ratchets it up a little bit.
It really
But he
is
still has to
amazing
get the
why-
Shaq balloon in the air.
Well,
didn't matter.
Yeah.
All cuts and
No, I know all the cuts
Yeah.
and stuff, but
it just amazes me that like people put such credence
I
in
love
it because it's on
watching you
TV.
just grasping.
Yeah.
no, because
But Daddy, isn't some magic real?
No, I'm
isn't it possible?
No, I'm coming from a
No,
different.
You're just saying, isn't it possible that maybe you never heard of him, but Peter Pan somewhere could actually somewhere really could. I mean, Dad, you never heard, but isn't it possible that like in Nigeria there's Peter Pan?
Maybe.
I'm coming from a different angle. I completely understand everything you're saying, but then I get mad that he thinks that a Shaq balloon is good enough to fucking float in the air.
Yeah.
And it moves like a balloon, and we're all supposed to go, oh, but that's, not a balloon.
The thing is,
I like trying to figure out shit. That's
you're
all.
not supposed to be watching it.
Good point. Good point.
It's not for you. It's
Good point.
They looked at the demographics and said, "Will anybody be watching this with the brain of their fucking head?" No, we're fine.
okay, then
We're safe. But what if, like that guy from O&A, nah, probably not.
They wouldn't be
He'd have to
watching.
be really like real insomnia or something.
There's got to be nothing on at all. Not even
funny.
on demand.
Some brains are going to
that's
be
great.
watching. We better up our budget a little bit.
That's
our
great.
special effects budget.
And
no,
there
no,
you guys.
No. If someone with brains is going to be watching, we'll hire someone else.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, John in North Carolina wants you to talk about the most expensive card trick you ever did in the 90s. Is this a real story?
Yeah, I think it's okay. We were. It's the way we almost got Saturday Night Live shut down. They almost turned it down for being live. We got this idea, which I thought was really funny. All my stories of nightmares start with, I got this idea I thought was really funny. You've got a couple of those too, don't you?
A few. Yeah. Plus us a few years on the radio. Yes, we do. We do have a few of those.
So the idea was that we wanted to do, I'll talk about it philosophically for a moment. Our idea was that the new magic was computers. And that people believed computers could do anything.
Right.
So, whereas in the 17th century you'd say I'm in league with the dark arts, in the 20th century, the late 20th century, you'd say we have a computer that can do this. So the idea was we were going to do a card trick that would cost $300,000, and it would involve this very simple thing where I would take a fan of cards, fan them out. The TV camera would throw the picture of the fan. Take the cards, shuffle them up, hand them to somebody. They pick one card. And then I fan the cards to the camera. The camera takes it. The computer looks instantly at all the faces, figures out which one is missing, takes that card, throws it to the Jumbotron in Times Square, and puts the picture up in Times Square on the Jumbotron over the guy's head. And then I say, you pick the 7 of diamonds. Well, at that point, and even now, a computer couldn't look at all the faces and recognize them. Also, excuse me, you have to do a perfect fan.
Right.
And doing a perfect fan is not that easy.
You'd have to expose every
I'm not saying no one can do it. I'm saying I can't do it. So the idea was there was no trick. We were telling people how it was done, but we were doing it a different way. We went out to pre-tape it. We got someone on the street and said, listen, we're going to have you go over there and buy a deck of cards. This is the deck of cards you're going to buy. And then you bring it over to me and you open it up and I'll say to you, where are you from? And you'll say Brooklyn. And I'll say, have I ever talked to you before? And you'll say no.
Say no.
And then I'll say you just bought the deck over there. And you'd say, I swear. And then, probably swear in your children's eyes. I'm thinking. And then you give them a shuffle. And then you pick a card, but the cards are all the same, so you're going to pick the 7 of diamonds. We already know that. And then you look at it, don't let anybody see it. And then put the card back in, and there's a guy who you're not going to see because the camera's moving around, who's crawling around between my legs. And when I drop my hands down, he's going to take the cards that are all the same out of my hand and put in a glued together fan that's perfect. And he's going to show it up there. And then we're going to spend 3 days in post doing a fake computer graphic that goes through and goes
right,
and picks every card and pulls that one out. And then it's going to be up on the Jumbotron. And then I'm going to look up there and go, your card's a 7 of diamonds, and you go, oh my God, that's amazing, I can't believe it. And your girlfriend looks up and points, and by then it'll say, like, nicely done, Rob, whatever the guy's name was. That's the gag. So we go out, we pitch it to Lauren, right? And we go out, and he says, yeah, you can do it. So we go out, and we shoot the whole thing. It's a full, whole night shoot there, working the whole thing out, you know. And the gag is that Teller is back in the studio running the computers. He's doing the screen capture and doing the whole thing down there. So we get the whole thing shot. It looks fucking great. And we show it to Lauren, and Lauren says it's really, really wonderful. And then on the night of the show, all I have to do is at the beginning of the show, put on a jacket, walk out of the studio, and then go sit in the green room, put my feet up, and we roll the tape. And then Teller is on stage, actually live, going and touching keyboards that don't do anything.
That isn't doing
And the stuff's popping up in the world's most expensive card trick. And everybody goes, man, this is great. This is fabulous. And of course, there's no real lie involved. We're telling them it's a fake card trick, just we're doing it a different fake way.
Right, sure.
And it's a funny trick. We're doing the whole gag and saying we're spending, hundreds of thousands of dollars to fool this one guy in Times Square. The whole premise is there and everything else. So we do the rehearsal, and the FCC guy comes over and goes, your Chiron says live in Times Square. Oh. And we've already recorded this. As a matter of fact, you have the Chiron that says live on the pre-recorded thing.
Pre-recording.
Yeah. And I go, yeah, it's a gag. And he goes, yeah, but we can't use the live Chiron. And
even for a comedy show?
You can't throw it to live out in the streets.
Why?
And Lauren says, fuck you. We're just going to do it, right? And the guy comes over and goes, no, we're getting serious. And all of a sudden, it's one of those things that escalates. And you've watched it happen. I know you have. Where all of a sudden, everyone's got their dicks out. Right. See whose dick is bigger. And a moment ago, it was just discussing this little goofy piece of videotape. But now, it's like, who has more power, the FCC or NBC? And it escalates. And Teller and I are there while this whole macho thing is happening, going, listen, we just want to show can we just show the
goofy
and then I'm saying
trick.
stuff like, let's just pull the Chiron out and let people assume it's live. And when I say assume it's live, the FCC guy goes, exactly my point. It's Saturday Night Live. They will assume it's live. And I'm going, so we can't even take the Chiron off now? And Lauren's going, we're not taking no Chiron off. And I go, well, no, we could just pull that. Could we just? And he goes, we're cutting the whole segment. And Lauren goes, no, we're not cutting it. And then they started going stuff like, well, can you actually go out to Times Square and do it? And I'm going, no, of course not. I'm not magic. See, the computer stuff we're showing doesn't really work. Teller's just the keyboards aren't even hooked up. We can't. No, we can't. They go, okay, we'll just go out and do the trick live. I go, no, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not going to go out and do it live. We don't. There's no trick.
There's no real trick, you dummy.
So it turns into this whole thing where the FCC guy says to me, if you walk out the studio with that coat on and that piece of tape goes, NBC is going dark. I'll just pull the plug on it. And Lauren's going, they won't do that.
Wow.
And I go, if they do that, I'm going to get really yelled at. I mean, I just know somehow it's going to be my fault, right? You know what I mean? Penn and Teller shut down NBC. We are going to be reprimanded. There's just no way around it. You guys have experience that if you shut down a network, someone's going to yell at you.
Yeah, of course.
So we go to the host of the show, I think it was Matthew Broderick or somebody, and I wrote this thing and it said using computer technology, digital access, high speed, pre-recorded tape, a whole list of things. And I say to the guy, I'm sorry, I can't remember who the host was, but I say to him, see this thing where it says pre-recorded tape? You have to say that clearly so the FCC guy hears it and no one else in the country does. That's your job during the introduction. You have to make that. This guy's got his whole dick on the line for you saying that. But we have to make sure America doesn't care. And man, the intro is great. The intro, he just goes, and using incredible computer technology and graphics, pre-recorded tape, and going out on Times Square. Here he is. I leave with the coat. Here he is now from Times Square. And it comes up live, and we're going, we said pre-recorded tape, it'll be okay. And they let us do it. And the FCC guy was still pissed as we're going. I mean, it's brinksmanship, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, if he doesn't say pre-recorded tape, we're just pulling the plug at NBC. So he went out and did the trick. Of course, now I think you'd be able to do it. I think a computer would be able to, if you didn't have Sasquatch with fucking lobster claws trying to do a fan in 20-degree weather out the cold so that every index shows.
True. Yes.
You have to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's found it. You got it right there.
Wow.
Wait, I gotta hear it.
What's that?
Steve Gutenberg.
It's Steve Gutenberg.
Gutenberg.
Steve Gutenberg's introduction.
He's the guy.
Can you make? What year is this, Penn?
What's that?
What year is this?
I don't know. I got a stupid haircut. Steve
It
Gutenberg
is a
looks
while
like
ago.
someone knows him.
It was 86.
86.
Whoa, shit.
86.
He works out in our gym and no one gives a fuck.
I've never seen him there.
So computers could could really not do this. Yeah.
Wow.
It is so funny. You know when something's escalating and you know it's escalating?
Yeah.
There's just no way to get the lead rod into the reactor?
You can't bring it back. No, there's going to be a meltdown.
It's always nonsense that gets in the way.
FCC. Well, the whole theme of that is we're just annoyed at the FCC now.
Well,
Yeah.
we've been through this.
I
trust
know.
me.
I know you guys love the FCC, and I hate to bum your shit. I really do.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, guys. The FCC's probably right about everything else.
Oh, sure.
Just this one case.
No. In the end, we didn't care about the FCC. It was our own lawyers that were in our way.
Well, that's true. Yeah,
we would talk to them and go, "This has nothing to do with the FCC. It's going to be okay." They always got in the way of creative people, and they were the nightmares.
What is that exact sentence? This has nothing to do with the FCC. It's going to be okay?
Yeah, it's going to be fine.
Precisely what I said. 1986.
But that's what you should have been saying.
Precisely what I said backstage. This is not showing video of the Kennedy assassination.
Right. Yeah, the FCC would have laughed at that. They wouldn't have gave a shit. They wouldn't.
No, it was an FCC guy there.
But it was an FCC.
Yeah.
So what? They just have an FCC guy hanging out?
I don't know what was going on. You never know what the real situation is, right? When you're doing every month you're doing a bit on Saturday Night Live,
right?
You are so out of what's actually going on. You're just a card on the wall. Penn and Teller do 6 here. Boom. Penn and Teller will do 6 there. Boom, and Lauren okays the bit, and you go on. You have no idea who they've been fighting with before that.
Well, my question is, what were the lawyers doing? Whose side were they on? Do you remember?
I couldn't even remember Steve Gutenberg.
All right, fair enough. Let's see how this plays out. I actually want to see the whole bit now.
Are you rolling?
Combined pre-recorded elements, graphics, and computer data, and created the world's most expensive card trick. Ladies and gentlemen, Penn and Teller.
Pre-recorded elements.
We are Penn and Teller. My name is Penn Jillette.
Wow.
And I am live and freezing in Times Square. Although we've had a little break in the weather here, we're in Times Square, Manhattan, New York City, and my partner Teller is live in Studio 8H, and he's toasty and warm. We're going to do the world's most expensive card trick. We're going to spend $56,000 of NBC's money to fool 2 people chosen at random. Now, Teller does all the work on this one back in the studio, and we're going to show you all the sneaky stuff. We got 2 computers with 140 megabyte hard disk drive each. We've modified the hardware of one of the computers to allow it to communicate in ASCII to the digital graphics generator of the NBC studios. We've got a direct phone line and the appropriate modems to communicate with the Spectacular screen high over Times Square, and we reserve the online time in advance. I got a couple bucks to buy a deck of cards. Let's do a card trick, okay? Right over here. Joe, send them over now. Over now. Yeah. Hi. You're Billy, is that right?
Hi.
And you are
Hi,
Kate.
Kate.
I want to make clear to people at home that although we've been standing here waiting for a queue and freezing together, that I haven't set anything up with you. I haven't talked with you in advance. Is that right?
You already lost Anthony, by the way.
Okay. Now, the beauty part of this card trick is that you can use a brand new sealed deck of
Oh,
cards.
this
We're gonna-
rules. Now that you explained the whole thing.
Excuse me, sir, can we have a deck of cards, please? Deck of cards? Yeah, actually, I'd rather they actually pick the deck, okay, sir? Just actually pick one.
Pick that.
Is that the deck you want right there?
That's the deck you told them to pick.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's fucking great.
Of course. On NBC, okay? Here's a knife for you, Kate. Let's step over here, okay? And open the deck, obviously. It was sealed when you started opening it, is that right?
Yeah.
And just open it, pull out the deck,
Okay.
and remove the jokers. There'll be one on the top of the deck and one on the bottom of the deck. There's one joker and there's two jokers, okay? Now I want you to pick a card, but I want you to make sure that I don't see it and the people at home don't see it, the camera doesn't see it, none of the people
Yeah,
around
don't
here
see
it.
they're all the same.
Choose the card when you both know what it is, put it right there in Kate's pocket, and do not say the name of the card aloud because you have microphones on. Right over there, pick the card.
Okay.
Okay, now here comes the real tricky part for me. I have to do a perfect fan.
Now there's a
of the
guy
remaining
right
51
underneath.
Right at my dick
cards.
level,
So the
crawling
camera
around with all the
gives you a shot of
props.
The indexes to those 51 cards. Now this is a really tough move to do anyways. It's hard to do quickly, and it's especially hard to do in Times Square.
you're
in the
selling it.
freezing cold. Let's love it. Let's hope I don't screw it up. They should be set. Are you guys set? Would you move back over here, please? Okay, now you chose the card, is that right? And you,
Reaching down.
actually
Yeah, the guy's
chose it
handing me the
together, and
stuff.
you actually know what the card is that right?
yeah.
And the one over there says, don't Jesus.
Look at these graphics.
I actually touched the cards. I didn't have to touch them at all. I wasn't supposed to touch them at all. Now, once you get the cards, just shuffle, okay? Now, it's freezing.
Holy shit.
Now, have you seen Penn
Four of
Jillette?
diamonds is the missing card.
We've been on Saturday Night Live like 6 times or so. So, the card that's great. Is the 4 of diamonds. Is that right? Let's show the card. Let's pull the card out where it's been. 4 of diamonds right there. Keep the rest of the deck.
What a
Keep
great
the 4
gag.
of diamonds with the compliments of Penn and Teller, the cast and crew of Saturday Night Live, NBC, and the parent company, GE. Thank you so much.
Parent
Billy.
company. Oh my God. That really looks authentic, especially for '86 when people didn't know that computers could not possibly do that.
You think it's just a balloonish act? Is what you think?
Nice job.
And the
Kate.
4 diamonds on the
Nice job, Billy.
Jumbotron.
And we do a little gag, we give it away at the end.
Nice job, Kate and Bill.
Thank you. Good night.
Dude, that's 28 years ago. My God.
Jesus.
28 years ago.
What
Good
did
job.
what did reserving online space mean? What did that mean? Do you remember?
Means jack shit.
Oh, it meant
no,
nothing.
no. What it means is reserving time for the sign.
Oh,
Because that sign, that big a video thing, was a big deal in Times Square in the 80s.
Yeah.
So it was running ads all the time.
Right.
So that was actually right about it. That was the real bitch. When we were out there shooting it, we had to get the people to put 4 diamonds and that stuff up there. And when you want to see where the money is spent, the money is spent going from me to the sign and back down to me, and all that's in one shot, which means if we screwed it up, we got to go back and do the sign
all
again.
over again, and
So
the
there's
sign again,
There's a
right.
guy behind me just screaming on a cell phone, no, 4 now, put the 4 down.
Oh, my God.
And, and the poor bastard, it's really cold. And Mark Garland, who was our prop guy, the whole time I'm walking, he's between my legs, holding the fan all glued together. And the fan, we did the graphics first. So the fan had to fit in to the graphic.
Oh, right.
So he had to glue each card in place.
In the right place. Holy shit.
Hold them up there.
You'd think you would do the fan first, glue it, and then do the computer.
Right.
No, we did.
graphics.
We fanned the cards, glued it, and then did the computer graphics.
Oh, okay.
But then that fan was the hero fan.
Right.
So we had to handle it really carefully. And you see, those are 2 guys. They look convincing, even though there's a prop guy crawling around on the floor.
Sure.
Even though they're told which deck to pick.
Right.
Sure.
Everything's set up, and no one could possibly fan that deck like that.
150
That was like
Perfect.
Perfect fan, yeah.
With all those megabytes of memory, though, you could have done anything.
Right? Wow.
Listen, give me a break. Many years ago.
Yeah.
Okay? That was real computer
Top
stuff
of the
then.
line.
Yeah. And you can see
no one even
watching
knew.
that, you'd go, I guess a computer could do that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just
That looks
just
like
kind of within
computer
the
kind of
belief.
thing.
And we work on that bit, which I'm really proud of it, all set to go. It's all set to go right there. I mean, Teller was live in the studio. He had to type and then turn around and type the other thing. That's all he had to do. I'm sitting in the green room in my coat because I had to come back with a jacket as though I'd been outside for the final waves, and that's the whole thing. And then there's this, you can't claim you're live in Times Square.
Right.
It's the whole trick.
It's a comedy show.
Relax.
So just go out and do the trick for real.
Yeah. It's not Brokaw saying he's, in Libya.
We've heard that shit over the years with our homeless shopping spree. What?
Yeah.
You can't just do it in a Costco with no one there? No, it takes away from the bit we're trying to do, you dummy.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God.
That's fantastic.
Great.
That's
I love when you
fucking
break
great.
shit down. What are you promoting today?
Oh, yeah.
Now that you've been here an hour, we should promote. You got to get your promotions in.
There should be one professional in this room, shouldn't there?
Right? Well, you would think.
Someone.
We did a movie called Tim's Vermeer that opens here in New York and also in L.A.
Awesome.
It's at the Angelica and Lincoln Center theaters. Yeah,
It's near us.
And it's really good. A friend of mine, Tim Jennison, who invented the video toaster and Lightwave and did all this stuff.
Video toaster.
A genius guy. About 5 years ago, I had spent a lot of time where I hadn't talked to anyone I wasn't paid to talk to or was in my family for like months. I hadn't had a conversation with a friend, with my wife, with my children, and with professional, nothing in between. So I called up Tim, who lived in Texas, and said, I got to talk to somebody. He calls it was a desperate phone call. I remember it as being rather well measured. And of course, so he jumped on his plane, because he's essentially Tony Stark, and he flies to Vegas, and we go out, for a big hairy steak because we're in Vegas. And I tell him, listen, talk to me about something that has nothing to do with show business, that I can't possibly be involved with movies or TV or live, nothing. Just talk to me, like a friend. And he goes, how much you know about Vermeer? And I said, I don't know, probably the first page of Wikipedia, painter, 17th century, photorealism. He goes, I think I figured out how he did the paintings, and I'm going to build an exact copy of his room in a warehouse in Texas, and I'm going to paint a Vermeer myself. And I've never done oil painting before. I'm going to grind the lenses and make all the paints myself. And it's all this poisonous stuff from Russia that you can't get anymore. I'm going to smuggle in illegal paint and do this. And I go, whoa. You have failed. This is not something that has nothing to do with show business. I'm making a movie. And I said, stop everything. We're getting a crew in. And then for the next 5 years, while this nut builds an exact copy of Vermeer's room, builds the harpsichord, makes the dresses, does everything, and then sitting there while he spends 10 months with this mirror set up, doing essentially a photographic process from the 17th century to paint a painting, and we got Teller to direct it. And
wait, what is a Vermeer? What makes a Vermeer different? I don't know anything about him.
When you look at most paintings, they look something like drawings. When you look at Vermeer's, and if you pull up just some of the Vermeer paintings, pull up the music lesson Vermeer. Try for the music lesson. There is a quality where, now this is from the 17th century, it looks like you're looking at a Kodachrome slide.
Right.
I mean, look at that. It does not look like someone painted that.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah. You see that? I mean, it's just, look at the way the light is on the back wall. And everybody's always said, how could this guy be this much of a genius? And then David Hockney, the painter in England, said he thought he was using lenses. But the thing is, you can't copy something from a lens. You can't put a projection up and then paint over it, because as you paint, you actually work against yourself. If there's blue there, you put more blue on, it doesn't look right. So that doesn't work. So Tim spent a year thinking about it. He went over to Delft, he learned Dutch, We're talking about a committed guy.
That is a commitment.
We're talking about a committed guy.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Right.
He started going over to Delft all the time.
Wow.
He studied this and finally figured out this elaborate arrangement of mirrors that would allow him to do this incredible painstaking process. But then he wasn't enough to just say, okay, I think this is how he did it.
He had to do it.
He wanted to do it. And he didn't think it was fair to use anything that wasn't around in the 17th century. So he ground every bit of pigment. He the lens that he used, he made himself. The mirror he used, he made himself. All using technology from the 17th century. And then he went into a room and drove himself insane. Every brushstroke on the canvas we covered, some with 9 cameras, but every one with at least 3. And then made this movie about how he paid. We even went to Buckingham Palace and saw the original. He was flying all over the world. We were doing this, and then my mind was just blown by it, and I thought it'd be a great movie.
He's not an artist? I mean,
no, never painted before.
Never painted before.
Never painted before, and decided he would paint a Vermeer. So you pick the greatest painter of all time and say, I'm going to paint. Okay, so that's the painting you're looking at there, Anthony. And you just say to yourself, well, I've never painted before.
Yeah, let me do that.
That's what I'm going to do.
Where's his copy? Is it online yet or no?
His copy is
in the movie.
It's in the movie. It's in the movie, and we don't have them up A-B yet because here's the problem. And this is maybe giving away a little bit of the movie, but Tim's looks too good. We're getting a scan from Buckingham Palace of the original so they can both be the same resolution. This is very low resolution here.
Yeah.
It's all that's available is low resolution. It's photographs of it. And it's Teller directed it. I produced it. I do a little bit of narration. But mostly, we make the joke in the movie that, you really are, what you're doing now, people, is you're watching paint dry. I mean, the plot of the movie is a guy does a painting, but I think it's really funny and really entertaining. And it's been getting just blowjob reviews.
So he more than
right?
Blowjob.
Okay.
So he more than pulled it off in the end. That's unbelievable.
I think you might like it. I think you should go see it.
I'm in. It's in my art. I think it's in our artsy theater over there.
Yeah, it's artsy. It's not it's not Spider-Man 4.
Anyone even think? What would make anyone even think to go like, how do you do that? like, why would you even think that? I mean, it's amazing, but why would you even think
that's what Tim is? And I think the whole story of this is that Tim's youngest daughter went away to college. And he was just like, what am I going to do? I've invented stuff. I've made, there's...
Can we get the I want to watch the trailer.
Is the setup life size, like that scene that he painted, is set up?
He built it. He built the chair with the lathe. He got the rug.
Then somehow that is focused onto a canvas. To be traced over for the most part.
But the colors also have to be traced.
Right.
You can't just trace the shape.
Sure.
So that's
so he built
with no artistic ability as far as
he
a
built
painter.
the original set. It's like a set, basically.
Yeah, well, it's not, except it's more.
Jesus Christ!
It's a little more real than a set.
I got you.
The stuff has.
That's unbelievable. I am
don't
so
even know
in.
how this fucking.
I am so in.
I'm completely in.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty mind blowing. And
Louie,
there's Louie.
Hey man,
what's up, Louie?
How's it going?
What are you doing in town?
Louis C.K. Everyone.
What are you doing in town?
I live in New York.
Oh, that's right.
live in New York. We're talking about Penn's new movie called Tim's Vermeer. This thing is fascinating, to say the least.
A friend of mine painted a Vermeer without ever painting before. Using a device.
And he made a movie
Don't you have to be Vermeer to paint a Vermeer?
You think so, yeah. Almost by definition, it's not a Vermeer if someone else paints it. So it is, we are using some sloppy language there, Louis, and thanks for busting us on that.
Hence Tim's Vermeer.
Tim's Vermeer.
A Van Halen song last night.
Louis Van Halen.
Louis Van Halen. Louis Halen.
Yeah, you're really supposed to be Vermeer to paint.
Hey, you know what I'm addicted to watching? Is your, it'd be funny if it was totally unrelated.
Yeah.
I'm totally into Downton Abbey. No, your show.
Bullshit.
No, the one that Fool
Us, yeah.
Fool Us. It's really good.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
It's totally.
It's actually coming out on CW. They're going to show all the English shows.
English, right? It's from BBC.
We did it over in England, actually Channel 4.
It's really good.
But we're doing the English. It's exactly like the Beatles in this one way. The 9 shows we did over in England become 10 shows over here.
Right.
Because of more commercial time and so on. So,
the way Beatles albums were
Well, remember Yesterday and Today. Yesterday and Today is the Beatles record that doesn't exist in England, only over here.
Right.
And that's why the Beatles did Butcher Cover, because they thought they were butchering the records by putting a couple songs off to make more money in the U.S.
Right. That's right.
Nothing to do with
that Butcher Cover's worth a lot of money now.
Yes, the Butcher Cover.
I have 2 of them.
You do?
I have one because when I went into interviews and they said, if I wanted to know all the secrets to your show, what would you give up all the secrets for? And I said, if I have an unpeeled, sealed Beatle Butcher Cover, I want it in mint condition.
No
By the way, there are 10 in the world. I want one of them.
Wow.
You give me one of those, I will tell you how every secret in the show is done. You sit down with me, I'll tell you everything. I said that in an interview, said that in a bunch of interviews, thought it was really, really funny. About 3 weeks later, there came a Beatle Butcher Cover, beautifully packed with everything there. I pulled it out, held it up. There was a note with it that said, "Love Teller, now shut the fuck up." So Teller got me the Beatle Butcher Cover.
So
and
wait,
put an end on that.
It's the one you don't need. It has the new cover.
It has Yesterday and Today, and you hold it up to the light, you can see
the Butcher cover
Ringo's black turtleneck, and you can see him holding a bloody doll.
Right.
How much is it worth, you think? How much?
I don't know now. I mean, when John Lennon was shot, I was like, yes! When George Harrison died, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Harrison is dead. I'm waiting till the other 2 kick it, and then, I don't know. Probably thousands, not tens of thousands.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Unless you take it to the Pawn Stars place, then they'll be like, we gotta frame it. There's no real market. The Beatles weren't a very popular band. $10. Yeah. Louis.
I'm so glad you like Fool Us. I'm
I
so
love
glad you
watching
do.
it.
Have you seen any of it?
You guys seen
No.
No, it's guys.
No, not that one. No.
You would see it illegally, like
On
Louis
YouTube.
does.
I watch it on YouTube.
And,
all right. I'm gonna go check that out.
The gag is magicians. We did this all legit. There was no. I mean, we were kind of nuts about how legit we were.
Yeah.
We were separate rehearsal days, and magicians come out and do a trick for us once live. Teller and I watching it. They do it once live in front of a live audience, and then Teller and I have a minute or 2 to talk about it. And if we cannot figure out how the trick is done, they get a shit ton of money and get to fly to Vegas and open for our show.
Oh, cool.
Pretty cool.
As it went on and as it got more popular in England, it was pretty successful over there. People started writing tricks just to fool us.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And they didn't care at all about entertaining the audience. They was just trying to fool us. And I don't know if you saw these bastards from the Netherlands, I think. They were
the
from
ones that the guy wrapped his face in tape or something?
Yeah. And those guys, they did a move that they didn't do, which made me crazy. He brought his hand over the deck and palmed off a card when he didn't have to.
Oh, so you got that thrown in and think it's some part of
it's all about fooling them now.
Wow. Yeah, it's not about the trick anymore.
They didn't care at all about the trick. And our good friend, Johnny Thompson, who's the best magic mind alive. He's just a genius.
Right.
He was in charge of helping them. So they would say that for the good of the show, probably 1 out of every 10 magicians should fool Penn and Teller. So Johnny would go back and go, I know Penn doesn't know about this move. Put this in there. And so they were being directed and helped and stuff. I think it's the best show we've done. It's pretty great.
Is he going to come to America?
Guy who, he had these cards, like the way he guessed the card was that he fanned them and then it spelled out what the card was.
Oh yeah, the guy from Montreal.
But I thought I figured it out.
I don't think you did.
You don't think so?
No,
because I think he has a deck made that, depending on what the card is.
Yes, he has.
He
has 4 outs.
Right, exactly. He's got the color.
Right.
And the higher
but
low.
It is a combination. In Magic, the hardest tricks to figure out are the tricks with multiple outs.
Right.
Which means the punchline you see is not the punchline it's going to be every time.
Right.
So you're trying to figure out how can he do this trick every time, and he's got another 5 tricks he can do, and you don't know when he's going to fork.
Well, because I figured out he's got this deck, and since it's white on all sides, he doesn't have a front or back problem.
Right.
So as soon as he asks somebody, is it red or black, then he just does this value.
Yeah, and then he's got like, another
is it high or low? Just do this.
But he also had that box on the table just to fuck up. Yeah.
Does it a certain. And then he had this box that he kept talking about the box.
Yeah.
And so these guys decided it's the box. The box is the thing. And so he opens the box and the box says no. So he even had a clever way of saying fuck you.
Yes, really he knew exactly. And some of the guys would come out and do a fabulous routine and then look at us and go, yeah, I know you got it. Thanks, good night.
No, really? I'm on TV already.
I'm on TV.
But when they got it, didn't they blow the trick by telling you how they did it?
That's
or no?
what we did. They were told backstage. The producers told them if Penn and Teller get it, they will tell you they got it, and they will give you little hints. And if you believe they've really got it, be polite, walk away. They will never bust your trick. If you
make them prove it, you're going to lose your
if you push,
lose your trick.
Penn will take you out.
Yeah.
So don't. And there's one guy who was he did a beautiful routine. I don't know if you saw. He did coins across on hands. He had 2 audience members hold their hands out, and he moved coins across here and there. Right. So he finishes up, and it was a beautiful routine. I mean, it killed, it destroyed, and he was kind of punk goth type guy. And Teller and I go to our little discussion where the audience can't hear, and Teller goes, the coin shells are magnetic, and the big kind of ring on his left hand is a magnet, and he's pulling them off with that so he doesn't have to palm and can hold his hands flat. It's the ring that's magnetized, okay? So I go, yeah, okay, cool. So they come to us, the audience hasn't heard this, and I go, oh man, great routine. Never seen that done that well. That's great. I think we've got it. I think we have it. He goes, well, I don't think you do. And I go, yeah, okay. Well, what I'm asking is, would you be able to do that in a different wardrobe than you're wearing?
Right.
And he says, yes, I could. And I go, okay. Would you be able to do it with different jewelry, changing your watch and so on? He goes, my watch has nothing to do with it. And I go,
idiot.
That's right.
Dummy.
That's right. Your watch has nothing to do with it. But I'm just saying, if you were doing it with no jewelry at all, would the trick still work? And he goes, I don't know. And I go, listen, asshole, you've got a magnetic ring on your left hand. It's the big one that looks like the devil. They're all shells on top of the coins. You're pulling the coins out. That's the way you did it. Get off the stage. And the guy is just totally heartbroken. And he was the only one that we really ripped a new asshole because we told him.
Good magician, shitty hint taker.
Yeah, it's usually this really careful. Was it a trick? And the guy's like, yeah, that's enough. All right.
Yeah, there were those, and there was someone else, and I really should tip this, but I'm going to, figuring it's away from their act, and enough people won't put it together.
Sure.
But the one that made me laugh the most was was a guy and a woman, I guess, and the guy vanished on stage and appeared in the back of the theater.
All right.
Okay? And it was a really good trick. And they were like 19 years old. Okay? And they were good. They finished the whole act, and Teller and I look at each other. We didn't say a word. We just look at each other. I go, okay, we got it. And we come back to the guy, and I go, if Teller and I weren't old and fat, if we were 19 and could run as fast as you could and could do everything as fast as you could we do this trick? And the guy goes, well, I don't know. And I go, right, okay. Let me tell you, I have an older sister, and Teller's an only child. If we could run as fast as you, could we do this trick? Well, is there a genetic component to your trick? And I said, he said, I don't know exactly what that question means.
Oh, yes,
I said, is there someone else in your family that appeared in this trick that not everyone here is aware of? And he goes, I don't know what. I said, okay, here's what's going to happen. You are twins, identical twins. The guy in the back, the guy I'm talking to now is not the guy that started the trick. You are twins, and you are 19 years old, and you are magicians, and you have a whole career ahead of you, and I'm not willing to blow it. So what we're going to do right now is you only blow it for this audience here. We're going to go back to be saying, could we do this trick? And you're going to say no,
and then you're
going to smile.
Oh, wow.
And you're going to go away, okay? Because I'm the nicest guy in the world.
You cut him
You understand
there,
that?
man.
And he goes, yes, sir. So I go, okay, audience, back to the applause. And there's no director or anything. I'm just doing this on my own, director. And then the director comes to me and goes, I really want to use the hunk of you saying they're twin. I go, I really think we shouldn't.
You don't wreck their careers.
Yeah, well, what if they can't use that again?
And I'm sure they used that twin thing in more than just one trick.
Sure.
Yeah,
girls. Good, yeah.
Well, no, for the rest of their lives. I mean, there is a famous magician who is a twin, and you don't know it.
The great Danton.
You could do worse, though, than dissuading a couple of 19-year-olds from being magicians.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Or you could, the two of you twins,
They
you
might
could
just
go
go
into
get a
porn.
skill that is actually...
You could go into porn and make some real money.
That's right. That's right.
You're twins, for Christ's sake.
A more noble career.
I wonder if there's any magic porn. I wonder if there's porn that involves sleight of hand.
Let me just... You have you've thought of it, right?
Well, just now.
So there's a porn version of it.
Right, that's right.
Well, hold on. Were they identical or fraternal?
They were close enough to fool very close.
That was such a bad joke. I actually had a real explanation on it.
So there's a magician out there that's like well-known magician that has an identical twin.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
There was a performance in Tahoe where that twin was injured, and all of a sudden the other guy, identical in the same outfit, ran out to help him, and you saw a very confused audience going, because they wouldn't travel together, and the guy wears a baseball hat, and they're not ever in the same hotel, and they keep everything separate. And the other guy, there's one guy that does all the talking, the other guy's just a double. It's just it's just this. Okay, that's my job. I'm the fucking twin. I go around the rest of the time. And of course, you have to remember that the guy who did all the talking up front, is the talented good talker, and the guy who appears in the back is the idiot.
Wow.
So when I'm giving them the explanation, I'm talking to the idiot. And
And the other magician's in the back going, shut the fuck up! You moron! He's backstage. You're ruining my I don't know. I don't know. My brother told me stand over there. I don't know. He probably actually doesn't know what he does.
It's an idiot, yeah.
He just goes like, just fucking stand here. Put your when the light goes on, you make a big ta-da thing.
I'll stand here. People start clapping.
The visual of the twin losing his mind backstage. Oh, that's terrific. We have to take a break, unfortunately.
Yeah, we do.
What's your schedule?
I'll go away. I'll do whatever you want.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out during the break. Fuck it.
Penn Jillette, Tim's Vermeer. That opens up this weekend, right?
That seems pretty fucking cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go see
what
that
a
movie.
dedicated, fucking obsessed motherfucker.
Yeah. We like to see movies about crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. And Louis surprised us today. This is awesome.
Well, I knew he was coming, but I kind of kept it under my hat as a surprise.
I just came to talk to him. To
Penn.
Exactly. No, my movie starts tomorrow on my website. I came by to tell you about it.
What movie?
What movie?
It's called Tomorrow Night. It's a movie I made back in '98, and it's on my website starting tomorrow at noon.
Yeah.
I never got it released. Steve Carell is in it.
Holy
JB Smoove.
shit.
Amy Poehler for about 10 seconds. Yeah, I made it wait. It's my